Hey everyone, welcome to Adobe Live MAX 2025. Andrew, we should go check in for our flight.
We're gonna be late.
Oh my gosh, come
hey
with
everybody,
us.
welcome. We are gonna take you through the community booth. We're here on the ground at Adobe Live. If you're watching from home, we want you to be a part of it too. So we're gonna take you through our experience and have you experience the Adobe Live airport. I've got my luggage, let's go check in.
Come on, this way. By the way, I'm your host, Emily Poulin, and with me today is Andrew Hockrattle, starting
Hi,
off your day.
Let us know where you're watching from in chat. We are in Los Angeles here at Adobe MAX. Do we need to check in?
We need to check in.
Let's
So
do
if you're
it.
coming to the Adobe Live booth, make sure to grab your passport and you're to come check in and get some swag.
So if you are at Adobe MAX watching this, you can come into the Creative Park, turn right, and you will see our giant booth where you can check in and get some cool swag.
I think I'm
done
ready.
By our friends Amy and Jen Hood of Hoodspa Design.
We love you, Hoodspa.
Okay,
All right.
let's head over. We have a very special activation that we do every year for our friends that have been using Adobe products for a long time. You can get a pin. These are designed by Tyler Pate, a friend of our community. And so you can literally just come over here and you're gonna tell them how many years you have been using a product. Emily, how many years have you been using it?
I'm between 10 and 15 at this point.
Between 10 and 15. So we will grab our pin and we can get started with our journey. So next up, we're gonna come over here and this is Terminal 3. Hi everybody. Okay, this is Terminal 3 in our community airport. We are doing mentorship. We are helping you level up your creative careers with the Adobe Creative Apprenticeship Program. If you want more information, stop by the booth. You can get advice. You also can maybe get your first job with Adobe. You get to work directly with us. Really cool program. Let's keep going.
It's a big airport. We got to keep moving.
So next up, we can get a creative aura. You can grab your creative aura, take a photo, and it's gonna tell you what kind of creative you are.
And how many auras are there? I think there's a lot, right?
I think there's like 100 auras.
So you'll get one of 100 maybe.
Yes, a lot for you to discover. So last up is our favorite part of this broadcast, and that's Adobe Live. So let's head over to Adobe Live. I'm gonna drop off my luggage and meet you over there. At the Adobe Live booth, you can hang out and say hi to our friend Megan. You also can sit in our amazing lounge if you want to watch live. So let's go ahead and get the show started. All right, we'll meet you up on stage. Chat, let us know where you're watching from, and we are gonna be talking all about what's new in Firefly Boards.
There's so much to love about Firefly Boards.
There's so much to love about Firefly Boards. All right, let's come on up here. Hi everybody, camera one, we did it.
I'm like, wait, is there camera two? But there's nothing on that one.
That's it. Hi everybody, thanks so much for joining us today. If you are watching online, it's good to see you.
Oh, your knee.
My knees are too long for
You're
this
too
desk,
tall.
we got it. All right, and thanks so much for all of our friends in chat. We're looking at you over here. We got Voodoo
Yes.
Val, we got Harpeet, we got Jeff, we got Andy Palomares, we have Chris. Nice to see you here, everybody. Peter,
Wow.
Oliver, nice to see you, everybody.
UK, Chicago, I love it. Thank you guys so much for joining in. We're so happy that you're here with us.
Yes, let us know if this is your first MAX or if you have been at MAX before or watched online with us before. Emily, the keynote is still happening, which is crazy. So
yes.
if you're watching us, thank you so much.
Yeah, we're happy you're here.
Yes, the keynote is still going on. We're gonna be showing you a little bit of what they've talked about earlier today, and that is creating ideas with Firefly Boards. Hands in chat, let us know if you have used Firefly Boards before. We're gonna hop in here to Firefly Boards, and to get started, just firefly.adobe.com. So we're gonna go to firefly.adobe.com, and from there, on the left, you can see our friend Boards. Where's Boards?
A great question. I feel like if you click new,
there
it
we
should
go.
give you the
Thank
option
you.
to say boards.
My goodness.
Sometimes
New boards.
they reorganize the column and it gets tricky.
Adobe MAX Morning, if you haven't, go update all of your apps
Yes,
because they
there's
are
a lot
all
out
ready to
there.
update right now. So you can go to Boards and create a new board. And Boards is basically a all-in-one place where you can brainstorm, come up with new ideas, and you can use generative models within Adobe Firefly or some of our partner models to remix your ideas, to take what's in your brain and put it onto the screen. So let's hop in and talk about what we are gonna do today.
Chad, do we have something exciting planned for you? So
Oh,
yes,
boy.
we're in the airport. We're doing that at Adobe Live, but on this stream specifically, we're talking about dogs, and specifically one of my favorite dogs, my dog, Mosby.
Yes.
So Mosby, if you're watching, type something on the keyboard. I'd love to hear from you.
Love you, Mosby.
Go ahead.
Yes, we're going to be working in Firefly Boards, and I wanted to show how, as a creative professional, I use Firefly Boards to brainstorm ideas. Now, there's always that point in the process where you're talking with the client and you can't get on the same page, right?
Yes.
And you need some visuals to help them. And usually we're going and like grabbing images and creating a mood board and like inspiration board. We can do that all here in Firefly Boards, and we have the power of Adobe fonts. We have the power of partner models. We have Nano Banana available to us, and a lot of other tools that are really good for organization and presentation for clients. All right, so.
Funny that you should say organization.
Yes.
Because, you know, if your artboard looks like this, mine does too sometimes. But what's really great, and one of like the good blank canvas starting points of Firefly Boards is the organization features.
Yes.
So Andrew, we have a bunch of photos here, right?
So
Again,
many.
This is what my artboards look like normally, but there's really quick actions that you can do to organize everything and bring it together. So if you're going to present for your client, it's not going to look as crazy as it is right now.
Yes.
Do you want me to showcase how to do that really fast?
Yeah, let's hop over to your screen, and Emily's going to show you how to do this. And what's cool,
I think we're on my
is,
screen.
as you can see, Emily is in this document. It is live collaboration. So we are going to be creating this pitch for our client together.
Yes.
And Emily's going to be doing a lot of different tasks. We're going to be working together seamlessly all at the same time.
In the same program,
Yes.
which is what's crazier,
Yep.
right? It's not like I'm jumping out to Illustrator, Photoshop, Express, and coming all back into one place. We're doing it together, real time. It's just amazing, and I love that about
100%.
boards.
So
Okay.
we're going to organize here in Boards. I know a lot of people throw their ideas onto the board
As
and
you
need
should.
to keep it
Yeah.
organized. Check this out. We're going to select everything. Then what do we do?
And we have options. So I selected everything, and I'm going to come up here where there's these little icons of squares and rectangles, and we could do rows, columns, mosaic. I'm going to do mosaic because I have a bunch of different, right? And
Done.
this is like the pitch board that you're usually showing to your client anyways, so it's amazing that it just shows up all together,
Yep.
organize them, and they're evenly spaced. Like, that's great.
Yes. So let's hop over, and this is the client brief, and I love using Firefly Boards over on my screen so that we can get a brief and we can put the text in here, we can put all our images in here, we can iterate in here, find fonts in here, but here is our client brief for Mosby Mart.
Mosby's opening a grand opening store.
Mosby Mart is a fun, friendly brand dedicated to dogs and the humans who love them. We specialize in high-quality dog food, treats, and toys designed to make tails wag and owners smile. So we are going to have a goal of this project to develop a visual identity. Target demographic here,
Okay.
we have 25 to 45 who treat their pets as family.
He is family.
Yes, we want it to be playful, approachable, trustworthy, clean, modern, bright, energetic, dog-centered, with an emphasis on joy, movement, and care. So
Very Mosby.
this might be something that we get from our clients. And what's great is, as creatives, we are translators. And I'm seeing these words, and in my brain, I'm seeing already kind of what I could play with to pitch the client. Now, Firefly Boards is going to help us take that out of our brain and onto the canvas. So let's get started here. And Emily, right now we're working on our infinite giant board, but I want to have
It's giant.
something that we can present to a client.
Easy.
So we're going to go over here, and I'm just going to create an artboard. And this is going to help us stay more organized. I'm used to not working on artboards, but I want to be able to export something. So we're going to grab our artboard, and then we are just going to click and drag this artboard out. So this is going to be an artboard that I'm going to use for a client presentation. So we're going to go 1920 by 1080.
Standard screen size.
There we go, standard screen size to do a
Gorgeous.
little slide. And from there, we can start building on this slide. So Emily, this is going to be concept one. And I think for concept one, we want to make Mosby Mart really fun. I think we want it to be whimsical. I think we want it to be playful.
Okay.
So what we're going to have you do is get started on figuring out maybe some color palettes. And if you've used Adobe Color, color.adobe.com, you've probably done something similar. But what we're going to do here is Emily is going to be working as I work as well. And I'm going to have Emily generate images that feel playful. And we're going to use
Ooh.
those images to extract color palettes that we could use for the project. So
Do you want to see anything like realistic? Do you want me to be doing like landscapes and locations, or do you want
I
just
think
like
that we're
vibes?
seeing I think we're seeing like ball pits and like clown places.
Clown
Circuses.
places.
Circus, that's what it's
I don't know
called.
if most people like the circus, but we're gonna take him there and see what he thinks. I love
pulling
it.
those colors. So again, I love Firefly Boards because it literally is just like the Vibes app. Like we are just going off of a vibe and a prayer and a little bit of help from Firefly. So Emily's gonna go in here and just start generating some images based on the vibes. We're trying to get something fun. And while she does that, I want to maybe go in and start playing around with some of these images of Mosby. I know that I have key images that I want to include in here.
Honestly, every photo of Mosby is a key image in my opinion.
Yes.
He is my child, but yes, choose which ones you think are going to work best for your
So
application.
what I really love about this is I can actually like create and edit in, I can send this to Photoshop. So we can go to Photoshop,
Right.
we can go to Express. So I want to try something real quick just to show you a feature, is that I'm going to take this image here, we're going to right click, and I'm going to open a copy of this in Photoshop. So that's going to open in the background in Photoshop for me. And what I want to do is I'm actually going to have two versions of this. You know what? Hold on. Okay, yes. Sorry, I said the wrong things. Okay, so I'm going to have...
Everything's okay, chat, don't you worry.
Yeah. I have this in Photoshop on the web of Mosby, and all that I want to do right now is I want to flip this image. So I'm going to flip this image. Oops. Mosby, come back.
No, Mosby. We do have a question in
Right
chat.
there. Yes.
Would this tool replace traditional Photoshop and Illustrator?
No, so
Yes.
it works in tandem really well.
Right.
So Firefly Boards is a place for your ideas. Photoshop and Illustrator is more for like the application of those ideas. Boards is like a dream space that lets you just kind
Ooh,
of
I like that.
vibe. Yeah.
Vibey
So
dream space.
I'm going to do this. I want to have a photo of Mosby facing the other direction. And so what's cool is I'm going to grab our friend Mosby. This looks good. We flipped it the opposite direction, and from there, I am going to try to copy this and paste it right there. So you just saw something that we're going to show later, but I just copied, so I opened it in Photoshop on the web. I made an edit by reversing it, and then I literally just copied and pasted into Firefly Boards. Now, you're saying, Andrew, copy and paste, that sounds crazy. What if we're an Illustrator? So here's some illustrations that Emily has done for this brand a little while ago. And so let's see what happens if we grab an illustration. I'm going to copy into Firefly Boards, pasted, boom.
That's amazing.
So you can copy and paste from Photoshop, from Illustrator, from Express into Firefly Boards. And that way, if you have a workflow that is in Photoshop that is in Illustrator, you can still have that, still work there, but we're able to pull our ideas all together.
That duck is too funny. We do have another question in chat. Is this free? What does it look like as far as credits, the use of Firefly? Tell us a little bit more about what's going on there.
Yes, great question.
Great question.
If you are using Firefly, if you are a Creative Cloud member, it's available to you. It's included in Creative Cloud membership. And not only that, you have unlimited generations between right now, probably like actually 35 minutes ago or so.
Yeah, this very second, but a little bit.
Right now to December 1st, unlimited generations. It also includes a Firefly video model. Some of the other video models are not included in that, but unlimited generations, we can use Nano Banana, we can use Flux, we can use Firefly
the
here.
models that are in here.
So yes, you can hop in to Adobe Firefly Boards right now and get started, play around, generate whatever you want. So what we're going to do is I have these two images of Mosby, and this is one of my favorite things to do.
He's just looking at himself. He's having a little heart-to-heart with himself.
Exactly. I just want to have like a good reference for Mosby if I'm sending it off to an illustrator. We know that he is going to be our key art, and so I want to have some reference for illustrators to have every angle of Mosby.
Yes.
So what we can do is I am going to take these two images, right? Maybe our client has only given us two images, and we are going to select one of these, and we're going to do convert image to video.
Okay.
So from here, we are going to have our first frame be Mosby facing the right. And then the second frame, we're going to select right here and have Mosby facing the left. So you can see how the generations in generative AI is very easy to kind of select and work with. So from there, we do want this to be a portrait size, and I'm going to hit generate. And you can see right here that it is using 0 credits, using 0 generative credits, and that is because you have unlimited generative
credits. Yeah.
Unlimited generations between now and December 1st.
Incredible.
And we are going to generate that, and what it's going to do is it's probably going to generate a video of Mosby facing one way and then Mosby all the way to the other side.
I'm so excited to see him come to life like that.
All right, let's hop over to your screen
While
and
you
take a
generate
look
video.
at what you have created over there.
Exactly. Okay, so I've been putting in some prompts. I think we're on my screen now. Yes, we are. I've been using words like bright, colorful, vibrant, and bringing together some really unique colors and wanting to show you a little bit of how I get those from the prompt into the artboard. So this is the last one I generated. I did whimsical flowers. Not sure if it was spelled correctly, but it's okay anyways. Whimsical mythical color flower field, bright spring day. So I'm just gonna take this color, or this, sorry, I saw you drawing colors. I'm gonna take this image, I'm gonna scale it down a little bit so it fits on my artboard. I use the same commands that I do in Illustrator, which would be Option Shift to kind of drag in the same place. I'm gonna continue to shrink this down a little bit. And then Andrew's already pulling out circles to color sample some of this, but I will show you how to do it on my screen as well because we are working in tandem. So I'm gonna use Shift, click, drag to drag out the shape, and then I'm gonna click right here on Select Color, and I'm gonna use this little rainbow portal sample. And the eyedropper tool is here in Firefly Boards, which is, I don't know, feels like home to me. I use eyedropper for absolutely everything in every program, so I'm really happy to see that it's here as well. And I'm gonna try and get this really bright yellow color. I feel like this is very Mosby. He's very sunshine, he's very happy. And Andrew, you looks like you're sampling from each image, which is great.
Yeah, I think that I'm gonna just pull a bunch of color palettes, and that way, again,
we got
Boards
options.
is an amazing place to just throw around ideas and then present to the client to kind of give them choices, to not spend a ton of time on the like idea phase of like getting high quality mockups for that first round. This is really great for just like, here's the idea we're going for. Is this the vibe or not?
Okay, this is coming together for me. I'm trying to decide what I like. I do like the pastels. I feel like that's kind of where I gravitate towards just as a designer. But the really bright, sunshiny outdoor vibe is very Mosby as well. So I don't know, what are you feeling in your opinion and your understanding of Mosby?
Yes, I like what's happening in the bottom right. I like this zone a lot.
Yeah.
And so what's cool is we're gonna hop back and forth between both of our screens. I'm so sorry, Studio Manager. So over on my screen, I can actually leave a comment. So if you are working with your client and trying to get feedback, you can click on comments right here, and then I can come in and say, Emily, you know what?
Amazing work.
I think these are the colors that I want. So I can add a pin there and be like, let's go with these colors. I love them.
I love these colors. And then I'm going to wait and see this pop up.
I can submit that, and then right away it's going to pop up over on Emily's screen so that she will know those are the colors that I'm looking for. So really great to collaborate with clients, again, and just kind of pull ideas out.
I'm going to show on either your screen. I think it'll only show on my screen. So if we want to jump back over to my screen, right here you can see comments in this little dropout menu, or I'm not sure what hamburger menu. Click and you can see it here, and it will take you to the comment, or it's going to populate as this little dot on the image, and I can click there as well and see Andrew's feedback. So if you're ever looking for where comments are, they're going to be on the right or directly on the image.
Yep.
Okay.
And chat. So we were working before.
Is the video ready?
Yes. So we were working before on some things to prep for the stream, and I left a setting on. We were working on mocking up a bandana on our friend, which we are going to do.
Yes.
But we're going to leave it. It is included in the video. It's a little bit crazy, but we're going to show here the first and last frame that we added of Mosby. On the left here is the first frame over on my screen.
Let's see if we're back on your screen before we jump over. Okay,
and then on the right is the last one. So let's see this video that we that we generated of Mosby. Look at it. He gets a little bandana on. And
that's fun.
So we can do that. And so maybe we are playing around and we want to see like the different angles, and now that sparked an idea for me.
What is it?
Then I'm like, oh my gosh, we need a bandana.
We need a bandana.
We need to see Mosby in a bandana. Why have we not done anything else? So this is why I love Firefly Boards, is you can like ride the vibes again. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna find a photo of Mosby. I think that this one is the winner for us.
He's ready to pose.
And I also have a lot of this key art that's over here. So this is key art that Emily had illustrated, but I want this to be a pattern, and I want it to be like on a bandana.
Yeah.
Right? So for the initial pitch to the client, I don't want to go through like putting this onto a bandana, making a pattern, doing all those steps for them just to be like, nah, we don't want a bandana.
Right, yeah.
We hate the idea of a bandana in general. So this is a great way to test that, is I can grab all these pieces here, and again, we're going right out of Illustrator, and I'm going to paste them into Firefly Boards.
That was just Command-C, Command-V, right?
Command-C, Command-V, directly out of Illustrator into Firefly Boards. Super easy.
You are pasting a lot,
quick.
so I think it needed a second.
Oh, 100%, yes. I like pasted way too much, but we're going to do it. All right, so from there, I think it looks really good, and we are going to use one of our partner models here. We're going to go to Edit, and I'm going to do Nano Banana here, so Gemini 5, Nano Banana. We're going to hover over the crop to make sure that we crop in the whole area here. And then we are going to do, let's see, use this as a pattern on a photorealistic mock-up of a bandana. Let's do on a white background, just so we can have it like as its own thing. So we're gonna hit generate here, and right now, hold on, I used the wrong model. So we're gonna go here, yep, and we're gonna go to Nano Banana. And from there, we are going to generate with Nano Banana. Now, if I wanted to give it some more information, I could add some more images here. And so let's say that we wanted to add an image for reference of a bandana. Actually, we don't really need
a reference. It's understood.
We don't need a reference, but what we can do is just click here. We're going to place it on the canvas.
Yes.
And now we have our pattern on a bandana.
It's so fun. Aww.
Okay. So again, great idea for like, hey, client, do you think you want to do a bandana, right? I'm not doing displacement maps or any of that stuff.
Yeah.
I can do it right here in Firefly Boards. Now.
I'm not getting a mock-up. I'm not, adding the layers. I'm not doing any of that. I'm just finding a quick way to bring this concept to life, which is awesome.
And so now is where it gets really fun, is we want to see this bandana on our bestest of boys. We're going to go here, and I'm going to go to Edit, and we are going to edit with Nano Banana again. And we're going to add in, we're going to drag out, make sure we cropped to our friend Mosby.
Aww.
And then we're going to add in a second image. So in Nano Banana, you can add a bunch of images to just give more information. So from here, we're going to have Mosby, and then we are going to have place the bandana
around his neck.
Around the neck of
yeah.
the dog. Yep. So try to be descriptive here. And we are using Nano Banana. We're going to generate that real quick. And what it's going to do is it's going to place that bandana onto Mosby for me.
It's like he's ready to model it. The way he's sitting there.
Yeah, he's like, hello, please put me in Firefly Boards.
Too fun.
And someone's saying, why do you use Nano Banana for this and not the Firefly model?
Great question.
You can use the model that's right for you. So play around with those. We do have partner models. It depends on what you're trying to do.
Yep.
You can check out, I know that some of our evangelists have some great content on figuring out which model is right for you. And so find out, there are ones for video. There are some that are good for mock-ups or edits. There are some that are good for just image generation. So find the one that's right for you. Nano Banana is really great at kind of merging images together. And so we're using that for this use case.
This came out great. Chat, you're not ready for this.
How'd we do? Okay.
Oh.
We got close.
It was close, sorry.
In
the small thumbnail, it looked like it was directly on, but honestly, not too far off.
I'm going to see what happens actually if I remove the background here.
Okay, I can see that.
You also have you have a lot of tools here for that are just simple. So we can go ahead and remove background. It's going to very quickly remove the background for us. So now we just have the scarf.
The PNG.
And Emily, can you put the scarf on our mood board for us?
Put the scarf on the mood board.
Yeah,
sure. Do you want me to grab it?
Yep.
Here
so again, we're live collaborating. So Emily is going to grab that scarf for us, and then I'm going to do one more try to get this scarf over on our friend Mosby.
And while you work on that, I'm going to show a little bit of how I would choose a typeface in Firefly Boards. Does that work for you?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. So if we are on my screen, which it looks like we are, amazing. I use the type tool right over here on the left. I dropped it in right here. I typed Mosby Mark because that's the name that we're going with. You can click right here, and it's going to show you recent fonts or uploaded fonts, like if we wanted something spooky. But my dog is not spooky because he's just a cute little guy. So I'm going to go back into here, and I'm going to click More Fonts. And More Fonts is going to give you some of these categories, which is a great place if you're looking of like, what's the word I want, or where's like the direction I want. This can really help bring those ideas together for you. So, is it Art Deco? Is it brush pen? Is it clean? I think it's going to be something fun. Oh, and fun is a category. I love that for me.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and also we're just going to plug, we're talking about Firefly Boards, but also this is in Illustrator now. So the Illustrator font picker is amazing. It has all the vibes. You can filter. So if you want to, go check out Illustrator, open up that type menu, and it's going to be a whole new world for you.
I like this one. This type voice says Mosby's on his way. He's running. He's not stopping. He's not pass and go. He's just on his way. So I think these are fun. So I'm just going to do some iterations here that we can see what we think and then eventually what we want to pitch to the client. So I'm just going to keep pulling out some other options here. And chat, if you have a favorite typeface from Adobe Fonts, put it in the chat and I will bring it on the board for you.
Yep. So hopping back over to my screen. So we had a great suggestion from chat. Thank you so much, Mustarai. Helped me with my prompting. Sometimes if you're not getting what you want, it's because you're saying it wrong. And I was saying it wrong.
It's because you're saying it wrong.
It's your fault. No, it was my fault here. Is I had the images and the prompt that I used here, I don't quite remember. What was the prompt that I used? Well, I can look right here. So if you want to know what prompt you used, you can actually hover over the top right here. And it's going to show you what the source is, if it was created with AI. It also is going to have those content credentials. But I can come over here and we can click on generate image and it's gonna load in what the prompt was. So we can load right here and it will load all of that in. So you can see, I said, place the bandana around the neck of the dog. It placed the bandana around the neck of the dog. So here, our friend in chat said, you need to prompt it to wear the bandana, not place it. And so here, I changed my prompt, if I go to load, to create a photo of the dog wearing the bandana mock-up. And from there, we got this great photo of our friend Mosby wearing a bandana, and I'm gonna go and drop this on our final client page right here.
You know what's interesting? I was streaming with Joey Dowd last week, and he was showing us a lot of things about Firefly Boards. And he said specifically with Nano Banana, if you say "show me" and then whatever it is that you want to see, there's increased success of how to prompt Nano Banana with that. So if you said, which I just remember now, but if you said "show me the dog wearing the bandana," it's much more likely that you would get the result that you want.
Okay.
So it's always cool to learn a little bit more about the models, how you use them, and best use case practices. So I feel like everyone's learning this in real time at the same time. So just a little tip I heard. Yeah.
That's right. So we are continuing to build out this mood board to present to the client of like, is this the vibe that we want to go for our first one? So we have a little bit of type, we have some colors. I want to get a little more of maybe some products in here, right?
I was hoping you would say that.
And you know what?
What?
Where are you going to go?
I was going to jump into Illustrator and grab an illustration that I've already done, but
Let's
what were you thinking?
I would love that.
Okay, great.
Okay, so we're going to hop over to Illustrator. Again, Firefly Boards is a really great tool to use with Illustrator, to use with Firefly, bring it in and kind of play around with it. And somebody's saying, hey, is this your presentation? No, the dog did not eat the assignment. We're just getting started. We've been streaming for about 15 minutes here. So we are getting started very early on our presentation to the client. It is bad, it is chaotic, but that's what we're using Firefly Boards for. So don't think of it as the place that you're gonna be making like the final thing. Use it as your scratch pad, as your ideation, as your sketchbook. It's supposed to be crazy, it's supposed to look wild because you're just throwing your ideas onto the page, and then we're gonna go in, organize everything, get it ready for a client presentation. And again, we're not presenting final art here. We're presenting, is this the idea that we want to go with, right? So it's us sketching a little more visually to be able to tailor the pitch to the client.
Great
all right.
explanation.
Emily, you have an illustration here.
What are we going to do? Okay, so I have this illustration in my library in Illustrator. I pulled it out, I command copied, command pasted right here for you. And so highlighting it, I'm going to click convert. And then I'm going to do rotate object, and I'm going to drag out a little board for us here, and I'm going to click, and it's going to process what I'm asking it to do and give us some options here. So I feel like the best use case for this is it's going to bring us, well, we're having a little trouble generating.
Oh yes, okay.
I know. It's a very busy time for our internet.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I think I know what happened. So what we're going to do, I'm going to grab Emily's
I'm going to try generating one more time while you're doing that.
Yep.
And together we're going to find a successful way to do this.
Chat, there are 2 of us right now. Imagine if you had like 5 people in here. It's a really, really fun time, especially if you're brainstorming. Like if you're in a room with people and you're brainstorming, don't use a whiteboard. Use this. Like hop into Firefly Boards and you can like play around with all your different ideas.
Okay, I have a generation that came to life here.
All right, let's hop over to Emily's screen.
We're back. I mean, honestly, it was on your screen too. Okay, so I'm not sure what happened the first time. I'm guessing it was a little internet glitch or whatever. We are live streaming from the floor of Max. So I clicked convert and I wanted to do 3D rotate. And so now this isn't the exact replica, but obviously it's giving us a good idea of how this would look, I guess, in a 3D space. So if I click on it, it's gonna give me these options right here of being able to rotate it vertically. So this is not how I envision this necessarily looking. It looks like it's a ball almost, but you can also rotate it this way and just get an idea of how this would look in time and space. Again, not how I interpreted this, but I can see where it got this information.
It looks like it's one of those that like you put the peanut butter in.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about? And like choose it. Yeah. So we have another example if we hop over to my screen of like a chew toy, right? So we have this idea of maybe a sketch that we did. And from there, we went and I used Nano Banana here. Actually, let's see what I used.
Great question.
I used Firefly. I actually used Firefly here. So we used Firefly to generate a 3D kind of rendering of this piece, right? And from there, we took it over here and we used that rotate feature. And what's really cool is now we can rotate this and see it in 3D space. And this is a great example of something that we could send to a client to show, oops, I rotated the whole thing, to show kind of the client what this could look like. if you had it as a 3D object. So I'm going to add this onto our board as well.
I'm trying another one. I have a dog bowl that I feel would be really cute. So
Okay.
I'm going to try and generate this while you're working on that.
You can see some, oh no, I messed it up. Hold on, there we go.
Oh no.
So you can see something just happened. And this is why I love boards, is you can create artboards, and creating an artboard, you can focus, right? So we have all of our space all over, right? All kinds of things. But if we have an artboard and we drag something from our chaos zone into the focus zone,
not the chaos zone,
it is going to crop it for us. So now it is only on that artboard. So that way you can work a little more seamlessly and not have it be as chaotic. And again, this artboard is pure chaos right now, but it could be something that we send to the client to get their feedback, to get ideas. They can play the videos here. They can play around with the 3D object and see everything within Firefly Boards.
Okay,
all right,
you want to
Emily,
see the dog bowl?
I want to see the
It's
cutest
pretty
dog bowl I've
cute.
ever seen in my life.
So this was the illustration I had on the left. Yes, my screen's showing, great. So this was the illustration I had. I hovered over it here, I clicked convert, and it turned it into this 3D object. So what's really cool is you can rotate it. So it's gonna give this, again, three-dimensional experience. I think it's really interesting that it only chose to keep the dog bone on the front, which is actually how I would envision this coming to life. I could also see another version where it maybe repeated the dog bone elsewhere, but I'm happy with what I got here. So I can change it here, rotate it that way. I can also rotate up and down. It does look like it interpreted it just as a hole in the bottom, so this is more of like a frisbee shape. But that's okay. It's still a concept. It's still showing me what this could look like on a 3D plane. You also can mess around with how far away and how close you're seeing this generated, which is just really neat. It's something, again, all in Firefly Boards, not leaving the program, able to bring your ideas to life in a new way. Super exciting stuff.
Yeah,
how are you
I love
doing
it.
over there?
Good. I'm playing around
You're
with.
getting organized.
I'm getting organized.
No chaos anymore.
Yep, I'm getting organized to send this concept to our client.
Fabulous.
Again, I love the free flow brainstorm process of using Firefly Boards. So I'm gonna get a little bit organized here, and then I can see kind of what we're missing. So again, when we're pitching to clients, this is a great place. And someone saying, I'm waiting for someone to give their specific presentation. Will it be shown here? I believe they're one of the keynote speakers. I do think that we are doing some of the content here on Adobe Live. You also can check out max.adobe.com. You can register for free there. So if you don't see it on our schedule, then you can check it out, max.adobe.com, register for free there. And before we hop in, do we have a schedule slide? We do.
It's coming your way.
We are going to be live from the show floor all week here at Adobe MAX. It looks like we're in a studio, but we are indeed on the show floor. So coming up today, next we have the latest in Photoshop with our friend Aaron, and then content coming all throughout the day. Stay until about 5 o'clock tonight. We have Izzy, Illustrator, visual storytelling, a little bit of everything Illustrator. So if you want to learn about what's new in the Adobe programs, tune into Adobe Live all week. We will be here. All right, Emily.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and take a quick little look at what we are missing for our client presentation. So
great.
We are on our space here, and we have gotten the brief from the client. We have this idea to make it a very fun, poppy kind of vibe. I think that where I'm seeing is I don't know how to describe the vibe other than everything is squishy. Do you know what I mean? Everything's squishy.
That's Mosby's world.
Everything's got little arms and cute little eyes. Like everything's squishy. So that's the vibe that I kind of want to go for here. And I think the type that we've selected is actually really good.
Right?
I would love to see this type with maybe a little bit of a different treatment to present to the client.
Okay. What kind of treatment are you looking for?
I'm thinking that I want it to be
have dreams, okay?
Tell
what
me
are
now.
No, what are your dreams?
My
I was saying,
dreams?
yeah.
My dreams are that I want it to be a little more bubbly and maybe metallic.
Okay.
So what I want to do is this is crazy. We're going to go out of Firefly Boards. And
Where are
what's
we
cool
going?
is I can come here and I'm using Alphabet Soup, it looks like.
cute.
And I'm going to come into Illustrator, and we are going to do Mosby Mart. Oh, I'm zoomed so far out,
The
chat.
tiniest type.
Okay, so let's go Mosby Mart.
Oh, Val. Hey, Voodoo Val. It's good to see you again.
Hey, Val.
There's a link to the schedule in the chat, so if you have questions of what's coming up next or just throughout the day, if you want to tune in to now, go ahead and click that and you'll see what's going on Adobe Live.
Yep. So I went to type in that font and I don't have it. Where is it? Oh no. Well, in Illustrator there is a new ooh. We got libraries.
So
we
many
got
new things.
discover more. So there's a new font picker here. You can go through. You can discover by like vibes. You also can look at the fonts that are stored in your libraries. So now we have libraries that are available to you, which is really cool. We also have all of the fonts that I have already done. We can filter by literally everything. But we're going to go here, and I think that the font that we were looking for was alphabet something.
Alphabet soup.
Alphabet soup. So we're going to go to discover more. Alphabet soup right there. I'm going to click the little icon for the cloud, and that is going to sync that into my Illustrator, my Photoshop, all those things, so I'll have it ready to go. I want to create a quick little 3D version of it here,
Okay.
and then we can use that as a reference for maybe some other elements. Specifically, I think I want like the rubber dog toy. Right, but it's like rubber dog toys, but it's like the letters.
Let's see it.
Okay, let's see it.
If you can think it, you can make it.
Yes, and again, Firefly Boards, amazing for brainstorming. If you have an idea, just like chase it.
I kind of have an idea that I want to show while you're doing that.
Do it.
Is that okay? Okay.
I believe in you.
So here's my dog. He was getting a bath. He is the most worried he's ever been in his entire life. But I think it'd be really fun to see what this image would look like if he was not in a bucket, if he was in a spaceship. And I'm thinking this is his Halloween costume taken to the max, and I want to explore what that's going to look like. So if I click on this image here, I'm going to click Generate Image, and I'm going to sample this image of my little guy sitting in this bucket, and I'm going to say, I'm going to try the trick I was mentioning earlier with Gemini. I'm going to do show me the dog sitting in a spacecraft with blinking, ooh, I can't spell ever, blinking lights and outer space is the right word, outer space in the background. Okay, great. I have Gemini, show me, sampled my dog. I think we're ready to go. I'm going to leave it as portrait to keep that ratio the way that it is, and I'm going to click generate, and let's see what we get. All right, how are you doing over there?
Love
I'm seeing some 3D happening.
Yes, I'm doing
Amazing.
good. So again, this is where we chase an idea. So I am in the branding process. We are brainstorming using Adobe Firefly Boards, and I had the idea that I wanted the type that we found to match kind of this vibe, but like everything's like bubbly, right? And so what I'm gonna do is I love this as an idea, right? Of kind of like where I want things to be. This is a 3D kind of that we rendered here in Firefly Boards. No zoom. Oh no, too much. Oh no, I zoomed too aggressively.
He's in outer space.
Okay, there we go. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over into Illustrator, and I'm just going to make these letters a little bit wonky because I want it to be fun. And then I am going to do some 3D with this, but then we'll take it into Firefly Boards and see if we can reimagine it in a little bit more of a like photorealistic kind of zone. So let me kern these out a little bit.
Oh, that's fun.
It's fun, right?
It's very playful. It's very doggy.
Welcome to Mosby Mart. So I'm going to select these. I'm going to go to Window, or I'm going to go to Effects in Illustrator, 3D Materials. We're going to inflate these, make them nice and bubbly. From there, we are also going to add in some shine. So let's go to Materials here. Let's open up our properties. Oh, I need to make them a group, chat. There we go. All right, object, we're going to inflate. Got it.
Oh, I love inflate. It's so fun.
From there, we are going to change the depth just a little bit. We're going to go to materials. We're going to make it a little bit more metallic. Love that. Change the roughness. Yes, that's what I want. Yay.
Adara says, ooh, some shine.
Everything is squishy.
I feel like this letter sounds like squeaky toys. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yes.
100%.
That was the goal. That's the type voice we were looking for.
Yep.
Squeaky
So
dog toy.
we are using, again, Illustrator here. And then what I can do is I'm just going to select this in Illustrator. We're going to right click. We're going to go to copy. I'm going to head on over to Firefly Boards, and we are going to paste. And watch this. Boom.
Yes.
In just a second, right? We've gone all the way through. So now we have a little bit more of a look of what I'm looking for, but I want this to be like a top-down shot with like doggy toys, and then with the letters.
Okay.
So
I
what
like
we're gonna
that.
do is I'm gonna go into Adobe Stock. and see if I can find anything here. So this little search
That
is going to
bubble
give
is
me a
cute.
lot of stuff from the bubble.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Do
like
you want
that
the bubble in there?
Maybe a bubble.
Why not? All right,
Why
so
not?
we're gonna place a bubble onto the canvas.
That's how we're going to advertise the toys. It'll be just like floating in bubbles, maybe.
Wait, that's so fun.
He likes bubbles.
Okay,
so it's
that's so
relevant.
fun.
Yeah.
That's so fun. Okay, can you see if you can get the this object floating in the bubble?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm glad
so
you
Emily's
asked.
going to work on that while I stay over here. I want to see this image here, but with a top-down shot of dog toys. So we're going to go here, and we are going to do like top-down photo of wooden floor. And I'm going to kind of build the pieces here. Let's just do wooden floor. I don't know why I did that. All right, perfect. So we're going to go here. I like this one. We're going to drag that onto our board. And I'm so sorry that I'm crowding our artboard. We're going to go back into the unlimited space that we have.
Infinite space.
Infinite space.
Infinite.
So from here, we're going to have this image. We're going to have our little Mosby image. And then maybe let's grab one of like dog toys as well. Let's see what we got. Ooh, this is great reference. Okay, so we're going to grab this from Adobe stock as well. Great reference of different dog toys that we could use. And from there, we are going to use our friend Nano Banana. We're going to select this image here. I'm going to go to Generate Image. We are going to choose Nano Banana here. And then we are going to select our 3 images. So I'm going to say, show me an image that says Mosby Mart. And let's do top-down photo. And let's say make the letters from different dog toys. Dog toy styles. Okay, so from there, we're going to select our images. I want the floor, 1. I want to have our letters, 2. And I want to have all these little dog toys here, 3. Make sure that's all selected. And then we are going to generate. We're going to do that landscape, and it is going to generate that image. So something else that we haven't explored is maybe I want to have more versions of these dog toys, but in like maybe an illustrated style that you have here, right?
Fun.
So let's try this. This is going to be crazy. I don't know if it's going to work, but that's why we're here. We're going to come over here, and I am going to place these 2. And if you have a photo and you have a maybe illustration or different image that you want to remix together, you can select the 2, click on Remix, and it's going to give you a whole grid of options. So it's going to keep generating those, but let's see if our image is done. And it looks like we do have Mosby Mart should be loading in here. And while we do that, Emily, let's hop back over to yours because you got something cool going on.
Well, chat also had some questions. Are the unlimited generative image or video only in Adobe Firefly? What about Premiere Pro app version? Great question. I believe it's
only
hold on. We need the syntax.
Okay,
I know that there's unlimited generations for Firefly currently. I know for Firefly Boards explicitly,
Yes.
but I would say Premiere may be different, but definitely something to look into. And yeah, I think it is unlimited though.
Yes, I think the answer is yes.
However,
I will check into that for you and find the answer. I do believe that the answer is yes.
I think so as well.
Any like video, if you're using the Firefly video model in Premiere Pro, unlimited generation. So it is unlimited generations until December 1st. Firefly video model, and then the others are not included for video, but they are included for generations.
It would be kind of cool to see these bubbles. I should try and generate a video now that we're saying Firefly video and see how these bubbles would come to life.
Bubble video.
Right, that'd be so cool.
Bubble video.
I'll come back to you with that, chat.
Yes.
So I was trying to get other images like this bubble to display our toys in, and so I used a prompt called generate or vary. So I clicked on my image, I clicked vary right here. You can choose more like this, keep the style, keep the subject. I chose more like this just to see what it would come up with, and it gives you this 16 4x4 grid of different options. So I selected some bubbles that I like. So I'll show you again what I did. I like this one, so I'm gonna drag this one over. I'm gonna scale it up so it's gonna be around the same size as everything else. And then I'm gonna hover over it and I'm gonna click this image right here, remove background. And it's gonna give me no background on this image like I'm seeing everywhere else. Super helpful. And then I could take my little graphic and move this around and put these with these other ones. So I'm gonna bring it to front. And now we have this fun concept of maybe show the client like, hey, what do we think if it's bubbles? What if it's like moving around and morphic? Yep. So something to toy around with there.
Oh, Emily, we can make that into a video so easy. Okay.
I know, I'm gonna try.
So we have our little Mosby Mart back on my screen. I created the type out of the dog toys. We used our friend Nano Banana to make the Mosby Mart out of those dog toys. And so hopping back over to my screen, what we can do is to see how we got here, right? It looks pretty good. So sorry, chat, if you're wearing headphones. But what we can do is selecting this, we can go to load, and it's going to show us everything that we did. So we had our 3 images in there. We had our prompt, and then we used Nano Banana to generate a landscape image. I also went in and I wanted to see what would happen if we did a remix of 2 different options. And we have them here. So we remixed our illustration here with the photos here, and it created all these different versions for us of different variations of elements, right? Using Adobe Firefly to kind of remix those ideas. And I actually like this for like the colors.
Yeah, definitely.
And so I think I'm going to grab that and I'm going to put it over on our kind of inspiration board.
Okay, I am working on generating my video here, but I did, if we want to go back to when I was generating Mosby in space, so excited to show you guys how this came together. Okay, so here's Mosby. He was sitting in his little box taking his bath, and I prompted it, and I'm going to click on here to see what my prompt was. Where is my little prompt? Come here. Okay. It does not want to show what my prompt was.
Oh, go to load.
It could be because I'm
Top
generating
left.
it. I know, it's not.
Oh yeah, if you're generating currently, it might not.
Okay.
There it is.
Actually, this worked. Okay, so I was using Nano Banana, so I said, show me the dog sitting in a spacecraft with blinking lights in outer space in the background. And what do you know? My dog is a pilot, and he is on his space journey, which is super fun. I love the way this generated. I love that it kept his leash, like he's safely fastened into the spaceship. And I said, I want to see more of this. So I clicked on this image, and I went up to Vary. And I chose more like this. And again, it's going to give me this 4x4 grid of different options here. So let's zoom in and see what my dog is having his space adventure and what that's looking like for him. So here he is, confidently looking at the horizon. Here he is with his paw on the control center. Wow, this is so believable and so fun. It does look a little different than Mosby. We could probably swap that out and change it, but it did keep the breed, it kept the concept, and I'm loving what I'm seeing. And I like that it's sparking new ideas too. This would be really cool to do as a video, see how this is looking, see of him moving in these different positions. A lot of cool stuff to work with here.
Yes, so that's actually exactly what I'm doing is I want to show I want to show Mosby wearing the scarf.
Okay.
But then I want to show him like running toward the camera wearing the scarf, so we can have like a little bit of an emotional kind of attachment there. And somebody's saying every few days there's new presets in Firefly Boards. When they get added, is there a place to find basic tips to the presets? Ooh, that's a great question. I don't think so. But what you can do is check in here on Adobe Live all the time. Watch Adobe Live. We'll be bringing you like what's new with Adobe Firefly Boards. Follow us on social media, and then also check out our Career Resource Center. We have a lot of articles going live about Firefly Boards as well.
Okay, there was something crazy happening on my screen that I'd love to show you after.
All right, are we ready for bubbles?
Should we do bubbles? Okay, we'll do bubbles really
chat,
fast.
We're gonna do bubbles.
Okay.
All right, over to Emily for bubbles.
So I used Firefly Video in Firefly Boards to create a really cool video of just this bubble. So I had generated some variations. I took the variations that I liked, I removed the background, and then I used Generate Video. I selected the first scene, I selected the second scene of these 2 bubbles, and then it generated for me using Firefly Video this really cool morphing bubble. Which I think, to show this to a client, if you show these 2 images side by side, you're like, it's a bubble, it's moving. They're like, okay, sure, I don't get it. But if I show them this, they're seeing the vision. There's no question, we're on the same page, we're communicating in real time, which is really awesome. And this is the coolest bubble I have ever seen. It's so cool.
Yes.
All right. How's it going over there for you?
Oh, it's great. I'm generating, all right, so I have Mosby.
There he is, wearing his bandana.
So I have Mosby with...
Did you use Show Me?
What?
Did you use the Show Me?
I did.
It looks great.
It does. So we have Mosby in the bandana here, and then I want to see a video of him running. And someone's saying a question, does this video get saved?
Yes.
Yes. All of the Adobe Lives are available for you to watch whenever. So you can come back and watch over on YouTube. Adobe Live over on YouTube. It will get archived for you to watch it at another time if you want to come back.
And if you're asking about videos that you're generating in Firefly, yes, your entire history is visible on the right. There's a little like time machine looking button. If you click that button, Andrew, you want to show us? Yes. All your videos, all of your generations are stored for you here. And again, if you click on it, it'll show you what prompt you use. So a great historical document, honestly, exists in Firefly.
Yes. Really great there. And so let's see if this has, yep, it looks like it has. I'm very curious.
Let's see how it goes.
All right, so on the right, or on the left, we have an image of Mosby that we used Nano Banana to show us Mosby wearing a bandana. And then I put in the prompt, show me the dog wearing the bandana running toward the camera.
Okay.
Let's see what happens. Mosby. Oh, he's so excited. Little tippy tappies. Little tippy tappies. And he got a tail.
My dog does not have a tail, so
it's perfect.
I
okay.
love this for him.
So we're going to put that over on our little inspiration board here.
So fun. Also, someone in chat said Star Trek Mosby was so wild, show him piloting the ship. Maybe I should try and do the video version. Let me see what I can do for you.
Okay. And we're going to drop this into this little board here. I'm going to try to clean this up a little bit. We got like 5 minutes left, but I do want to kind of just have fun. So let's see if we can zoom in here. And chat, you can see if you've used Adobe Express, very similar to Adobe Express here with the controls. So we can kind of like just manage how everything looks. We can double click to crop our images in. And I'm trying to line everything up so that we have it looking a little bit more composed for this pitch. So I think this is a fun idea. Let's put that there. I think we have some ideas for art. And you know what? I want to put this on a storefront real quick. So we're going to do, maybe let's do like store sign, I guess. We're using Adobe stock over here. I forgot what it was called. And let's do actually like illuminated marquee. Illuminated marquee.
Okay. Great.
Okay, actually, let's see here. Illuminated sign.
I do have something fun for signage that I could show you how to update the typeface on.
Show it to us now, yes.
All right, let's jump over to my screen really quickly. I am generating a video of my dog flying a spaceship, so stay tuned while that's working in the background. But something that's really cool in Firefly Boards and using Firefly, in Firefly Boards using Nano Banana is you can update and replace text. So I have this image, I'm going to click edit, and I'm gonna use text in the image. So it's going to analyze my image, figure out where the text is, and then it's going to allow me to edit that in real time. So it's already analyzed. Cupcake House is the name. So I'm just going to double click in, and I'm going to write Mosby Mart. And now I'm going to click generate. And it's going to sample the same typeface that's used there, and it's going to replicate what this looks like. So this is really cool with a neon sign, with like cut out wood typeface, anything really intricate like that, it's going to match that visually. This is just a typeface, so it's going to look a little more flat, but a really handy feature, no more photoshopping it out and doing that, it's just going to replace it in real time, which is really exciting.
That is awesome.
Right. Oh, that's gonna be cool.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try it a little bit of a different way. So you can edit the text. This one was not recognizing the text over on my screen. But what I did is I'm trying to use Nano Banana here, and I asked Nano Banana, "Can you generate this? Replace the sign to say Mosby."
No way.
And boy, did it. So now we have right here.
He's a business owner.
Yes, he's a business owner.
That's so cool.
He's a mogul. He's an icon.
A mogul.
And so let's do this. Actually, I want to see this image, but with more colors that are like this crazy color palette here. So we're going to select this. We are just going to add on to that in Nano Banana, and we're going to say maybe recolor this image, the sign. Recolor the sign with
mine work too.
The bright neons from the flowers. All
Okay.
right, what's yours look like?
Back to my board, guys. Okay, so it took a little bit to analyze it, but this is the exact same typeface that we were seeing before, and it created entirely new letters inside this typeface, which is really crazy if you think about it. So that turned out really well. I'm happy with it. I do think your neon pylon is really, really cool, though.
Yep. And someone's saying, please repeat the details of generations are unlimited until December 1st. Just in Firefly or Firefly Boards are all Adobe products. I'm not fully confident. I do know it's boards. I do think that it might be all. I can check, and I will come back to you with an answer.
We'll get back. We're going to be here live all day on Adobe Live, covering everything happening at Adobe MAX. So stick around. We'll get an answer for you on the next stream or later today.
Yes.
I also did get the generation. We're still on my screen. I'm not sure what's going to happen. We're going to see this live together. I used Nano Banana. I said, show me, or I can show you my prompt, actually. I said, I used Firefly. I said, show me what this dog looks like flying a spaceship. So let's see how he's doing. Oh, he's relaxed. He does this all the time. Look at him, just watching planets. Yeah,
He's
he
like,
likes
oh,
it out
space, no big deal.
Okay, we do have 1 minute left. So let's try your generation and then kind of do an overview of what we covered.
Yeah, do you want to overview real quick?
Chat, I don't even know if I can overview everything. So we started off in Firefly Boards trying to put together what it would look like to brainstorm for a client and get this on in a place that we can talk with the client with some visuals and references to get this creative collaboration on the go. So we started with photos of Mosby, we started with the client brief, we brought in some illustrations, we looked at what it would be like to bring these into a bandana and mock that up for him to see if that's something that we wanted to explore. We looked at typefaces using Adobe fonts in Firefly Boards. We also generated some images to get a color palette. We did some generate video of first frame, last frame to bring Mosby to life. What else did we do? We did some really cool art references for words with toys to keep it on brand with everything else we were doing. I also wanted to see what it would look like for Mosby to pilot a spaceship. So we used this image with Firefly and Nano Banana to create a really fun motif of him in outer space. We got some variations. We generated him flying the spaceship.
Yeah.
Where else could we go? Honestly, that was everything.
A little bit of everything. So you can see here, if we hop back to my screen, it is a great option. We can export just this artboard and send it over to a client.
Oh my gosh.
We'd want a little more cleanup here,
Yeah.
a little more direction, but we have the idea of, we got some colors, we have some like Mosby Mart, maybe some signage ideas, some type ideas we'd work on in Illustrator, we have some product ideas, and again, just a really quick way to get what's in your brain and throw it onto a canvas. So play around with Adobe Firefly Boards and stick around for more Adobe Live. We'll be here live from Adobe MAX all week. We'll see you soon. Bye.
Hello and welcome to Adobe Live. I am lucky to be here live from Adobe MAX with AKA Flern, Aaron Nace. We're live at the Creative Park. We've just finished the keynote, heard all the new features that have been dropped, so we're going to dive into a bunch of the great stuff coming to Photoshop.
Yeah.
Lots of exciting improvements to help you composite faster, much more efficiently. So, I mean, I'm sure everybody knows you, but if you've ever tried to learn anything in Photoshop, I'm sure you've come across Flern on YouTube and everywhere else that we are these days.
Yep, definitely.
But, I know you like to cook and flower arrange.
That's right.
Tell us a little bit more about yourself and your sort of like journey here.
Yeah, so I've been teaching Photoshop for over 15 years now. I started my journey as a conceptual photographer, transitioned into education, fell in love with Photoshop, and I'm just excited to be here. We have some amazing new features in Photoshop that make, honestly, anything you want to do creative just super, super powered. And today we're going to be covering brand new partner models within Generative Fill. So we're going to get access to Nano Banana as well as Flux Context Pro.
Amazing.
We're going to be doing Generative Upscale. We're going to show you Harmonize in several different examples as well as Generative Upscale, which I might have already just said.
There's a lot to go through.
A lot to go
I don't even
through.
think I said, I'm Luke Choice. I work for Adobe now, but also known as Velvet Spectrum. We've got chats up from everyone on Behance and YouTube, so keep your comments coming in. We'd love to hear your feedback and your responses to the updates. But without further ado, take it away.
All right, we got an amazing first example for you. So I have this background. I actually started out with my subject. Now I'm going to give you like a little bit of a workflow hack in general to start this off. Now, when I'm going to be working with a background, so in this case you can see I have this JPEG, this is an Adobe stock image, and then I have this other photograph, and I want to place these together. Now, I've picked out a lot of different backgrounds, and basically when I do a background replacement, I always want to find something that fits with the theme and style of the subject. So I actually started out with the image of the subject. I really fell in love with this photo, and then wanted to find a background that was compatible for it. So my big tip that we're going to start off with is always open your background first in Photoshop. So I went ahead and do that. To do that on a Mac, it's really easy. Just go ahead, you're going to right click, go to Open With, and I'm going to be using Adobe Photoshop's beta. This is going to give us full access. Now, Photoshop 2026 just announced right now. I'm just on Wi-Fi right now,
with Wi-Fi.
so I
Everyone's
wasn't
using
able
it
to
right
download
now.
it like literally 2 minutes ago. So I recommend opening up your background file first, and then when you have the image of your subject or whatever you want to composite in, simply click and drag it. And when you do that, let's hit enter. That's going to bring it in as a smart object. So anytime you're working with the subject, I always recommend having them as a smart object. That way, any edits you make to them immediately will be undoable, editable at any point in time.
Love smart objects.
So great. So we're going to be starting off with the brand new select subject. Now this has been in Photoshop for a while, but it just got updated and it's better than ever. So we're going to go to our subject layer here, and you can see we have select subject, but we also now have just remove background. So I'm going to go ahead and click on remove background, and you're going to see that's literally all there is to it to remove the background. We can place our subject in the scene. She already looks pretty good, honestly.
I know,
Like, I haven't really done anything impressive yet, and she already looks good. But the next thing we're going to do is right here on our layer, and this is going to be any layer that has a layer mask. You're going to see the brand new Harmonize function in your contextual taskbar.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's amazing.
I've been playing around with it.
It's mind-blowing,
really powerful,
honestly. Now, if you don't see anything we're talking about today, if you don't see it, just go to your help menu. This is the big thing here. Go to the help menu and just type it in the search bar. So I'm going to just type in Harmonize, and you're going to see it's actually in the menu as well. So it's under your layer menu.
I've actually used help so much more than I ever did before.
Yes.
Especially in my new role now, I'm learning a lot of different things for outside of my realm of expertise, and that's helped me so much.
Like the fact that it highlights it in the menu item for you, so you're like, okay, now I know where it is. Really, really great. So any layer with a layer mask, it will automatically have the Harmonize icon right here in your contextual taskbar. You can still do this on a regular layer without a layer mask. Just go through your image menu. Now, the other thing I recommend doing is if you don't see your contextual taskbar, simply go to Window and then down to the contextual taskbar. Make sure that's checked. And personally, I like to pin it up here at the top so it just doesn't kind of get in the way.
I think people don't realize that you can pin that.
You can pin it. So let me show you how to do it. Like by default, a lot of the times it's going to show up down here at the bottom, and it's going to kind of move around based on like whatever you're doing. So if you use this menu item right here, this will actually allow you to move the contextual taskbar. I like to just put it right up there. And I'll go to my menu item here and just set pin bar position, and it'll just stay there forever. That way it just doesn't jump around. All right, you ready to get into Harmonize?
Let's do it. I want to see it.
Amazing, honestly. Okay, let's go ahead and click here on Harmonize. Now this is going to analyze the light and the color of the background image and automatically match the light and the color of your subject to the background. And of course, because this is using Firefly Image Model 3, we're going to get multiple variations of this. So we can pick and choose which is the best variation. All right, now historically, like, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Historically, what you would have to do is go in and use curves and levels and color balance and do a lot of work.
Yeah.
Now, I always recommend with these new tools, I always recommend just click on Generate one more time. You're going to have your variations, but it is helpful to just click through your variations. Like, it doesn't cost you much, a couple generative credits, but by clicking on Generate, you're always going to have more variations, and you can choose what works best for you.
Yeah, because I love how it, like, to get to that point would take so long. But then just like a few extra touches, you know, with like adjustment layers really like levels it up. But to get to that point is such a like task.
It's a huge, huge task. And here we have now 6 variations. So I can kind of just click through them. And then this is where, you know, a lot of us are in this age of like, okay, what does AI mean in terms of like my own creative workflow and like me as a creative? Well, you're still gonna be like choosing, you know, the best output, like what you think actually works best for this scene. And you can see the results are actually pretty different from one to another. I think this looks pretty good, like relatively natural. Maybe the color isn't exactly as balanced as I want. That one looks really good as well. Now, what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna combine a few different models today. So we just use Harmonize, which is going to be using Firefly Image Model. I can't even pick. Which one do you like, Luke?
I actually like that. That's the one.
This one or this one?
That one.
That's the one, okay.
Yeah. I like it a little bit warmer in the face, I think. A little bit more highlights on both sides.
There we go. I'm under so much pressure now. I can't choose.
I'll help with decisions.
Oh, thank you. I need it. Okay. So the coolest thing now is, let's just go ahead and take a look at our layers. So we just started off with this background layer, like really nice, cut out our subject using a room background, and then here we have our new subject with Harmonize. Now, the next thing that I want to do is we're going to be using Nano Banana on top of this.
Okay.
So when you combine your subject into a new background, always start with Harmonize first and then use Nano Banana second. So to use Nano Banana, I'm going to select all. I'm going to hit Controller Command A to select all, and we're going to be using Generative Fill. So with Generative Fill, now we can choose our partner models. This is huge. I'm going to go ahead and click here. We're going to say Gemini 2.5, and we're going to say like integrate subject into background. And you know what? I also want to add some like cyborg type effects to this.
Definitely feeling the vibe. Yes.
All right. Cyborg effects. There we go. So really simple type prompt. You can see you can do multiple things in the same prompt, which is really helpful. Let's go ahead and hit Generate. This is going to be using Google's Gemini 2.5. And this time we're going to have one variation at a time. So we're basically doing a multi-step process for getting our subject into the new background. And hopefully, like, the idea is she integrates, right?
Oh,
like,
wow.
That's nuts, honestly. Like, how cool is that? And, like, honestly, like, I can just hit Generate as many times as I want.
And, like, I would imagine masking some of that out. You know, I love the arm, but maybe I don't want all the face, so I'd mask it out.
The face might be a little bit much. And the other thing is, if you remember, Luke, I hit Controller Command A to select all to do the entire image. Look at this one. She's got lightning on her.
Wow.
That was unexpected. I did not.
I think that's what's cool, though, is like you can get these sort of, you know, generations that inspire a direction you maybe haven't thought of. I find that's where I start to like play around with it, is like I hadn't thought of that, and sometimes it starts me in a direction I wasn't expecting.
That's a really, really good point. I like this one as well. Let's go ahead and do one more generation. I just want to, you know, show that like you're not limited with the first generation. Like you can keep going, and it is like a really good starting place.
And again, you can start masking pieces together, and that's where the precision and control comes into Photoshop.
Let's do that.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to get ahead of you.
No, you're not ahead of me. I'm just like stunned by this result. I think
Yeah.
this one might be my favorite though. Let's go ahead and click through these. So we have these cyborg effects with our subject. This one has some lightning on it. Crazy. We're going through I think this one is my absolute favorite, honestly. She looks really good, like totally integrated. And the thing that I like about this is it looks like a cohesive image concept from the start. So I just want to take a couple steps backwards in time with the viewers, because like this is where we started out with a background. We just dragged this in as a smart object. We harmonized it and then went through Nano Banana, and then all of a sudden it's like, wow, this looks like a finished concept. Now I want to take this one step further.
Yep.
We're going to go ahead and create a new layer. I'm going to go to image and then down here to apply image. Now, if you've ever wanted to use something like camera raw or a filter on an image like this, like you need a layer basically that has all of your visual information on one layer.
Yep.
So we're going to be using, you could call it stamp visible, is kind of how people used to use it. Shift Option Command E is a keyboard shortcut. But I like to go to image and then down to apply image right here. Image, apply image, and then just hit OK. And basically, that just creates a layer with everything you see on the new layer.
It's funny, I've never done it that way. I've
How
always
do you
just
do
done
it?
select all and then like Command Shift C, Command V or something.
Yes,
Like,
yes.
yeah, like when you were saying apply image, I'm like, I think I might have done that, but I only know shortcuts.
Yes, only
There's
the
so many
shortcuts.
times where I'm like, I know how to do something, but I don't know where it is in the like
You never know
dialogue.
where it is
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
menu. Exactly. So with apply image, it's really nice because basically it's like a visual merge,
Yep.
but it keeps all your layers intact, which
Yep.
is so nice. Now from here, I want to make this a smart object. So let's go ahead, we're going to go to filter. We're going to convert this to a smart filter. And next we're going to use one of my favorite tools. We're going to go down to our camera raw filter. And I love, love, love the camera raw filter, especially for finishing off my images, composites and things like that. The camera raw filter is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Especially things like, we're gonna go down here to lens blur. This is like the most realistic blur you can use. It's gonna identify your subject and automatically blur the background. Look at this.
Love
It's
it.
gonna blur the background. Now, if it's ever confused, you can actually use this target icon and target your subject here. Look at that.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
How killer is that?
I actually use that a lot in Lightroom on my mobile. Like I do
Yes.
that with a lot of photos. Just like iPhone photos makes it feel so much more professional with a little
It
lens
makes a
blur in the
huge
background.
difference.
Yeah.
It really makes a huge difference. And I always say like just a little bit goes a long way. Like
Yeah.
you don't have to go so far with the lens blur. I'm gonna go into my optics. I'm gonna add a little bit of a vignette. Here, we're gonna go ahead into our effects. I like a little bit of grain,
Yep.
especially with the AI stuff. I think
Yeah.
a little bit of grain
Yeah.
just kind of helps it
Yeah,
look more
absolutely.
realistic in the composites. And then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go into my masking tools. We're gonna go ahead and grab a radial gradient. I'm gonna click and drag here from the center out. Okay, let's hit show overlay so you can see what we're doing. I'm
Awesome.
just gonna bring our exposure up just
Oh,
a little
nice.
bit.
Yep.
There we go. And then let's go ahead and subtract out our subject. There we go, select subject. And then let's go ahead and create a new mask. We're gonna do a little bit more of a radial gradient just over my subject's face and then make her face a little bit brighter. There we go.
Yeah, I've always been limited in using Camera Raw, but I actually think I need to like get deeper into
It's
it.
such a
Yeah,
powerful
yeah.
tool. I absolutely love Camera Raw. And the big thing I use Camera Raw for now is finishing an image. So, I highly recommend this. Anyone who's doing composites in Photoshop,
Yeah.
because let's just go ahead and zoom in. You can see with Camera Raw, let's go to our effects tab. I've added grain. So without any grain,
Yeah.
you still have, it looks a little bit fake without the grain, okay? But this one little trick, you just add a little bit of grain and all of a sudden it looks like a photograph.
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy?
Yeah, it's actually interesting. A little shout out to my lab session later on in Illustrator, where adding a little grain to the vectors really like helps it feel a little bit more tactile and
It's
a little bit.
huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little
Yeah.
bit of grain, a little bit
little
of
bit
texture.
of grain goes a long way.
It sure does.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna do one more thing because I love color grading. And the big thing about this session is I wanted to show you guys, yes, we have these new amazing AI tools.
Yeah.
Harmonize, you've seen is amazing. Nano Banana, these partner models, they're amazing. But you still want to have your creative control,
Yes.
your input, and that's what's gonna make these
Yeah.
images stunning. Like
Yeah.
your concepts and everything you want to do. So let's go into our color grading. We're gonna add a little bit of color into our shadows. There we go. I'm gonna add some color into my midtones. I love, love, love finishing a composite in Camera Raw.
Yeah.
Because you just have like so much control. Look at it, even just the color grading. It's subtle,
Yeah.
but it like brings everything together.
I always find like in the neutrals is where you really find that nice harmonious sort of rendering.
I agree. Yeah, the neutrals are definitely like pay attention to the neutrals, the midtones. That like just a little bit of color. You don't have to go
Yeah.
crazy, especially with a composite photo, Because with composites, like, you have a lot of different photographs that you're going to be putting together.
Yeah.
So to color grade them at the end, it makes them look like one.
Yeah.
It's a huge difference.
Yeah, like I've been using Photoshop the last 15 years mainly to color correct a lot of 3D renderings I would do.
Yes.
So it is always like super important to come into Photoshop or After Effects and do those kind of like mid-tones to get a little bit more authentic render going on. So
that's so smart.
Yeah, I mean, this is, same thing where it's these sort of 3D renders mixed with photography.
Exactly.
Color correct. You got it. Beautiful.
Yes.
Love it.
So let's go ahead and take a look. I'm going to click right here to toggle my default settings. So that's the before and the after. So you can see this is what we did in Camera Raw to finish our image off. And you can see it looks a lot more complete. It looks more photographic. We have a nice blur in the background. You're going to hit OK here. Now, because we made this a smart object first, we did that by going to Filter and then down here to Convert for Smart Filters.
Yeah.
Check this out. I can turn this off or on at any time. Just that Camera Raw filter.
Yeah.
And if I want to go in and make any changes, I can double click right here on Camera Raw filter. I can go into my masks, and then look at this. I have my masks. That's that background mask that I made.
Yep.
I have these in place at any time. If I want to create a couple new masks, maybe I'll do a linear gradient here and just lower our exposure a little bit. Let's do another linear gradient on the other side and lower our exposure a little bit. There we go. So you can see just how creative we're able to get. Like this is it's a cool like fantasy cyborg image. And again, I just want to go through our layers so we can see like what we really did. We started off with this background, really cool. We put it in our photograph of our subject. We then used Harmonize with our subject, and then Nano Banana, and then we used our Camera Raw filter.
Awesome. I love it.
So all of these tools we can use together to create some stunning results. I'm gonna go ahead and save this out because I actually really like it.
Yeah, it looks dope.
I'm like proud of us. We're doing great, Luke. And let us know.
Yeah, let's see who's been talking in the comments.
Yes, here in the comments. Follow along with us if you can, and let us know if you have any questions.
Yeah, they use Apply Image, Shift Control Alt E.
Shift Control Alt E. Yep, that's another keyboard shortcut. So if you want to hit Shift Control Alt E.
It's such muscle memory.
Yes.
When somebody asks me what's a shortcut, I have to like physically do it.
What am I even typing here?
Remember
Shift
what it is.
Control Alt E is a really good one. And if you don't remember that, simply go to Image and then down here to Apply Image, which is right over here.
Yep.
I'm finding it. Image, Apply Image, and you don't have to change any settings. All you have to do is hit OK here.
And JSV Photo on YouTube asked, are these live streams available once they end? Yes.
Yes, they're going to be available.
There
That's a fantastic
a large
question.
database of Adobe Live streams you can dig through at any time.
Good question. All right, we're ready to move on to our next image. Now, we're going to be doing the same workflow. So we're going to be starting off with our background. I always recommend opening up your background first. So let's go ahead and start with this photograph. Just a stunning image in general.
It actually looks like my backyard.
For real?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I live up in Oregon, so it's plenty of pine trees.
That sounds amazing.
And it's
like
that time of year where it's all foggy
and
mystical.
misty.
Yeah.
I could have just gotten this image from you.
Yeah, I'll send you one. Yeah.
Perfect. So we have our subject we want to place into our background. Let's go ahead and make her a little bit larger. I just like the vibe of both the background here and the subject. I just think they have like such a cool look.
Yeah.
Obviously you can see the colors don't match. Like there's a lot that doesn't match, but we're going to start by just removing the background of our subject. Now, kind of a similar, like, okay, we could go through this, use adjustment layers and change the coloring and the lighting and things like that. And, you know, you're always welcome to do that as well.
Yeah.
But now we can click on Harmonize. So we're going to go ahead and click here on Harmonize. Last, you know, we just did like a cyborg example.
Yeah.
This time we're going to be doing a little bit more of a realist example, and we're going to restyle our subject as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you kind of put those two images together and you think that maybe it doesn't have the sort of legs to get where you need it to go.
Exactly.
But
you're like, I like this image, I like this image. And traditionally it'd be like, okay, well, good luck getting them to look like they actually belong together.
Yeah.
And you can see already, like,
just the way it understands the lighting is just fascinating.
It's absolutely fascinating. And you can see it's changed the color, it's changed the light. Subject still looks the same. It still looks like her.
Yep.
But we're changing these elements about it, and she's integrating much better into the background.
Yeah.
Now, if you didn't want her to be such like a greenish blue color, you could always recolor the background before you put her in to do that as well.
Yep.
So you have a lot of options here. All right, and we'll go ahead and click through our different options here. I think, all right, Luke, you got a favorite?
Yes, let's have a look. Ooh, that's nice.
I need your eyes.
Oh, it's got a good mood.
And everyone at home can see all of these different examples.
I'm thinking
here.
the second one again.
Second one in. There we go.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So now,
I just want to say,
yes.
Marcy B on YouTube is saying you're in beta. Harmonizing the partner models available in the public version. Yes.
Yes.
Wi-Fi is a little busy here today, so we couldn't get it downloaded in time, but it is available now in the latest release.
It is available. So if you go into your updates, there we go. You're going to see you're going to have Photoshop version 27. That's Photoshop 2026. And it will be in the full version today. I just wasn't able to download it because I came right from the keynote to here.
Timing was tight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to take this and basically do the same exact workflow. So we're going to go to select and then down to select all. Now this time I'm going to click on generative fill. We're going to say, all right. And I want to change her clothing. All right. Change her, I'm typing in real time here, excuse me. Be fall or winter clothes.
Nice. Yeah, that makes sense.
There we go. Like she should be a little bit bundled up, right?
Yes.
So basically it's going to not only integrate her a little bit better into the background, but it's going to change her clothing. And when it does this, you're going to see like instantly it's going to be such a big difference. She's going to really start to fit into that environment. And that's ultimately what we want.
Yeah, because it's still
right?
like, oh, wow.
Like, definitely here, it completely changed the framing. I mean, she's integrated into the background for sure.
Yeah.
It kind of just gave us a whole new image. But as you can see, the subject still looks like the subject.
Yeah, the consistency is great in the face.
It's really fantastic. I'm definitely happy with that. Now, we're going to click on generate a couple of more times because obviously this is AI. So
is it generating on the last generation or is it on the original image?
On the original image.
Okay.
That's a really good question. So I'm on the same generative layer. So it's doing it based on the original image. So we're going to get some different compositions here. You can see each one of these is going to look a little bit different. And depending on how it interprets the scene, because I did also say integrate the subject into the background. I said, you know, like I want the subject to look like she's standing in the background.
Well, yeah, because the way the image looks, it is very different perspective-wise and framing. So
definitely, this one is a lot more similar. You know, this one is a lot more similar.
Yeah.
Her face looks the same. You know, still not the exact same framing, but it's getting that same vibe. It's getting that same mood across of what we wanted to do.
Yeah.
So I think these are just fantastic examples.
Cool. Yeah.
Now, again, we're going to go into Camera Raw one more time. We're going to go a little bit faster with that. All right. We're going to go ahead and make this a smart object and then go into Camera Raw. And then same exact workflow. You can see, well, let's go into our masking tools. We're going to go to our radial gradient. I'm going to click and drag out here to create a little bit of an exposure bump. And then we're just going to subtract out our subject from that. So let's go to select subject, create a new mask, and then just over top of my subject's face, we're going to make her a little bit brighter. There we go. I love, love, love these tools.
Adding that bloom.
We're going to go exactly. It just kind of helps the subject stand out from the background. And then I always recommend going to your effects and then adding a little bit of grain.
I feel like it's got like Harry Potter meets Twilight vibes.
It kind of is, right?
Yeah.
I'm like scared of this person, but I also want to be their friend. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh boy,
she's definitely the cool kid.
She's the cool kid for sure. Yeah, you got the vibe. But you can see just how nice this composite looks all around. I mean, it's definitely photographic. You know, like this. I think it's beautifully done. Now here in Camera Raw, you can see we didn't do a ton of work, but just a little bit of change in Camera Raw brings everything back together. And there you go. You have this amazing composite. So we've done, you know, our first example was like a cyborg example, and now this is a little bit more of a realistic. So there's our background, integrating our subject. Using Harmonize, you could definitely stop here if you wanted, but if you do want to go ahead and integrate her a little bit better with a clothing change, and then use Camera Raw, there we go. We have this example as well.
We got a question on Behance from Keys. Is Harmonize cloud-based or local?
I believe Harmonize is cloud-based.
I believe so.
Yeah, I believe so. It does send it to the AI. Now, there are some AI tools that are local. For instance, I know I talked with someone yesterday. The new AI-assisted culling in Lightroom Classic, for instance, that just got announced. That is actually local.
Okay.
If you'd believe it or not.
Yeah.
So it has the AI built into your download of the product.
Yeah.
And it doesn't need to send anything to the cloud
awesome.
for that. But I do believe Harmonize does use Firefly, and so it is going to be cloud-based.
Right.
There we go. All right, let's go ahead and move on to our next example. This one is a little bit more simple. We're not doing a composite here. I wanted to give you a little bit more of like a real world example. So we've got this like cafe shot, and let's pretend we're, photographing this for a client and they want to see what it looks like with people walking through.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, we've got this beautiful photograph of our interior. Let's see, like, oftentimes in architectural renderings,
Yes.
you have like a long exposure where
Yep.
like people are kind of walking through. So they're not the focus of the image,
Yep.
but they're there.
Yep.
So we're gonna select all by hitting Control or Command A again. Let's go to Generative Fill, and then we're gonna make sure we go into our partner models and use Gemini 2.5. And we're just gonna say add people, but make it a long exposure so they have a bit of motion blur. There we go. Let's go ahead and click here on Generate, and it's just gonna simply populate the people into this field. Now, I found if you're gonna wanna add people, then Nano Banana is the model to choose. Gemini 2.5,
Yeah.
it really does the best with handling people. And I think a little bit of motion blur makes sense.
Yeah.
And look at that.
Yeah.
How awesome is it? It's
Awesome.
like completely realistic. Let's go ahead and click on Generate one more time. We have maybe like too many of these.
That's a lot of weight.
All moving in the same
Yeah.
direction, all doing the exact same thing.
There was one question where Marcy brings up on YouTube that could you add keep the pose on the previous one?
You know what? That is such a great question. Let's go ahead and go back to that image that we just put in there. All right.
Because I know Paul Trenny, when he did his demo on stage just before, he did something similar of like maintaining integrity around certain aspects.
He did, that's right. And sometimes it will keep the pose. So let's just go ahead and type in there. So you can see what I've done. I went ahead, so I had that as a PSD. I already closed it out, but I was
Yep.
able to open it back up. I went to my generative layer, and I'm just going to my properties window, and I just typed in keep the pose here.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and click on generate and see what we have. So this is the nice thing too, is that as long as you've saved out as a PSD file, you're gonna have all of this intact, and you can change it at any point in time.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I've started to learn as I experiment more with the AI generative platforms. Like I know in Firefly Boards, it's like load prompt.
Yes.
And it's like super helpful because I'm like never going to replicate a prompt or something unless I save it somewhere else. So knowing that I can come back
really
and
smart.
revisit that stuff, it's like super helpful.
It makes a big difference. And we have to hand it to Marcy B,
Thank you,
because
Marcy.
Marcy, you are an absolute genius. You nailed it. Look at this.
Yeah, there
It's
you go.
kept that pose. Her
Amazing.
hand is a little bit different, but the framing and everything like that
Yep.
is actually the same.
Holds the same space.
So you're gonna see I created that in my properties window. So let's go ahead, we're gonna zoom out a little bit here. That was, Marcy, such a good suggestion.
Yep.
So we have these different examples here, but when I typed in keep the pose, it put her in the exact same place. It still changed out her wardrobe and everything. Now I wanna call attention to the fact that, remember what we did earlier is I made a stamp visible layer, and then I used the camera raw filter on top of that.
Yeah.
So what we're thinking here is if I make that layer visible, that's with our old image.
Yeah.
And now it's like, okay, do I have to go redo that whole camera raw filter?
Yeah.
Well, it's actually really cool because I did a smart object first. So now the camera raw filter is a smart filter. So check this out. All I have to do is I'm gonna create a new layer, make it a stamp visible and do a smart object. And then I can hold Alt or Option and then copy. Check this out,
Okay.
copy
Yeah.
that smart filter from one image to another.
Yep.
And that's all there is to it. And then all of the same exact settings that I applied to this previous image are now
Right.
applied to this variation with the camera raw filter.
Amazing.
Isn't that stunning?
Yeah.
Blows my mind. Let's go ahead
we
and
got
save that out.
One more question from the
Yes.
dreaded Gemini. How does one learn if AI does all the work? So I know it's something that we hear a lot is like
Yeah.
AI taking over processes
For
and sort
sure.
of expediting things.
Yeah.
But I think what you're showcasing here is like there is nothing that sort of like sits at the end of the generation. It's always like how do you push things further? And I think that
Definitely.
it sort of gives you that edge to like get things a bit more efficiently, help with like things that may be a little bit too daunting to start with.
Yes.
But I think that like the amount of things you can do with these generations, because like you're never going to go and reshoot something like that, but sometimes you may have to, and
Right.
that's like a big cost to people involved. So
Definitely.
how have you found working with AI in your workflow?
Well, that's a really good question, and I think all of us as creatives are in this period of time where we're kind of asking ourselves these same questions, right? Like we're all in this ship together. It's AI has gotten incredibly good, incredibly fast.
Yeah.
And it is shaking the very ground on which we stand.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, okay, I'm used to doing everything traditionally. I'm used to the value being in like my process, my
Yes.
art.
Yeah.
And now AI is doing this stuff very, very well and very, very quickly. And it's accessible to everyone. So,
Yeah, and I think like, you know, I would classify myself as a good artist.
yes.
But I find it really difficult to actually get the generations I'm looking for. Like,
Yeah.
I think that it's not one thing to think it's just a magic button that does it all for you. There's
Definitely.
still a lot of like curation and taste and sort of vision that goes into these things that
Yes.
doesn't happen solely like on their own. And I think it's
100%.
like you can start to craft these things to help your process, but there's still so much more you can do with it with a good solid foundation of creative understanding.
Definitely. And you don't have to use AI. Let's just say that. You know, like you can most definitely do things in a traditional method, like
Yeah.
if you wanted to, you know, like if you wanted to start with this as your composite. And, you know, I've been doing this for many years and I've definitely made composites like this traditionally.
Yeah.
It does require a little bit more like understanding and knowledge, and it requires a little bit of an artistic eye and
Yes.
some type of
Yes.
training as well. You know, even just to go from this to this, you know, analyzing the background and saying, okay, maybe the highlights aren't as dark
Yeah.
or aren't as bright, you know, maybe it's a little bit more blue and green in the shadows. Like, this is something that you can definitely do. So let's just take a second here. We're gonna go to our adjustment layers here. We're gonna go to let's start off with curves, and I'll clip that to my subject. Let's go ahead and just bring our highlight levels down a little bit and bring our
I didn't
shadow
actually know
levels
you could
up.
clip to your subject.
Yeah, you can clip to your subject as long as they're cut out.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There we go. So we're doing some learning here. Next, let's go here. I'm going to go to my adjustments. I'm going to go to where it says color balance. Let's go ahead and grab a color balance and clip that to our subject as well. So we're going to bring in some cyans. So you can see what we're doing here is we're using our own brains to say the background has a little bit more cyan. The background maybe has a little bit more green in it. Background has a little bit more blue in it. And we're going to change our subject to kind of match that a little bit. Let's go into the highlights and kind of do the same thing. There we go. So I'm using like my own eyes to do that matching. And this is a completely valid technique as well. It's just going to require a little bit more, you know, it's going to require a little bit more effort. It's going to maybe require a little bit more skill. And it's definitely something that, you know, we can do as creatives. It's not something that I think we should abandon at all. These are options for us, you know? So as we think about the options and moving into the future, you have the option of how you want to use this technology. So I just did a relatively quick job to color match that, but you can see I'm using a few different adjustment layers clipped to my background subject. I didn't do any painting of light. So with this one, I would probably do, let's see where go into adjustments. I'd probably do one more curves adjustment layer, clip that, go ahead and bring up my highlights and then invert that on a layer mask and then bring my hardness down. There we go. Bring my flow down and then start painting a little bit of light on my subject.
And especially it's like people like yourself that love doing photo compositing, you're going to have like a real affinity for the process.
Exactly.
So like you'll have an understanding, but I think when you start to get in that sort of experimental area where it's like, I wanted to see quick results, how can I do this? You know, I think these tools really come into play, and then you can always like go in and add these further adjustment layers on top to like dial it in.
Definitely. So you can see I'm starting to do this process manually, and it's a good process. Here we can just expand our layer stack, and we can see that, you know, this is where we started with this, and then just, you know, each of these layers manually, we're changing the color and changing the light to help it fit the background a little bit better. And this is going to depend on your experience as well as your eye.
Yes.
You know, some people are going to see this and be like, oh, it needs a little bit less red. Some people aren't going to see that. It depends on training, and it depends on how you innately see light and color as well.
Yeah.
So I think these tools are here to help us out for sure. You can always click on these options for Harmonize. You can see it made it a little bit darker. You can always click on these and continue to iterate on them.
Yeah.
So I'll say with AI is like, you know, they're great tools to have, but you can always do things manually as well. And
yeah, like I see a lot of brainstorming like assistance for me when I'm going through things where it's just like okay, cool, I want to like see an idea just to sort of inspire a direction and see where it can take me, rather than sort of like, I'm scratching my head, like all the time.
Yes.
Something new to test out, and sometimes these, help with that iteration and quick ideas in order to like choose the direction and, experiment further.
They do for sure. So that's a fantastic question. And I think great job in the chat. You guys are asking wonderful, wonderful questions. And these are questions we're asking as creatives too, is like this technology is changing so fast. Like what's our place in it? Like I've been teaching Photoshop for 15 years, and in the last couple of years, the entire game has changed.
Yeah, you really need to rethink like your whole process and how you can start to like, drive your skill set in a different direction and leverage that to, be competitive in the industry.
Definitely. So yeah, I think everything is changing, and there's still a lot of value in creating art. There's still a lot of value in the process of creating art as well. Today I'm just demoing some examples of these new tools, but this is not going to replace going out to an amazing location with friends or loved ones and taking pictures that mean something to you based on it. You're going to remember that for the rest of your life. These tools are amazing, but they're not going to replace the process and the experience of actually creating art yourself. So that's where I've always found the value personally in art is like, yes, the end result is great, but it's also the experience of creating art that shapes me as a person.
Yes, absolutely. And that's how I always feel about the work I output is like, it has to speak to my mistakes and failures along the way and the successes, and it helps structure everything you create. So yeah, I think just enjoy the process and like don't be afraid to experiment with things. It's going in a really interesting direction. So
I agree. Yeah, some of my favorite memories are just getting together with friends and having a crazy idea and seeing if we can make some art with it. You know, it's like I view art and photography, for me personally, a lot of people view these in different ways, but for me personally, I view it as like a way to do like interesting life experiences. Like I love nature. And so I love nature photography because it gets me out into the nature that I love. And I can generate amazing nature photography images at home on my computer, but that is not the same as me going out into nature myself.
Yes, absolutely. It's all about that connection to the process.
It is. It is. So fantastic questions in the chat. Thank you so much for asking, and I'd love to hear your thoughts as well. You know, we're just giving our own thoughts in the process, but we're all in this together. Yeah. Fantastic. So we're going to move into our next example here, and then for this one, we're just going to make a couple of changes with our subject. So let's go to Generative Fill here. We're going to use our Nano Banana, and I'm going to say change the laptop, there we go, to a phone. Basically, if you have a client that's like, okay, cool, like you did this awesome photograph of someone working on a laptop, but hey, it's 2025, almost 2026 now, maybe they can do it on their phone. So can you do a reshoot? You know what? Why don't we just have them use their phone instead? And just like that, you have the same person, same environment, and instead of using their laptop, now they're using the phone. And then your client comes to you and they're like, okay, that's cool, just the background is a little bit like sparse, not that interesting. Let's go to Generative Fill, and I'll say fill the bookshelf in the background with books. There we go. And then click on Generate and
make it a little bit more interesting. Definitely, I mean, that's the first thing I would look at as a client and be like, what happened here? Like, did anyone think about the styling,
did you play for any prop styling here?
Wow, there you go.
And there we go, just like that. It's like, okay, cool. And they're like, okay, that's interesting. Let's go ahead and make the desk. I don't like that there's so much white in here. Make the desk wood.
Nice.
There we go. And so all of this, by the way, I'm just doing by select all. I'm selecting the entire image, and then I'm just typing in, like I'm telling it what to do, like I would talk to a normal person, and it's doing this. By the way, and you can see it's made of wood. It looks fantastic. And then, by the way, I do want to mention coming soon is and they just showed this on the keynote, Firefly Image Model 5. Now you're going to be able to talk to it like you would talk to a person. So they're changing how you interact with that model. Yeah,
I think it's quite fascinating how the conversations we're having are much more simplified now. They're starting to understand like very simple prompting rather than these elaborate sort of long contrived sort of prompts. I especially love in Firefly, it has enhanced prompt as well, where you can just click it and adds a lot more context.
It'll enhance the details.
Because I'm like, I don't think that's sort of intricate about everything I'm doing. I'm like, I just want to sort of get an idea on the table.
Definitely. Okay, so here we can see it in a few generations now. I mean, this technology is insane. Let's all just admit this out loud. Like, it's insane, right? So we've gone from this subject working on a laptop, with the bare background. We've added, now she's working on a phone.
Yep.
Now we've got books in the background.
Yeah.
Now the desk is made of wood, as you can see, and now we have a plant on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, even that subtle touch of just a little bit more warmth to that desk added a lot.
Added quite a bit. So these tools, you can, really the sky's the limit with all of this stuff. There we go. And we're out, we have about 20 more minutes, is that right?
We have about 15 minutes.
15 minutes,
yeah.
Perfect. So the next example that I want to show you here is we're going to switch a little bit and we're going to go into generative upscale. So we've done a lot of these brand new techniques. We've showed you how to use select subject, remove background. We've showed you how to use Harmonize, which is one of my new favorites, as well as these brand new models. Now with this image here, we're going to be using generative upscale. Now I'm going to start off with a high resolution image. Okay, so you can see this image is already relatively high resolution. Yeah. We're going to go to image and then down here to image size. Now, my image is at 9,000 pixels wide or so. We do have the brand new generative upscale right here built into Photoshop. So I'm going to click on generative upscale, but it's going to say the output is too large.
Yeah.
So this is just a good reminder. Generative upscale is amazing, but it works best with small images.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and we're going to right click and I'm going to say duplicate this layer. And we're just going to pretend that all we had to begin with was a small image. So I'm going to go to image and then down here to image size. And we're going to make our width, I'm just going to make this about 1,500 pixels wide.
Yep.
And hit OK. So we can see it's a much smaller image. I'm zoomed in now to 100%. There we go. And that's all the detail that we have. If I zoom in a little bit more, you can see it gets really, really pixelated.
Yeah.
We don't have much detail in there at all. So let's go ahead and show you generative upscale because this technology is super cool. Obviously, we have a beautiful picture of a bird here, but if you have like an old family photograph that you've scanned in, it's just a low resolution, you can upscale these.
I actually upscaled
really
my
well.
LinkedIn profile photo.
You did, really?
Yeah.
So smart.
I was like, I actually like that photo.
You like that
and
photo?
It was, like,
Maybe it's
so
a little bit
small,
older and
it was,
tiny.
like, part of a big photo, and I was tiny in it. And I was and I upscaled it.
That's
and
so smart.
Face recovery in there was so good.
Yes.
So yeah, I was like, it looks like me. I'm not, I'm going to stick with it.
Absolutely brilliant. Yeah. So if you have an old photograph, especially for like family members and things like that,
Yes.
like I think these are very powerful tools.
I think it's actually interesting. Like you'll start thinking about all the things from the years that you had low resolution, that you're like, oh, I wish I had that larger.
Yeah, maybe
Bring
you
it back
took a
out
family trip, or
Yeah.
like there's a photograph of my parents they took like 40 years together ago, and it's a printed photograph, but we could easily scan that and upscale it and print it larger for them.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go to generative upscale, and here this is so nice. You're gonna be able to choose the size that you would actually like. So I can do a 4x upscale. We're able to get this a 6,000 by 4,000 pixels. I'm gonna hit upscale. You're gonna see it's gonna do it with the Firefly upscaler. Now we're gonna be getting access to brand new models with this. It was just announced at the keynote. We're gonna be getting access to other upscale models as well. So you can choose between them to choose which one is your favorite.
Yeah.
All right, the thing I like about this Firefly upscaler is we're actually gonna see multiple different examples here of the upscale. So we're going to be seeing the original photograph. So you're going to see this is our 4x scale. There we go. Let's go ahead and make this invisible so we can see that's the original. So the detail difference is insane. So this is the original image that's literally just like, basically if you scaled it
Just
up regularly without enlarging the pixels.
Yeah.
And then here's with upscale, and you can see all of this detail.
Sharpness.
It's completely sharpened. It like basically added all of that detail to this photograph, and this is amazing. So this is the first version of the software. It already works incredibly well, but with the addition of our brand new models, it works even better.
Because I imagine even then going down and having that sort of image quality now, you could go in and like sharpen it a little bit further, add a high pass, something like that.
Definitely.
Tighten it up a little bit further.
Such a good point. So all these technologies are really cool, and they work together. Like you can go in, and if you generate something with generative fill, You can then upscale that if you need to as well. And you can always enhance the quality. We got another great example for you. Let's go backward in Photoshop Beta one more time. I really like this photo. You know, it's a yoga pose photo. You're like, okay, cool, great. I want to see what this would look like in different environments.
It's got potential.
It's got a lot of potential.
Yeah.
The background's just like not that interesting, really. Like you could add a blur to it. You could add some light to it. You could do some things. But we're going to be using Nano Banana and completely changing it.
Yeah.
So, Luke, do you have any suggestions on what you want this background to actually be?
I mean, I'm a sucker for any kind of wood, sort of industrial background. I always wish I had like one of those expensive New York lofts, you know.
Oh, so beautiful. I know. I love that look. Anyone in the chat, if you have suggestions on what you would like the background to look like for this image. In my tests, I did like a beach. I did a rooftop.
Yep.
Oh,
wow.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Like, look at the light that it added here. I mean, I'm like actually blown away.
Yeah.
Okay, there's our before and our after. I mean, it's the same subject. The lighting is just way more interesting. The image is way more interesting. That was a really good prompt.
Yeah.
You could be a prompt engineer. All right, so we're gonna say, I'm gonna say tropical beach.
There you go. That makes more sense.
Why not?
It doesn't really fit with the yoga vibe. I love the
fits.
wood.
I want to do yoga in that
yeah.
room. You know, that's yes, please. Then have a whiskey or something afterwards.
Yeah,
Looks
there's
like
some barrels in the back there, I'm
aged barrels
sure.
in the back there, which we could actually do with Nano Banana.
Yes.
So there we have, and look at that. It's like it knew to keep the yoga mat. It kept the subject. Like she's definitely, the lighting is totally different, but it's the same subject.
And the mat's actually sloping with the beach.
It's sloping with, you're right, it is sloping with the beach. Absolutely insane.
Probably not the best yoga, you know, stance to be sloped, but hey.
All right. A big city. There we go. So we're doing a rooftop in a big city now. So the possibilities are just literally endless. You can just type in whatever you want. All right, standing in a field with mountains in the background, Marcy. I love this.
And Robert suggested a Minecraft background, but I don't know if we'd be able to do that with Firefly.
Like what? I mean, imagine like, yes, I would love to be able to actually take this photograph in person, but like, that's, you know, logistically very difficult and possibly dangerous.
I mean, she's flipped sides, but is that shadow cast? Is that on the original? No.
Not at all.
So it's added in that shadow casting and the lighting.
Totally different.
Yeah.
And I mean, this looks like New York City. Am I wrong?
No, that is New York.
Whether or not this building is actually there, I don't know. But that looks like, it looks quite a bit like New York City.
I think she might be on the top of the Empire State. Am I looking the right way? No.
I am not sure.
I think it's Soho, but I think it's the wrong direction. Anyway,
how insane is this,
it's
though?
been a while since I've been there.
You know, the line between reality and fiction has just been erased completely.
Yes.
Because, like, you know, we're image creators.
Yep.
I've been looking at images like this for many, many years and composites and things like that, but it would be very hard to tell that this is AI if I didn't know.
Because that has been like our job for years. It's like
many years.
Photoshop, the verb, like to Photoshop. You know, it's this thing that just sort of happens miraculously and quite incredibly. You know, it's just making us all question.
Exactly.
Gregory said on YouTube, can you now harmonize? But I guess it already is harmonized if we use the whole image with Nano Banana.
Exactly. If you are going to harmonize, I recommend doing that first before Nano Banana.
Yes.
That's a really great question. So we're going to do Marcy's suggestion, standing in a field with mountains. Look at that.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Absolutely beautiful. So just like this, you know, if you want if you want to do a whole campaign, let's just do, you know, we're going to throw a little bit of, I like Paul's example. Paul Tranny did a great example of our dynamic text on here. So what's some text, Luke, we should put on here? I'm just going to go ahead and
Good
put
vibes
this in.
only.
Good vibes.
Do you want more words to
I
make
want
it?
more words,
yeah. Can somebody, if anyone can suggest any, I'm terrible on the spot. Good vibes only at Adobe MAX 2025.
I love that. MAX 2025. Okay, perfect. Now what we're going to do, we have this text. It looks really good. We're going to use the brand new dynamic text to go ahead and change our image to be dynamic text I mean, this is just stunning. We're gonna hit enter, Command enter to apply that. I'm gonna go to this layer. We're gonna use our move tool here. Now, sometimes you're still gonna need to go to select and then down here to select subject, because it's got my generative fill prompts on there, but I'm on my layer.
Yep.
You can go ahead and click there. I'm gonna hold Alt or Option and click on my layer mask, unlink the layer in the layer mask, and now we can get good vibes only and put it right behind our subject. Good vibes only at Adobe MAX 2025. And then our color, let's go ahead and grab a color from the image and then brighten that up a little bit. I absolutely love this. How cool is that, right?
Yeah.
So like creating like a professional style image in just a few minutes.
So many times I've just like, I would always, one piece here, one piece there, scale them up, mix them up. So, I mean, just these little updates are always such a like, life changer.
It's crazy. And if you go into this text now, you still have dynamic text. So I can resize and rescale this in any way that I want.
Yeah.
Look at this. Okay, we're gonna put this along the side, and then let's go ahead and see if we can select our sky.
Yep.
All right, so let's go ahead to this image. We're gonna go to select sky. Fantastic.
Because I think the great thing about like select sky, even it's not necessarily replacing it, but even just like targeting it to then further color correct or something like that.
Exactly. So I'm gonna have this text be behind the mountains as well. So I've gone and selected my sky. I'm gonna go to my menu item here in the select. Sorry, where is it? I'm gonna go to my select tool. There we go. And then we're going to go to select, and then we're gonna inverse our selection.
Yep. Okay,
and then I'm gonna fill this, and we're gonna fill this with black on our layer mask, and there we go.
Awesome.
So now we have good vibes only at Adobe MAX 2025. It's behind our subject and behind our
mountains. It's a little far from LA,
well.
but it still works.
Yeah, a little bit far
Somewhere
from LA.
in the Rockies or something, it looks
but
like.
But you know what? We could most definitely change this again. Why not? We have still a couple minutes.
Yeah.
To
Los Angeles, I guess.
Los Angeles. There we go. You know what? We had a cool yoga photo. Let's make it a little bit more LA vibes.
Yes.
This is the
Lots
client
of
talking.
yoga in LA. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the client talking.
Yeah.
Cool. We did the beach thing. Let's like bring it home. We're gonna do a
There you
a
go.
LA. I mean, it even has a Hollywood sign in the background.
I don't know if it says Hollywood.
It
says
does not
something.
say Hollywood. It says something a little different. Let's hit generate one more time.
Awesome. There you go.
But you know, you can just imagine the possibilities, right?
Yep.
Like we could say this as many times as you want. Maybe you're going to do a yoga workshop and it's going to be in LA,
Yep.
and you want something that's a little bit more LA vibes. There we go. Let's go ahead and bring this in. Hit T for our type tool, and then dynamic text.
There you go.
Good vibes only at Adobe
Gotta
MAX
have options.
2025. I absolutely love this. And then, you know what I want to do? A little bit. Let's say we're doing a banner ad. I want to just show you one more cool tool because we can. We're going to be using Generative Expand. So let's hit C for the crop tool. Let's go to Generative Expand and just really expand this out. And we're going to go ahead and crop this in a little bit. Let's say you're going to run a yoga workshop in Los Angeles. Let's go ahead and check that box. And oops, I meant to hit Generative Expand. Let's say you're doing a yoga workshop here in Los Angeles, and you want to make a flyer that actually represents that. Well, here you go. Let's go ahead. We're going to stretch this out horizontally. There we are. And then make sure here in your fill, go to Generative Expand. Hit on that checkbox. It's going to expand all your pixels out horizontally, and then I can still bring in my text.
Awesome. I think that's going to be the last little
nugget
we have for today. But
we are full of nuggets, aren't we?
I am feeling hungry now.
I am loving these nuggets. There we go. And we'll bring our text back in.
Awesome.
We can go ahead and move it into place. And there we go. Of course, at any time,
there you go.
We can just resize this dynamically.
Amazing.
And there we are. Good vibes only at Adobe MAX. What was your favorite? Let's see. Do we like the cyborg example?
Yes.
Do we like the cafe with the people moving? A little bit more of a practical example. The woman in the forest, I think this one came out.
Yeah.
This is our favorite.
It feels like a nice high fashion shoot or something.
It does.
Yeah.
It's nice and natural, not like crazy conceptual, just a good solid example of what we can do with this technology.
Well, Aaron, thank you so much for everything today.
Thank you,
It's
Lou.
been a blast.
And thank you everyone for watching
everyone
at
that
home.
joined in the chat.
Thank you so much for the chat. It's been absolutely amazing. And this is live in version Photoshop 2026 as of right now.
Yes, go out and create, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Aaron.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
actually have some very special friends to introduce before we get started.
Yes,
Bring in the
he's ready for
puppy.
his close-up.
Come on over. We have some friends here at Max that we're doing a very special partnership with, and we want to introduce our
should we
friends.
stand?
Look at him.
Oh my goodness.
Bo.
Oh, he's like,
Hi, Bubba.
I know.
Hi.
Do you want to pick him up?
So we have our friend Bo and we have our friend Mallory here.
Yes.
Mallory,
Very
tell us
good.
about what we are doing here at Adobe MAX, and maybe a little bit about our friends.
Of course, I know. This is Bo. So we're here with Adobe Express for Ads, which launched earlier this year, and we're partnering with the LA SPCA. Actually, this is Bo and Anna from the LA SPCA. She's the director of marketing there, and we're partnering with them to just raise awareness. They have adoptable dogs and cats that you can meet the dogs in the booth here at Max. And yeah, we've actually made a donation to them as well, so that for their marketing cause. Yeah, exactly.
Can you
I
tell
know.
us a little
So
bit about
yeah.
Bo?
Absolutely. This is Bo. He's 4 years old. He is a poodle mix, and after the event today, he will be available for adoption. Yes. And that is at SPCA LA, SPCA of Los Angeles.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thanks for letting us borrow Bo. Bye, buddy. Say bye.
I know.
Chat. Wave to Bo. Be nice.
Bye, everyone.
Oh my
Good
goodness.
job, Bo.
Thank you.
Bye. All right. What a great little guest.
Okay. Oh, Bo, you're a star.
Bo is a star.
And we're going to test out like a lot of cool stuff. And of course, if you know me, I mean, we're going to do a zine today together.
Of course.
Because, zine queen over here.
And not only a zine of shoes.
A zine of shoes.
Shoes. An endless amount of shoes. So let's hop in, kind of look at what we're doing,
Yes.
and kind of give our overview. Chat, let us know where you're watching from and also what your favorite pair of shoes is.
Yes. So obviously something that I love to do whenever I come to Max is people watch. And I figured, why not do shoes? Because, hey, they are literally like the cherry on top of an outfit. And we're going to ideate a lot of stuff. I mean, I don't know if you had the chance to go in boards yet, but I was there for literally 5 hours yesterday.
It's
and
fun.
It's like an endless loophole of just like doing creative stuff.
And speaking of endless,
Yes.
right now until December 1st, unlimited generations in Adobe Firefly Boards. You can use all of the different models, unlimited generations. You can use Firefly video model as well for unlimited generations. So go check that out.
Absolutely. So first thing that I wanted to do whenever like creating shoes was I like to have a lot of textures because I wanted to do a zine of this like, how can I say, like archives of shoes if you want, but shoes that don't exist. And I mean, why not use Firefly for that? So I was trying to think like very much outside the box. And of course, if you know me, you do know that like I have like a great example here, but I actually mixed like this Renaissance sculpture and made it into a shoe with those two. And I'm going to do like just that.
Okay.
So if you have some any like suggestion chat on stuff that you want me to like generate together, let's do it. Let's make it collaborative. What type of shoes is your like ideal shoe if you had no limit? Because
Yeah.
there is no limit here.
I love that. And as you can see on the screen, you can see my little mouse running around as well. And that's because this is live collaboration. You can live collaborate here in Firefly Boards. And so I'm going to do some remixes as well as you were.
Let's do it.
And you take it away.
Yes.
And then eventually I'll pop in.
So as you see here, I've actually been able to bring some images from Adobe stock, like right here. And I really like this red, I guess, pump that you can, is that or is that stiletto? Maybe you're going to have to help me.
Yeah,
with,
that's
like,
a stiletto.
Yeah,
Yeah.
stiletto. Okay, so I have this here. Let's like get a texture. And one that I really love was this embroidery, just because like it just does like this wonderful end results, which you can see here. But I'm going to show you exactly what I did. So you go here in Generate, and then you have Firefly Fire. You can choose the model that you want to choose. And there is like a lot of added model now. There's Imagen, there's like ChatGPT. Choose whichever one you want. I'm going to stay in Firefly. And you can just click here under Image, have this, and you can start to, can we add another image reference? Yes, right here. Actually, I thought we could do that. Let me do it with 4. There you go. composition. I'm gonna go get the embroidery right here. And then I can add my prompt. So side view, I wanted all my shoes to be the same whenever it's on the zine itself. So side view of stiletto, and I can never write stiletto properly. I always have to, not satellite.
I do like that we have spell check because I
Yes.
prompt things so crazy sometimes by
There
just
you go.
spelling things wrong.
Oh, okay. I mean, it probably knows. And then I'm going to do on a isolated background and add embroidery.
And so as you're prompting, it's really important to give as much detail as you can. And so you want to talk about the background, you want to talk about the details, you want to talk about everything that you can give to Firefly to help understand your idea, especially when you're using partner models like Nano Banana. You want to make sure that you're saying like, show me this or put this on that, and really being clear in the instructions of what you want to see.
So here you go. So as it's generating now,
Yeah, so as it generates, we can hop over to my screen. I've been playing around because I got excited about the shoes. And the boots that you had, I wanted to see as like pink lemonade.
ooh.
And so I just took the pink lemonade and this boot that you had here and created a remix. And then I went through and picked out my favorites of those and got these fun little, like the pink boot and then one that has like, it's kind of like a pink vase boot. So I love this idea of kind of like creating a fashion catalog. And this is something that maybe you could use to concept for like a photo shoot. That you're shooting for a shoe brand or even you're shooting for a drink brand. Really great
Yeah.
for like ideating new ideas.
Absolutely. So, okay, so we didn't get the result that I wanted, so let's stay on yours for now.
Okay, love it.
Yeah.
So something else that we could do here is let's say that our client came back and we are, again, pitching concepts for a photo shoot. I think this is the most photo shootable one. And let's say our client came back and was like, hey, we really want to see this, but we want it for our winter campaign. So I can go here and then I'm going to go to Nano Banana and edit with Nano Banana. And we're going to say reimagine this as a winter themed photo. And let's maybe do like with ornaments and peppermints. I don't know why I put so many syllables in peppermint, but I did. And so what it's going to do is it's going to take that image and help us reimagine it into a more winter campaign. Again, this is great for like concepting for a client to be like, is this what you're talking about? And they say, oh no, we want it more this way. You can use Firefly Boards to have that conversation, and you can even do comments in here. So if you click on this little button on the side, we can add comments and add our feedback. So let's see here if we got more into a winter vibe. We did.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
That's,
my goodness.
That's so cool.
All right, so we landed in more of a winter vibe, which I love. And then we also do have some adjustments here. If we want to change the blending mode, if we want to change the opacity, we can do that all here as well. And it looks like we've gotten closer over there. Still generating?
Still generating.
Okay, still generating.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, so let's do one more thing here. And what I want to do is I want this to snow. So there's a couple different ways. I could turn this into a video, but I also can right-click and do open a copy in Adobe Express. And this is why I love working with Firefly Boards, is you can go between Express, Illustrator,
Yes.
Photoshop, wherever you want to be, it is there for you. So here, we're in Adobe Express, and then I want to add in, let's say, some, what do I want here? I want snow. Let's do snow on a black background. And let's see if we can get a video of snow in the background. So it's giving us different options. Ooh, that one looks good. Okay, so now in Adobe Express, again, we're all over the place between Express and Firefly Boards. We're gonna add in the snow. I'm going to change the blending mode very quickly to screen. And now when I play this, we have a nice little ad, maybe, for our winter campaign, right? We got a little snow going through there. We could add music in Express. So this just shows how easy it is to go from Firefly Boards into other places to really explore your ideas And again, if we are doing a photo shoot, we can say, hey client, this is the idea for the photo shoot. For an upcharge, we can also shoot a video for you. And then we know we need to get a snow machine on set, right? We can start pitching those other ideas there. Ooh.
Yes.
All right, let's hop back to your
we're
screen.
getting somewhere here. So, all right, so I like changed my prompt entirely. So basically now I like generated some chrome running shoes, and I really like this. What I did is like just added more, like you said, like detail to my prompt, and I did use this image as the composition reference.
Yep.
And what I'd like to do now is actually, like, I'd like to edit, because now you can edit, like, just as you did. So we can fill, we can expand. I actually want to subtract this, because I only want one.
Ooh, I actually haven't
That's it,
used a lot of the edit features in Firefly Boards. I've played around mostly with like remixing things.
Okay.
And what's great is you can see my little mouse flying all over the place. I wanted to make a copy to kind of follow along and learn with you and chat. If you want to as well, you can do that too. And someone's saying, I'm new to the options that are now available. Would you go through the different versions? Yes, so the different partner models. So we have Nano Banana. Nano Banana is really helpful for doing tasks for you and helping you realize that creative vision. So replacing text, making mock-ups, that kind of stuff. Firefly is really powerful for generating images that are clear for commercial use. So you can use Firefly, know that you're in good hands. We also have a couple other ones in here. We have Flux. Flux is great as well for generating images. And I think we have Runway. Runway is great for doing video. So you can play around with all those different partner models and keep a lookout for an article on our Career Center about which model might be right for you.
There you go. So here I just like remixed this, or I should not say remixed, but edited, and I said I only want one, and then I used Nano for that one.
Okay, and it took it out for you.
And it did took it out, and I actually did not have to select anything. I just like wrote that as a prompt, which was really cool. So for the zine itself, what I want to do is I actually like want to have it, like I said, like almost like a catalog, like a museum catalog, even though it's very, like this is the model that we're going for.
Oh yes.
It's like super small, but I don't want any background. So what I did with this is like I went to Photoshop and I just opened it in Photoshop Online. And I just did remove background, and I was like very impressed with how precise and how quick that was.
Remove background is so good now.
It's so good, like this. And usually I would have to download the file. I would need to bring it in Photoshop, and then like maybe even like edit the edges and stuff like that. Like it was just like such a long process. Now, boom, 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 done. So that's perfect. Here, I'm going to download this just because I want to have the option to keep it if ever I do want to bring it in Illustrator, or if I want to, like, I could also, can I also open this like directly in
You can
Express?
copy and paste that into Boards. You can copy and paste that probably into Express as well.
Let's try.
So I know that in between Illustrator, Photoshop Web, Photoshop, and Boards, you can copy and paste things. You should be able to. You
Let's
hit Command
try.
A, Command C, Command V, cross your
Command
fingers.
A. Command A.
Command C.
Command C.
And then Command V. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, you can copy and paste
Wow.
directly out of Photoshop into Adobe Express.
Is it there though? It's not.
It should load.
It should load.
It should think about it.
Yeah, it should think about
Was
it.
the layer selected that it was on?
Yeah.
What?
Oh wait, hold on.
Oh, the background was selected. So.
Oh, that's why. So this here.
Yep.
Should I do
maybe
them?
top right. See if
Select.
it's on its own layer.
Let's
Oh
see
yeah,
that.
yeah, yes. And pasted. No, why? Okay, we can also
It's
export
okay.
it.
We
yes.
can export it and we'll just upload it there. All good. Another cool thing, another cool thing that I really like is that as you're like, you keep adding everything in your board, like it starts to get really messy like this, like as you can see. And basically So this isn't new, but if you haven't been like playing in the boards, like it just, for me again, who is
It's my
like
favorite feature in boards, honestly. I want this in every other program. Yes.
Oh my goodness. Like look at this. One click and everything was like organized.
Like, yes, AI, but please let me arrange everything in Illustrator because my artboards are a hot mess.
So see, like now, like no one will know that you are a messy designer
Yes.
with this, which is awesome. So another thing that was really cool in the boards here was the remix function.
Yes.
And let's do this because that's what I did with these here.
And especially working with like different materials or different like vibes, remixing is really about like using different ingredients to kind of stir into the pot.
Exactly. So what I did is I actually used like those vintage stamps with those shoes. So if are they like, I'm just gonna put them side by side so it's easier for me to just select them.
And so we're gonna select both.
Remix.
Yep.
And then it's giving me this little grid and I just click and then let it do its job. I'm gonna just zoom that in.
And while those render, we can hop to my screen. I had an idea.
Okay.
So we were working with shoes, and this awesome little steel kind of chrome shoe that you created, I want to try something. So we can select an object on the board for a Firefly board, and we're going to click on Convert. Then we're going to go to Rotate Object. This is one of my favorite things in Firefly boards, and we're going to place this down in the corner. And what it's going to do is it's going to render that object in 3D space for us. So you are doing a photo shoot or you're doing a zine of different shoes and you need like a different pose of that shoe. It's going to take that image that we have here and then you can click and drag and it's going to give us like a 3D look at that, right? Isn't it so cool?
That is so cool.
And so you can play around pretty easily with what you want it to look like. You can scale it up, scale it down, and then we even can go into like a 360. And that's from an image that we created.
Insane. Again, in seconds, just like that. And we have not even gone out of the boards.
Yeah,
like,
we've been in boards pretty much the whole time.
We've been in boards the whole time, which is insane. So if we want to come back to my screen, I can show you what the remix actually did. So as you can see here, I didn't even have to prompt anything. I just had to select two images, and this is what it did. And I find like if you want to have a quick inspiration on just like how to position stuff, or like see how it generated that super cool background, like I could definitely do a photo shoot with this here.
Oh yeah.
Like this is like super fun. Even like it even arranged like the lighting. And let's say I really like this, but it's cut out, no problem, because I can go to edit and then expand and just do this here, expand it, and then generate, and it's going to generate the rest for me.
I love this, and I love the idea that you just said of like mocking up ideas for a photo shoot, and you said like, oh, we could do it maybe with like different lighting. That's a great use for using Adobe Stock with maybe your image. So you can grab something. So over on my screen we have like an image from Adobe Stock that's like a lighting setup. And so this is great that if you want to see it, while we work over there, I'll work over on the side, but I just want to show, this is literally from Adobe Stock. You click on this little magnifying glass and you can find different lighting setups to test how you want to shoot your object, right? Which is really cool. So back to you.
All right, so if you're saying, okay, Izzy, like, do I need to find the images before, or like, do I have to like bring it in? I mean, you can. Like, I found some images on here that are from Pinterest and sometimes even Behance. But if you just want to have like a quick search, you can just click here and find inspiration. There's already some cool minimalistic or shapes that are offered to you, but you can also just type it. So let's do a boot just to see like what's going to show up. So see here, I can just click and drag and it's on the board.
Ooh.
Just by doing this. And then if I wanted to have some texture, let's do newspaper. I feel like a newspaper shoe would be so dope.
Yes.
So let's do that.
So as you type these in again, we're wanting to just give the most information that we can. It's all about kind of having a conversation with Firefly Boards. Is we're saying the nouns, adjectives, verbs, whatever we can to help it understand what we're trying to do, and then hopefully it will help us take the rest of the way in developing that idea and showing us what is happening within our brains. All right, so we are going to do
a newspaper.
Newspaper,
Ooh.
my goodness.
Yes.
Whew, I
Let's
got tripped up there.
It's all good.
And we're just taking multiple images here, and again, giving it information of like this kind of image with a little bit of this image, and it's almost like we're cooking and just kind of tossing in those little ingredients as we go through. Chat, let us know what you think about Firefly Boards. Please let us know how you're going to use it in your workflows. You do have unlimited generations until December 1st, so take a shot, give it a try, have some fun, and see what happens.
So here, newspaper pattern. Even though it's there as a reference, I still want to tell it like what I want. On a white isolated background with a, can we say dramatic lighting?
Ooh, yeah, dramatic lighting.
Dramatic lighting. And let's see what it does. Generate. And
you go.
there you go.
Yep. So as that renders,
Fuzzy.
yeah, let's hop over here real quick onto my screen. So as it renders, this is kind of what I was talking about, right? So you have an idea for a lighting setup, you have the client's product, and you can say, hey, here's kind of the idea that I'm going for with
that's
your
gorgeous.
product, right? And so you can literally, I use Nano Banana to just input each of the inputs. So you can actually, if you want to know what is on or what idea you've had, you can select an image and click on load, and it's going to bring up all the details that you had for that. So I put in both images, described what I wanted to see. I used Nano Banana for this one, and then we have this great image that we can show to a client for the photo shoot. Ooh.
Oh yeah, these are like
shoes.
newspaper shoes are coming out very nicely, as you can see. So this is what we have. I kind of want to generate it with like something different. Like I want to try ChatGPT just to see.
Yeah, let's give it a shot. So, and I love that we're trying the different partner models. If you don't know which partner model is right for you, try them all. Why not? Because you have unlimited generations December 1st. So like literally click through every single one, put them side by side, see what's right for you. But it's really great that those are available, and you can kind of choose a creative journey that you want to take with that.
Absolutely. Hey, we have some
Hello.
paparazzi.
We have some friends here in the Adobe Live booth. If you're watching online, we wish you were here. There's so much fun happening at the Adobe Live booth. Make sure that you follow Adobe Live on Instagram, and we'll give you a behind-the-scenes look of everything that's happening here at the booth. Yes, reimagining creativity. Right here with Izzy.
Yeah, yes.
So yes, check it out at the booth. Follow us over on Instagram.
So while this generates,
Yes.
should we take a selfie with the chat?
Let's do it. Chat, do you want to take a selfie?
Let's do a selfie.
All right,
Just
let's do it.
yes,
Chat, we're going to take a
let's do
selfie
it.
with you.
Yes.
Here we go. Chat, can you wave?
Yeah,
Can we get some waves in
yes,
chat?
exactly.
All right,
exactly.
chat, here we go,
Like,
selfie.
There you go.
Oh wait, I'm over chat. Okay. There we go. Thanks, chat. Thanks for taking a selfie with us.
Yeah. There
great
you go.
to see you. All
and
right.
while it did that, it
So
actually
we rendered and we got some cool newspaper shoes.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I want this. Do you want this? I feel like you could pull this off.
I would wear those,
Oh,
yes.
yeah, you would.
Yes. I just got back from a screening of Rocky Horror Picture Show, and I was wearing platform boots for 9
it.
hours, so
Love
I'm taking
it.
a break from heels at the moment. But yes, I would wear those in the right situation.
So what I like with ChatGPT here is that it actually gave me some words, like which you can read really properly.
Yep.
But let's say I don't want to have daily news or finance because boring finance.
Yes. I know, right? The finance section on my shoes.
Exactly. I actually want to have an Izzy is awesome section.
Ooh.
So let's go here with edit and edit text and image. So for best result, your text, here you go. Let's see if it can
Yes.
edit text and image.
There we go. And it's going to highlight
It's-
all of the different areas that
Exactly.
it sees as text.
So here it says like finance. So we will say Izzy is awesome.
I am so surprised that it caught the daily news, like at the shadow up there and the curve.
Yes, so good. So see here, I'm just like generating the new text, and it's crazy how well it's going to integrate. It's not going to do any like funky stuff, which we don't want because that's like
Yeah, it's
hard
gonna be
to
super
edit.
seamless.
Exactly. Do you do a dance? Sometimes I like to do a dance while it's generate. It's like,
Okay, yes.
There you go. Izzy is awesome is right there.
And it like matches the font, matches the style, all the stuff.
It's perfect. So, okay. So we've been generating a lot of shoes. You now know how to remove the background, which you can have a lot of ideas. We've stayed in boards for a very long time. Why not try to do a video with them?
Let's do a video.
Let's do a video. Actually, I feel like we should do it here because those are so nice. And I want to see this come to life.
Let's do it. So I'm actually going to do 2 things. I have an idea.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, hold on. My brain is going to explode. Okay, what I think we can do is do a start and an end image. So what we're going to do is I'm going to open this in Photoshop, and I am going to... Oh, I don't even have to do that. Oh my gosh. Hold on, I just got so excited. Okay, so we are going to be here in Firefly Boards, and then I am going to go to the crop tool, and then we are going to crop this out, and I'm going to make it like a lot wider, and then we can use Generative Expand and Generate. And what it's going to do is it's going to like reverse crop it. I don't know what to call it.
Oh.
It's going to Generative Expand. So I'm going to crop it out, and what I'm going to use this for is basically to tell the video the first frame I want to be cropped out, and by the end I want to be cropped in. And then we'll get a cool little like zoom in.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
I love doing this for like simple motion.
That's insane.
So what we're going to do is I'm going to go to Generate Video, and then we are going to do, shoes in lighting, looks good. We are going to let's use Firefly Video for this one, and we're going to do the first frame as this wide frame, and then the last frame as this close-up frame. And so we'll do, let's do moving shadows.
Moving shadows.
And
oh my
then
gosh.
let's have it zoom in. So let's go zoom in here. Okay, so we have our first frame and our last frame. We're doing widescreen. Let's generate that. And it is going to take just a minute. But I love using this for photos to create like a little bit of motion, just like a touch of motion. So it will generate in just a second, and then we'll see what it looks like to do some video.
I mean, for reels too, like even if you wanted to just like experiment and like talk about something or just like I don't know, it's like this is amazing.
Yes, you generated some videos. Let's take a look at what you have generated already.
Yes, so here, let me zoom in. So this was very simple. My prompt was just in a square, and it was rotating shoe, which I kind of love, like the little floating moment. And I actually generated 2 at the same time. And I didn't say, like, I don't know what this is. It looks like a hockey puck.
That's great.
But it's kind of cool. It works.
Yeah, and I do like doing the rotation specifically for if you are working with like an Illustrator, or you're working to do something like this, that you need different angles so that you can like illustrate or create some art out of that like right angle. That way it's not just like, here's a static image, here is like every angle that you could possibly need for this. All right, we're still rendering here and we're done.
That's okay.
All
there
right,
you go.
Let's go ahead and I'll place this on the canvas for us. We're gonna blow this up and zoom in here. All right, chat, are we ready?
I don't know if I am.
So, for reference again, we did a wide crop of this as the first frame, and then a close-up as the last frame, and let's see what it looks like as a video. Right? It's giving us just that like very simple kind of zoom in, and all it's doing is it's finding this as the start, and this as the end, which is really cool.
That is amazing.
We also could do this with like different angles of the shoe to kind of create like a panning motion. We also could prompt it to like do something crazy. And so I'll prompt another one as we keep working here to see if we can do something crazy.
I want to show you like kind of the library that I was able to build, and I'm just going to exit the board here for a little bit, just because I literally did not have to go outside of this here, because everything is available. When you click create, you can generate some images. When it's ideation, then it's the board. Like everything is available to you. You have your Photoshop, you have your Express. If you click gallery, it's also like if you need inspiration, you can see what other people are generating, which is amazing. You also have your stuff here, which is your boards. You can like go through Firefly. or like Photoshop, see like there's all the shoes that I like
Everything,
remove
so
like
many
the background.
shoes.
Oh, okay, and I have to just be. Is Brittany around? Probably, but I did this shoe here, and I had Brittany in mind just because it's like
yes.
right.
Fuzzy stiletto.
Yes, exactly.
And that one I think could be one that like if you wanted to see just a very simple effect, doing like a wind
the
blowing
wind.
through the shoe and like yeah, it has like I love the fluffy
Let's
stuff.
do it.
Because it does have a really good wind effect when you push it through.
Let's go into let's go back into our board and let's do it because I have it in my board.
Yep. I love how the boards loads into. It's like here's everything that you have been working on all in one place. And these are ones that you can share with other people. There's live collaboration. You can share them with a client to get feedback. You can get comments from them. So it is really collaborative and really fun, especially for that brainstorming process. All right, we have.
Let's
I'm
go
still
back to
rendering.
yours
Yeah, let's go back to me.
Yeah.
I'm rendering out one more video here to see if we can get a little more movement. So I changed it to moving lights, gave it a little bit of a different prompt, and let's see what we ended up with here for our shoe image.
There you go.
Cool.
Oh my gosh.
Cool. So again, like it's just a good idea to like pitch concepts to your clients, especially if you're doing video, doing photo, doing any kind of marketing. It's a great place to start your creative process. And you can send this board directly to your clients to say, hey, here's what we're doing. Super easy. Chat, are there any ideas for shoes that you would like to see?
Yes.
Let us know what kind of shoes you would want to see. And can we, Bcam, do we have Bcam set up? Bcam's there. Can we take a look at the zine
Yes.
that you have created for us on the Bcam?
Yes.
So this is all done in Firefly Boards and Express, right?
Yes. And I did actually Express and a little bit of Illustrator, but you can do like this template in Express. So essentially, this is just like a regular paper. It was really important to me to show you that despite designing in Firefly, like the end result is still analog. I love to mix analog with AI. This was my dummies. I had to figure out before like committing to the design how everything was going to look like how like I tried it to have it that way and the other way. So basically it's not removing anything from your creativity, it's just elevating it because there's no way that I could have come up with this type of design on my own. And yeah, that's the mini zine. It's a collection and it opens like this. And Andrew, this one, I mean, you can't see it, but I had you in mind for this one. I feel like this is something you would wear.
Yes, 100%.
And we also have like this that opens and then we can open it on the other side. It was like a fun little thing. And if you see me around or chat, if you want some copies, let me know. And we have chat mods, right?
Yes, we do.
So, hey, I'm going to send you some copies. So the first 5 that says, I love shoes, you're going to get a copy. I'm going to send that to you.
We'll find you. Yes. So put that in chat. We have some copies for you. And then if our mods can remember those little usernames, we can reach out. I do want to see if we can put these on a person. I am using Adobe Stock to grab a picture of someone who's like a shoe model.
Oh,
and so we have a little shoe model again from Adobe Stock, and we know that because it says up in the corner where it came from. So it will show you if it comes from Nano Banana, if it came from Firefly, if it came from Stock. It has all of those credentials on the actual image, which is cool. So from there, I do want to maybe put, let's see, what shoes? Let's put these stilettos, the marble stilettos on to here and see what we can do. So we're gonna use Nano Banana. Again, Nano Banana is really good for like replacing images or pairing things together. So let's see what it looks like when I go to generate image. And let's do a woman wearing heels made of marble. On
statue, Renaissance statue.
Yeah. Marble statue. Okay, cool. So we are going to change the image model. Oh, we're doing video. Oh no, okay. We're going to change the image model to Nano Banana. And then I'm going to add in another image for that marble. And maybe let's add in a third one just to have good reference. Let's see here. Let's do this image here.
Oh, yeah.
And now let's generate and see what it comes out with. So again, we're just describing what we want to see and then putting in those visuals as reference for the things that we want to see here. And it should generate that image for me right there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you have so many.
So yeah, so I basically want to say, like, sometimes, like, because I wanted to generate so much, to make sure that I had a great collection and then I could pick and choose. And basically here, I actually went to ChatGPT to help with my prompts, or just like having some ideas of texture, because this here, like we can see, is a mosaic. This is lace with pearls. It also gave me like different names of shoes that I could pull and remix together, the puzzle and stuff like that. So basically, if you need some inspiration for texture, this is a good place that you can go and just like put a quick prompt and then just try it out and see what comes out. Like, this is a jean sneaker. This is a stiletto with a lot of watches and belts. Like, let's just like take a moment to zoom in. I mean, look at the details too.
Wow.
This is my favorite one because I said Renaissance painting on a like high boot, and it's gorgeous. They even added like the gold little stuff here.
Little
so,
gold trim. I love the way that
yeah.
it's like crackling and has like a lot of
Yes.
texture there.
Yes.
And again, that's great. And
This one too.
Yeah. And somebody's saying, shout out to the programmers. This is unbelievable. Yes. And it also is like an infinite artboard. You can kind of just like go for it. And then we also have unlimited generations again until December 1st. So lots
Absolutely.
and lots for you to
So
play
go
around
nuts, go nuts. See, like, actually this, Andrew, like the one that you started with. So this is actually,
Oh, yeah.
the prompt was resin with dried flowers. And then you
Oh.
added lemonade to it, which I thought was so cool. So if you want to like generate, like, or like ask your friends, like, okay, what can I add to this? Like, just to see. And I don't know if I can say this, but try to break it.
Yes.
Because by breaking it, that's how you can truly tap into something that hasn't been done and just see what it comes up with.
Yep. And if you try to break it and it does break, let us know. Something will probably pop up with a little button that you can give feedback. That goes to actual people. And
Yes.
we are constantly working on making these better for you to use. So
Yes.
let's hop over to my screen. I had the image from Adobe Stock that is the heels. Then I have the image that we generated here that was this kind of like marble statue. And then I generated a model wearing those shoes. So we have a model
Wow.
on the background with our lighting wearing those shoes. So we got a little bit of all those pieces. And then I decided to generate a video of the model wearing those shoes posing. Pretty
Wow.
crazy. So pretty
can
cool.
Can we zoom in on the shoes to see?
Yeah. Shoes, shoes, shoes. So we've got them, we got,
Wow.
right? Little marble shoes in there. So really cool to kind of visualize and concept those ideas right here in Firefly Boards. It's really cool.
Yes. I don't know if we have time. I guess we do.
Yeah, we got 10
So
minutes.
basically, here I wanted to show like kind of how I set up my file in Illustrator. Here, let me just hold on before we go to my.
Oh yes, come back to me.
Yes.
Hi everyone. Welcome to Adobe Live. Make sure you stick around. We are live streaming all week from Adobe MAX. We are live on the ground in the Creative Park at Adobe MAX. And we have content coming to you from everyone. We have coming up next our friends showing you what's new in Illustrator, and that's visual storytelling with our friend Lucas. More Illustrator with Tony and Claudia, and then ending the day with Gemma O'Brien with some inspiration. So stick around all day today. We're also live tomorrow, and make sure you follow Adobe Live on Instagram to get the behind the scenes of everything you need to know.
Yes.
All right, hopping back in, let's take a look at the Illustrator file for our setup.
Absolutely. So basically here, just like really quickly, I did some layers with the score line. So the score line would be this black line here, and then this is the die cut because you need to cut it in order to fold it together. I'm guessing maybe here. You need to cut it right here. So this is what it is, and it's always good to have some direction. And then I added the font. It's called Inclusive Sans, which is an Adobe font that you can find, just to have the title. And I added some little description too. And I'm just going to show you the final product. So here, and again, I do love that most of my work was done in Firefly. And then I was able to do this and do it, like finish it as an analog product. Because again, mixing is always fun.
Yes.
And yes, so basically like when I said that I was like doing a lot of dummies and trying things out, is because I had to figure out what side was going to be everything. How is it going to fold? And this is like the fun segment. This is a fun like step, I guess. Like with Zeems, it's like figuring.
Do you do this? I always am like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Like whenever you're designing and you're like, and then the other side, and like, yeah, all the time.
Yep.
If someone was filming, they will probably think I'm crazy, and it's 100% true.
Yep.
So here, basically, like that's like what it looks like as the finished product, and you can also do the exact same thing in Express, which we saw it earlier today, but it's essentially this is this. And
somebody asked, actually, why didn't you do this in InDesign? You could do it in InDesign, you could do it in Photoshop, you could do it in Illustrator, you could do it in Express.
Yes.
You could do it kind of anywhere that's best for you.
That you are comfortable
You're the
with.
InDesign
Yeah.
queen, so like we could have done it there, I'm sure.
We could have done it there for sure.
But again, whatever works for you
Yes.
is the right way. There's no right or wrong.
Basically, I don't know if we can do this, but I can send this as a remixable template for everyone if they want to do their own scenes like later on. And then you can try it out, because this is literally just printed on an 8.5 by 11, so you can do this at home.
And then cut up and folded, right?
Yes, exactly.
See?
Generate your shoes.
It's that easy.
Yes. I guess we still have time. So
Unlimited shoes. Yeah, we got about 8 minutes left. I'm generating. Somebody suggested to generate the new video and zoom in on the shoes. So I'm generating that currently. Let's is loading here. But let's see
I'm
what
going
else
to do
we
the
can
same
create here.
thing. Yeah. So basically, I'm going to do, the cool thing is that you can do a landscape. You can choose, is that for video? Is that for, there you go. Let's try to generate actually more with Imagen, just because we have not tried that.
Yep, and Kilimanjaro saying, not a fan of web apps. Well, you can work in Illustrator and you can work in Photoshop. And if you want to come into Firefly Boards and play around with that, you can copy and paste directly in. Super easy, you can drag and drop. So if you want to stay in Photoshop or Illustrator, great, work your creative process. If you want to bring it into Boards, you can do that by just copying and pasting. So it's not trying to change your creative process at all. Just use it as an extension of tool to brainstorm and come up with different ideas. And all right, if we want to hop back to my screen, we have the evolution of prompts here. Of different things that we started. So we started here with creating these two images together. So we started with this one, then we put these images together. We had a model, then we had that model moving. We created a video of the model moving, and then from there we said that we want that to show a little bit more of that movement and pose. And then somebody suggested have it zoom in on the shoes, and that's just what we did. Check this out. Boom. Someone comes in, sets down the shoes. We've got that cool marble there and kind of visualized what it would look like if we had these marble custom shoes, which is really cool.
That is super cool.
Yes, and if you have any other questions, chat, please put them in there. And someone's saying, where is the Illustrator beta for desktop? Totally off topic, but guess what? We have answers here, and we will stop. So if you go to the Creative Cloud desktop app right here, all you need to do is go over to apps right here, and then you're going to click on beta. Where are you? Chat, I don't know the answer to this. Usually it's right here. Hold on, let me scroll. Okay, all apps, yes. So we're here. We usually go to apps, and there's usually a beta. Chat, I don't know, and I also can't click on this because I probably have things that you can't see. I don't know what the answer is, actually. I'll find out for you, and we'll tell you on the next stream where to find the beta apps. All right, back to you. Ooh, glass chrome
Yes,
slipper?
it's like a glass chrome, and I'm like trying to generate a video, and I did not use the image as a reference, so it gave me this. But cool to know that the view worked. So okay, so let me then use the same prompt and generate a video. short video.
Chat, I'm going to find this, I promise. We'll do our best to find it. But make sure that you stick around as well for our next stream. I know a lot of you are not watching from Adobe MAX. Is anyone watching from somewhere else at Adobe MAX? Let us know.
Yes, let us know.
Right? Let us know if you're watching for somewhere else within the convention hall, or maybe you're in your hotel having a nice little lunch. Let us know where you're watching from.
That is fun. Here, I want to show you this while we wait, but this is like another one. So this is coming from, it was a holographic image from Adobe Stock, and then I generated this stiletto, and I said add fish scales to it, which we can kind of see here if we zoom in, which has like that mermaid kind of like, texture, which is super fun. Yeah, I mean now, and I guess I forgot to say why is my mind like with shoes. I mean, I did say people watching, but the biggest reason is that I'm trying to find my shoes for my wedding dress. So this is
and
like
a great use could be to like plan out wedding using Firefly Boards, put some stuff on there. You could even imagine like what you look like in your dress with your shoes. You can do different mock-ups right here in Firefly Boards. So yes, we're brainstorming, but also for anything that you want to visualize, any ideas that you have, to like get them out and get them onto paper, which is really cool. All right, I think with that, let's do one more run through. What did we work on today? Take us over like the broad Firefly boards.
Yes.
And then we will head out.
So basically, we did so much here. So basically, Andrew and I like collaborated on creating a lot of shoes. We worked from stock images, we remixed, where here, like we selected 2 images and it just like gave us a bunch of ideas. We expanded, we created some videos. Oops, there's so much, it's sliding all over the place. Oh yes, we did some newspaper shoe where we were able to edit the text directly, if I can find it. So that's the thing, there's so much. Oh, it's right here, I see it. We tried some different image models, not just Firefly, but we did ChatGPT, we did Nano, we did so much here. And then we also brought this into Photoshop on the web, where we removed some backgrounds here. We pasted it directly in Adobe Express. And we also looked at...
We jumped all over the place.
We did jump all over the place. But the main goal was to create a analog zine of a shoe collection that you're seeing here. Or I guess I should say here.
Yes.
Right here.
So,
there you go.
Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. Hopefully you can make your own shoe zine using Adobe Firefly Boards. And we will see you back here in just a few minutes as we continue on our day live from the Creative Park here at Adobe MAX.
Yay.
Stay tuned.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Adobe Live. My name is Emily Poulin, and with me today is branding and packaging designer Morgan Hasty. Morgan, so glad that you're here with us. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm loving Max.
Yes.
This is my first time on the West Coast.
Oh, West Coast. That's
well, first Max LA, first time on the West Coast.
We
I'm
love it.
honestly just having the best time so far.
I'm so glad. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about your new favorite features in Adobe Illustrator.
Yeah, and there's so many.
There's so many. So we're going to cover as many as we can in this quick 30-minute stream. But you are ready. You've shown me a little bit before the scenes. I'm really excited. Chat, if you're joining us, we're glad you're here. Ask your new Illustrator questions, your favorite Illustrator questions. Morgan's here for you to talk all things branding, packaging, and Illustrator.
Yeah,
We're ready.
take it away. Yeah, so I really wanted to just show some of my favorite features that I think, and what Adobe calls them, quality of life updates.
Yes.
They're not huge updates, but they're definitely just going to streamline the way that we work as designers. So I'm a packaging designer, and this brand that I'm working on here has 4 different flavors of ice cream. So this is
Ooh.
the box.
I love ice cream, firstly. Let's start there.
Honestly,
Very fun. Love this
literally.
packaging as well.
Same. So I started with banana, and I really just sorted my layout here. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is select all of my artboards.
Okay.
And then using option, I'm just going to duplicate that. But I need 4 flavors, not just 2. So
I want all the ice cream flavors possible. Chat,
So-
what's your favorite ice cream flavor also, if you're here?
yeah, using Command D, I'm able to just do that now, which is really good.
Command repeat, but now with
Command repeat.
artboards.
Yeah,
Incredible.
which is sick. And now I'm done with the banana one, but and this might be my favorite feature.
Okay.
And it's like a really geeky one, but I love naming my artboards, and look how easily I just selected that.
That's great. Staying
Yeah.
organized in Illustrator, I feel like could be a chore, but this makes it a lot easier. Amazing update. Definitely quality of life, right?
For sure, like before you had to go into artboard, you had to select the artboard, and then you'd have to like hit enter. And what I used to always do, I don't know if you guys have done this too, but you would tap on a new artboard without pressing enter and then accidentally name that artboard. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
It was quirky, but not in like a fun way that you
No,
wanted to experience all the
definitely
time.
not.
Yes.
And then another one that I think is like, I can't decide what's my favorite actually. I just said that was my favorite, but this might be too.
That's okay. You can have multiple
I can have
favorites.
multiple.
They're not going to be upset with you.
But so for example, this one right here, I'm gonna get rid of the yellow because this is gonna be s'mores, right?
Okay.
So all this pink, I want to basically change to yellow.
Okay.
And the background is gonna then be pink.
I'm
So
tracking.
I'm gonna go ahead here and select all of these artboards. And what I can do, just to make this like faster, is
Yeah.
I can actually lock these artboards.
That's great.
Just so that nothing on there is gonna change. So this layout is final. I don't wanna mess with it.
It's
But what I
perfect, no
want to do
notes.
here is change all of the pinks. So I'm going to say select same fill color, and then I'm just going to change it to yellow. And this is a slightly different shade of pink, so I'm just going to
Okay.
do the exact same thing again.
I love that.
And you can see here we've got like a really precise color picker tool now.
Oh.
It used to just be the same as the eyedropper, but now we
Yeah.
can actually see a preview of the color.
Wow. Wait, this is my first time seeing it.
Yeah.
This is automatically going to make my life so much easier.
Isn't it so good?
I
Because
love that.
Yeah, you can literally see it before you do it. And you can access that just by like eyedropper tool and then holding down shift.
Wait, okay. So eyedropper tool, so I for the shortcut, right? Letter
Yes,
I,
letter
and then
I,
holding shift, and
hold
it's going to
shift.
give you that preview.
Yeah.
Okay, chat.
And it's so,
Go
so
practice.
good.
If you're watching, I need you to open up Illustrator and try this for yourself. Also, chat
So-
is saying that cookie flavor is one of their favorite. Thank you, Raphael. Appreciate your input. And Apurva is saying, hi, Emily. Hi, Morgan. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, chat. We're glad that you're here.
Also, what you can do is open up this Artboards panel.
Oh.
I feel like I should have shown that, but look,
That's
it's,
okay.
it's like layers. I can like quickly lock
Oh.
and unlock things. I love doing that with layers where I'm like,
Yeah, drag and drop kind of. Yeah, I love that.
yeah, it's literally so useful. So what I can also do now, which we couldn't do before, as you can see, like this is a great example, but this is a rectangle on the artboard.
Okay.
'cause I want it to be yellow. And before, I can't tell you how many times I've exported like a deck and there's been a white line.
And the
I-
client's like, I love it. But I'm seeing some like
There's
white
a white
pixels.
line. Yeah, yeah,
embarrassing,
yeah.
but happens to all of us. What's the
I
fix?
do.
What are we doing?
So this is gonna blow your mind.
I'm ready.
And now that I have it, I feel like I don't know how I lived without it.
That's how you know it's good. You're like, wait, I don't imagine.
Artboard colors.
You're kidding.
Look. So you can literally color your artboard, and when you export that, that is going to be there now. Which is honestly just like, is that not the best update
I'm
ever?
taking this in, chat. This is my first time seeing this. It's been a busy day.
Yeah.
That's honestly something that I loved, like in Express, right? You can change the background color, and that makes it so easy. So I love that you
Yes.
can change the background artboard color. And so how do you access this again? Say I want to change it. Like I love the pink,
Yeah.
but can you show us one more time?
Of course. So we're going to go into the artboard tool
Okay.
and select the artboard that you want to change. And here, for example, we've got fill. So you can make it white, black, transparent by default.
other.
Or other. And in other, we've got the color picker tool, which is what I just showed you with the shift and the eyedropper.
Okay,
and
quality
we
of
can go
life
in,
through the roof.
Completely.
We're doing great. Yeah.
And I'm working so much faster, and I don't need to worry about like rectangles fitting in a box and all that stuff.
Next level professionalism. I feel like this really shows that the Illustrator team listens and sees how we're using the programs, and it's just making these small updates that are really improving everything. So
these updates, you can tell, were like requested by the community.
Like they know you, and we love that about that.
I feel like these are the ones where you kind of say to yourself, like, I didn't know that
I needed this, but now I know.
Also, something else that I've been loving, and we've had it for a little while, but I feel like I really just need to talk about it, is the recent colors.
Yes.
Like, how good is recent colors? For example, in this project right here, I have 3 different shades of yellow.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what shade of yellow I just used for the logo, but the one that I just used for the logo is up here with recent colors, which is great. It like makes it so much faster for me. I don't need to test them out and hold them over the other swatch.
Or add to swatches, like it's already adding it for you,
already
which is
there.
Great.
It's great,
It's
honestly.
a faster workflow, it's more seamless, and it's just intuitive, which I think is the biggest thing.
I'm gonna go ahead and drag my little character over here because she needs to go here.
These are so fun. This is s'mores. I want to sit on a s'more. That's so cute.
She's meditating.
She looks
She's having the best time.
Yeah, if I was sitting on a s'more, I would also feel very zen.
I feel honestly, I can't blame her. And then actually, what I'm gonna go ahead and do, I unlock these just to kind of demo some stuff. But I'm gonna lock. Oh,
you're making a new artboard. That's okay.
Yep. We'll just do a master artboard, I guess.
So chat, if you like what you're seeing, which obviously you do, and you want to try the new features, make sure and go update your Illustrator app in the Creative Cloud App Store, because all these features and more will be in there for you.
So I'm gonna go up to my handy dandy.
Oh, I liked how that was a nice highlight. That was very smooth.
And then I'm just gonna edit and find and replace, just so I can quickly switch this out to the name of
It's find and replace new in Illustrator is what you're saying.
Find and replace, no.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure if there was a new update we weren't highlighting.
Just something that I use for like speed,
yeah,
I guess.
Absolutely.
So
I
just wanted to let you guys know what I was doing in case you were like, wait, what?
Like I just said. I said, hold on a minute.
Yeah, she's not new, but she's definitely an old favorite.
Raphael in chat says, I love this graphic design already, don't change it. We're not changing it, we're just giving you more flavors. So I hope you're not upset because we need more ice cream flavors.
We just need to build out the range, basically.
I want many options of ice cream here. Okay, so fun.
But yeah, so we've also got some snapping options as well. I don't know if you work with snapping a lot, but like
some days yes, some days no.
It snaps to everything. So now we've got so much more precision. So if we go into Command K and we access these preferences, we can go to Smart Guides and we can switch these things off. So I already had it on Active Artboard because like this is the best update ever. But I'm gonna switch these off just to like show you the difference.
Show us the before and after.
So if you think this is like the logo, I'm moving it around, it's kind of snapping to all this stuff. And then if I go into Command K, Smart Guides, and I just turn on Active Artboard, this is now only gonna snap to things within the artboard that I'm working in. So it's not gonna snap to like your graphic that you've moved onto the canvas or the artboard beside it.
Not that ever happened in the past.
No.
No.
But honestly, like that's something I've really been making use of. And then also snapping to isolated objects. So if I go into isolation mode here, you can see that it's snapping still to like, it's snapping to her, it's snapping to the logo.
Wow.
But there's a setting now you can turn on right here and snap only to isolated objects. So when I go into the isolation, it's only going to snap to things in that group.
Wow.
It just makes it so much easier to not get confused, because sometimes things lap over each other and you snap it to the wrong thing, and it's just it's just a
which I feel like those are some things that you like learn to work with or work around, but this is just an improved workflow overall that's making it easier, faster, streamlined. Like,
honestly,
you can't be mad.
It totally just like speeds everything up.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
The one thing we're always asking for, isn't it, is just to like work faster and be able to work faster.
Absolutely. All right, so what are we doing now? We're updating the flavors, the colors, the illustrations. What's happening?
So I am just updating the colors here. So you'll see I've got the little like nutritional things.
Important.
That kind of switches on each one. So just doing some quick updates there. And now I'm going to switch out these bananas. With these little chocolate, marshmallow, graham cracker.
I haven't had lunch yet, and this is making me even more hungry.
I feel like I really need to eat something too. Yeah. And I was looking at this before I did it, and I was like,
I'm hungry.
I really want a s'more, but they're never going to have s'mores at Max.
You never know. Adobe MAX is where dreams come true. So it could be happening. We'll find it.
Maybe if we say it loud enough, they'll hear.
Does anyone have s'mores here? If you do, come find us at Adobe Live, please.
So I only made like a couple of little icons here. My only issue with this, but I did want to maybe show something that's in beta.
Oh, okay.
That I've been having a lot of fun with.
I'm ready.
So I've only drawn like one little chocolate bar here,
Yeah.
right? It's a little bit repetitive. I don't want to just put the same thing on here lots of times.
It would be it would be obvious. We're gonna have some variations.
Yeah, we're gonna have some variations.
Oh my
but
gosh, okay.
I don't need to draw it. Watch this.
What?
This is Project Turntable. It is still in beta, so you can access it there. And of course, like, the output is really good. But sometimes we just need to go back and tweak it a little bit. But
Sure.
like, the amount of time this saves me, I'm not really an illustrator by trade, right?
Same, yeah.
I'm not very good at the whole, like, 3D illustration thing or having to turn things to different angles or looking at it from above or the side. This is literally going to do it for me.
Amazing.
And hopefully it works, but
I believe it.
I think we're going to get a good output from this.
I feel like this just shows, right? You spend your time focusing on like, okay, I'm gonna get this one illustration perfect.
Yep.
You're like, wait, no, I need more, and then it's gonna speed that up for you. I love that. Okay,
Look at this. Okay.
you're kidding.
How sick is that? Honestly. So now I've also got
That's
this
cool.
like variations tab up here.
Awesome.
And I can select them from there as well. And what that basically
That's
is
amazing.
done in seconds, really. We were just chatting.
Yeah.
In seconds, it's given me like a whole bank of assets that I can then give to my client who can animate it or they can add it to social media or whatever.
Just have options. I mean,
Literally.
right? Like, and that also just increases your value of what you're delivering to your client, right? Like, it's not just one
Yeah.
illustration. Now I've given you 5 spot illustrations. Like, that's great.
Honestly, 5 or like maybe 20 in some cases. Like, it's a lot.
Run the generation again. We're ready
Yes,
for more.
run it. Keep going, keep going. But no, that's been like such a game changer for me, and I've loved playing around in there.
That's fantastic.
yes.
I also like that you're putting the marshmallow. It almost is acting as the eye dot right there. That's so
Yeah.
cute.
It's very cute. I also have been loving. Maybe we should talk about it.
Tell me what else you're
Talk
loving.
about the new stuff.
Shall we?
Okay, so you know how when you used to go into your font panel, and you would be sort of inundated with
Getting a little
thousands-
lost,
I'm
yeah.
a font collector. I
Same.
save them all. I literally have so many. Look at this. I don't know if you guys.
Wait, yes,
Are ready.
this is new and
Okay,
exciting.
this
Tell
is
us what we're
new.
seeing.
So, here am I recently added.
Okay. Which is always the question. You're like, oh, I just uploaded a font, but I forget the name. Right?
I'm the worst for that.
No, same.
I go back and look at my downloads folder
Yes.
or the download tab in Safari. I'm like, wait, so which one was the one that I decided?
Right.
Recent.
Honestly, thank you, Illustrator, for keeping up to
Yes,
date with
thank
myself
you.
because I wasn't ready.
Also local, because a lot of people say, I
Yes.
can't tell what's Adobe, I can't tell what's local, what's on my computer, what's not.
What did the client give to me that I'm using?
Yes,
right?
you can
yeah.
literally find it here. In this document, you can get it there. Oh, we've got a buggy.
No match found.
That's strange.
You
Champ
know
should
what?
be there.
It's day one. That's okay. We're
It
still
just
figuring it out.
updated,
Yep.
so.
That's really helpful. And I think you can also connect to Adobe Fonts, right? So if you wanted to add something from Adobe Fonts, you can do it in this panel and it's going to
Yes.
automatically sync. You don't have to leave the app. You can look for it here, which is really, really cool.
Quite possibly the best one though, if
Tell
you're
me.
a brand designer
Yeah.
anyway, like me, libraries.
Fabulous.
You can add all the fonts from a particular brand into a library for that brand, which is great. Like,
I'm obsessed.
Here's my one. There's all my fonts.
Yes.
And
Are
then
these
like
Adobe
my
fonts?
clients. The ones that I use are. Yeah.
Fabulous. So
But
chat,
it's
if you like what
mixed,
you're
yeah.
seeing, those are the Adobe fonts. Definitely download them on your machine or sync them with your libraries.
Yes.
Fabulous. We got all the notes. There are so many exciting things to cover
I
today
know.
in Adobe
I was like,
Illustrator.
I want to make sure that I give you guys as much because
Oh.
I'm really excited about it.
And when you get excited, it's hard to remember things in order. So this is going to keep us on track.
Yes. I'm going to jump actually back into snapping because I
Okay.
feel like that got so many updates that I didn't talk about.
All right.
Do you know how? Do you remember when like Snap would be here and then here?
Yeah.
And we have it in this window and then down
Right.
here and we'd have to jump around and around. They consolidated it. The team
Right.
were like, no, let's make this easier for everyone and faster. And it's here. And actually, as well, they've added this really handy little shortcut. If I just switch to Essentials Classic real quick,
Oh.
right here. And you can control your snap to grid, snap to pixel, snap to point,
That's
all
great.
right here.
That's so handy. Is it
Yeah.
under the little magnet tool? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes, this
Okay.
little magnet right
can't
here.
see
It's
all that
teeny-
far.
Teeny tiny, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I honestly maybe my eyesight is better
I
than
feel
I
like
thought.
that's my layout that's making it look so small. But yeah, it's super, super handy.
great.
All these snapping things are like so much easier rather than sometimes kind of selecting things and using alignment and
Yeah.
doing it that way. I feel like this is just speeding things up so much.
I feel like this is also giving improved accuracy, right? So it's like my full color artboard bleed is done and I can snap things faster and easier. Like I feel like it's just
Yeah.
accuracy is really getting an improvement here.
Yeah, totally. And then I feel like we also need to talk about it, the gradient updates.
Oh, please tell chat what they're missing or what they don't know is there
Guys.
for them, I guess.
This project doesn't use gradients, but I think I would be amiss.
Let's
I'd
show
be
us.
remiss to not show you these,
The
right?
client wants to see a concept with a gradient, you know?
They've asked, you know what, they want a gradient in the background of
Let's
the
do
banana
like,
one.
yeah, banana, summer, sunset vibe,
Yeah,
maybe.
let's do it. Okay.
Also, chat was saying, this is what I came for. What a great feature. So, chat, we're happy that you're as excited as
This
we are
is what
about
we love to
this.
see, though. Like, it's so good to know that the Illustrator team, they're listening to our feedback and they're working hard to like let us work faster. So that's what we love. Okay. Oh, I spoiled it. Oh no.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, let's hide that. Okay.
Here we are from the top.
I'm going into gradient fill. My clients asked me for like a nice sunset vibe. I don't really know where to start though.
What is a sunset? I've never seen
What's
one.
a sunset?
Illustrator's
Like,
gonna
I
help
live
me.
in Scotland. We just have clouds, grey.
So it's gray.
I don't know what a sunset looks like. So Illustrator's now added, and if you're familiar with Photoshop, you'll be familiar with these presets.
Okay.
Like great starting points for us. So let me just see what's gonna work the best for our sunset. Maybe brights.
Right. I could see that. Maybe that night.
Maybe just two. You
okay.
see?
The client didn't know that they wanted gradients, but now that they see it,
I feel
they're
like
gonna
it's
want the
giving it
gradient.
a real sense of depth.
It
but
gives
we
it, yeah,
can
dimension, totally.
sky. Okay.
Show us.
Like we have all these
Ooh,
gorgeous presets.
I love that.
But then the best part is you can just customize this. So
That's great.
you're not constrained to it.
It's
but
not
then
stock.
that is contrast too.
So maybe not our first favorite, but we're gonna keep looking.
Sometimes you need to show them what they definitely don't want so that they listen to what they should want. I
Yes,
think.
yes.
That's a pro tip. But even that's just giving it like a bit of depth. But like I'm not very good at put together gradients because I don't tend to work with them. I'm very much a flat vector gal.
Okay.
But when
But this is
I
fine.
saw this, I was like, oh, if someone wanted gradients from me, that's going to make it so much faster for me to put one together that looks nice.
I love that. And you didn't have to like demo it too much. Like it kind of gave you a good starting point to be like,
Yeah.
okay, I like this. I'm gonna tweak it a little bit. I think that's great.
Yeah, literally, like, it was so subtle. But we also have the new feature of creating gradients from the swatches as well.
Yes, adding gradient swatches is
Yeah.
a new feature in Illustrator. I think it was launched maybe a couple weeks ago, but definitely something that you should check out.
It's not, not as new as some of the other stuff I've
right.
shown
It's not
today,
as new, but it still counts.
I
Within this
feel
year,
like
it counts for me.
there's so many little tips where I'm like, that's not that new, but I don't think enough people know about
Oh,
it.
and we're here to tell you
So
about
we
it.
need to
because
talk about it.
Life-changing news here.
Yes.
Oh, we have in all caps, noise. Thank you, chat. We agree.
I'm going to go back to this yellow because I actually really like it.
Oh, Reverb Mike says that we should order s'mores on Uber Eats. Honestly,
Maybe
not
we
a bad
should.
idea.
Is that a thing?
I don't know.
I'm not local enough to know.
I haven't ordered s'mores enough in my life to know.
I feel like I would usually just do them in the
Yeah.
in the kitchen or whatever.
Okay, I love this. So if you're just
Yes.
tuning in, Morgan Hasty is showing us what's new in Illustrator and some of her new favorite features. If you have questions, comments, please participate in the chat. We would love to see you there. What's up next in our list of exciting things?
I feel like I didn't exciting things. This is a little thing again. This is another quality of life update, but I just noticed it and I was like, I feel like I should talk about this.
The artboard tool.
The artboard widget, yeah.
Ooh, widget. I like that. I think that's a
Widget.
better word.
It
yes.
sounds a bit funny in my accent.
It's
I feel like
cute.
it's not made
No,
for
it's
me.
cute.
But yeah, so we can literally just tap this here and it creates another artboard in the exact same size.
Which, as a designer, how many times are you resizing the same artboard, right? You're like,
Literally.
oh, I'm doing Instagram stories. I need 5 of this, right? And this is just such a faster way to do it.
And I feel like that one is really useful, especially like Instagram stories is a great example, or I put together brand presentations and brand guidelines
Yes.
a lot, and the amount of like A4 artboard, and it's just like 40 artboards, whereas I can just press that button and it'll just do it for me. It's great.
Fantastic.
Also, I feel like I didn't show you guys this, but
There's more.
I think you're gonna be quite impressed with it. Just again, speeding up our workflow. So let's just say I'm putting this packaging together, and when I design a packaging, I like to design the packaging and the branding simultaneously. So I don't do like logo and brand, then the packaging. I do logo and brand sort of are born together. So my clients quite often will message me like, we really want to start promoting, could you send us a logo file? And I'll be like, oh yeah, sure. But like if I wanted to do it now, I can so quickly just right click on the artboard and export
that.
it. Rather than, if you'll know, export as, doing it that way. Also, guys, I don't know how many, like you can name your artboard here as well. And when
That's
you
great.
exit, it'll be renamed. I'm such a stickler for naming artboards.
I appreciate someone who's organized. In all honesty, that's fantastic.
Yes. I also should probably point out here, if I just open up the layers panel, but like when you duplicate the artboards like I did earlier, it keeps all your layers intact. So
That's fabulous.
it's not going to duplicate things like if you copied and pasted it, it would all go onto the same layer. It's not going to do that.
Chat says that we're doing a great job, but we're talking over each other. I apologize. We're just really excited about these new features.
Sorry, guys.
We hope that energy is translating to you on your screen as well. We have another question. Mary says, how do you decide to do this in Illustrator rather than InDesign? Do you want to speak a little bit to your work preference here?
I'm so happy to do that. InDesign for me is one of my favorite apps. I will never stop talking about how much I love InDesign. Illustrator, InDesign, and the holy design trinity. I think for me, I have a lot more control over packaging, die line inside of Illustrator. So as a packaging designer,
something happened off screen there, and they were very excited.
Heard a lot of oohs and ahs.
Ooh, it was
like, are they talking about our new features?
Absolutely.
But yeah, so when a manufacturer sends me a die line cutter guide file, that die line or cutter guide is 9 times out of 10 it's an AI file or it's an Adobe PDF, which I am then obviously going to open in Illustrator, and that gives me a lot more control. InDesign is great for things like typographic control, and I use it a lot for editorial as well.
I think that's definitely it. Editorial, long format content, things where you need everything in the same place. So like brand guidelines could be done in InDesign very successfully, but it's definitely up to the individual, but Illustrator has a lot more vector control for what we're looking for.
Yeah, and I feel like also Illustrator, like, because I'm adding illustrations to, for example, a project like this, sometimes in design I would need to export them as an EPS and bring them in separately, whereas here I can just do it on the artboard. Also, it's maybe worth noting that, of course, you've probably noticed, but this isn't a cutter guide file. The purpose of this file here is to give my clients a visual. So what I'm planning on doing with this is basically superimposing it onto smart objects inside of Photoshop to mock this up for my client's visual. So you can see here I've got an artboard for each side of the box, whereas in a cutter guide it would just be a straight up box die line, you know? But I'm just going to move on and do the other flavor here just to show you guys again how we can pick our colors precisely.
I think Raphael had another question. The widget is there only if the space for another same size artboard or no matter what. I think if you have a lot more room
only
on the side,
space.
yeah, must have room.
That's good. That's good to know, actually. So if you don't have space, I can show you guys that in a sec. If you don't have space, the widget just will not pop up. Oh, we're having some. Is it gonna work? Why is it blue?
I think maybe you have multiple. Or sorry, what are you trying to do?
Just changing them to green.
Well, you'll never know.
I guess it could be blue. We have a blue one.
Yeah.
We have a pineapple one. That's fine. She can go here. But yeah, so it only shows up if you've got enough space. So for example, in this one, this might be a really good example because there's not enough space. So I'm not going to get it at the side here because this one is going to crash, but I'm going to get it at the side here, you know?
Yeah. So if you can believe it, we're at time.
We're at time.
Yes, but thank you so much for coming on, showing us everything that's new and everything that you're really enjoying in Illustrator. Is there anything you want to say in closing here, or?
No, I just want to encourage you guys to go try it out. I had a lot of fun here. I feel like I had really good intentions to finish these flavors, and we just got chatting.
It was a short amount of time.
Yeah, we got so excited, but no, I really encourage you guys to go try it out. There's so many amazing new features to make your life easier, and thank you so much for watching.
Yeah, stay tuned. We have more content coming to you in the next 5 minutes, so thanks so much for tuning in, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Hello everyone, what's up? It's me and Lucas here, live from LA, from Adobe MAX 2025. Welcome chat. And if the chat is here, please let me know where you are tuning in from. We would love to hear. Me and Lucas are both from Toronto.
We are. We're
well,
local.
Lucas is from Bowmanville, actually, if anybody knows where that is, but go Blue Jays.
Go
I know
Blue
we're in
Jays.
enemy territory. But Lucas is an amazing teacher and Adobe Express ambassador. He shares so many tips and tricks on his social media, so he's such a great resource to follow. And today he's going to be teaching us a lot about the new Firefly features, especially the ones that deal with video.
Yep.
So Lucas, do you want to tell us what we're going to be doing today?
Yeah, so for anybody who saw the keynote, and let us know if you saw the keynote, whether it was tuning in right here with us or checking it out online. It's always great. I always hop back online and watch it a second time whenever I'm at Max. You saw there were tons of amazing Firefly in particular features.
Yeah.
And namely, we're looking at Firefly Boards.
Yeah.
Which, have you used Firefly Boards
Yes,
yet?
it's super helpful. I really like using it.
It is like a phenomenal workspace that can really just, well, it could already help you do a lot in one place, but now with all these new upgrades and updates, it can help you do just about anything all in one. So what we're going to look at today is a little process I like to go through that basically takes us from brainstorming to gathering or even generating resources to filming and editing and then getting a fully polished video, which many people
That's
probably
pretty crazy.
Hearing Firefly and Firefly Boards and video is maybe gonna set off some new bells for people, because that's what we're gonna be talking about. So I will pop into Firefly Boards, and as I described, you can see your AI-powered creative space. So this is, I'm just gonna do a little walkthrough of all the new exciting stuff, because there's a lot. There is a lot. So it's nice and conveniently organized on the left here. And if you saw in the keynote today, we actually saw many of the focuses of what goes into being creative. We saw the creation process.
Yes.
We saw the generating. We saw ideating, which is my favorite.
I agree.
We're going to focus on. And you see something similar with the way these features have been organized.
Yep.
So if we go to create, we have creating a Firefly board, editing an image. Very new though, we have the ability to now edit videos in your web browser.
You guys are in for a treat.
That is right in Firefly Boards. So a big focus was, okay, I have all these different tools, I got to use all these different things, I'm hopping from one to another. Well now, you can, as I'll walk through, you can do all these things right in one place. So you're a creative person.
Yes.
How often do you juggle so many different tools and windows and would like to have it all in one place?
Oh my gosh, so many times. It's such a messy process, as I'm sure you can relate to as a creative, but I'm excited to see like how the new Firefly features are going to help us have it all in one space, and also just streamline our workflow and help us ideate and be more creative and explore new possibilities that we didn't even know could be.
That's exactly it. So I want to give a little shout out for anyone before I do forget. I'll probably mention it a few times, but right here you can get on the wait list for the Edit Video Beta. So if you click on it, it'll just take you through the steps, fill that in, and you'll get the access when they get to you. But I suggest everyone go do that so they can actually give this a try when they get the access. But I'm going to show you some cool steps that you can do to get to that point of editing those videos and creating. So again, we have create a board, edit an image, edit videos, got a lot more stuff in here too. If you go to generate, you can see you have the ability to generate images. That's of course using Firefly. We've seen Firefly incorporate generating video now.
Yep.
Something I really like that is a lot of fun, you can now generate soundtracks. So
okay, I'm excited to see how we play around with this.
Yeah, we're not going to put these on, but that's why we have headphones.
Okay.
So in one place, I have one tab open. That's it. One window open.
That's kind of crazy. That's so unheard of.
That's very rare for me, right? Usually I am just loaded with tabs. So this is nice. We have ideate. We're going to go back to this in a moment because this is where I want to start with our boards. We have production, where you want to get into actual, bulk, huge actions all at once. Tons of stuff there. If you go to your stuff, this is one I really like. And I want to know in the chat if people also are liking that we finally have this. You can go to your generation history.
Yes.
So everything you've generated is
all there.
Is here, right?
So you don't need to go into your files or anything. It's just all in Firefly.
It's
that
right
makes things
where
super
you need
helpful.
It. Yeah. And I just learned about this today. We just heard, I didn't know that's going to take me to a website. But we just heard about the custom models today, which is super cool.
So you can switch between models depending on what you want to create.
Yeah, and again, a lot of cool, exciting things. Get on the wait list for. I got to get on the wait list for that one.
Yeah.
Because I want to try that.
Me too.
one.
I'm going to do that when I get back to my hotel.
Yeah. So let's start with what I do have access to, and that is going to be Firefly Boards, which is going to come into the idea of really just creating this nice, massive visual space where I can organize anything I need all in one place.
Love that.
So I'll make a new board.
And chat, let me know if you've tried Firefly Boards. And if you haven't, what are you doing? No, I'm just kidding. But that's great. Cody, put your Instagram in the chat. And we have even people joining from Australia. Hi, Jeffrey. That's so cool. And yeah, very cool that the entire world is watching Adobe MAX, which is kind of crazy. Cool. The entire world is watching your screen. No, I'm just kidding. No pressure.
And let's get that chat more active from all around the world. I'm going to create a storyboard that will go into being a reel, a social media video. Okay. We both create a lot of reels. That's your bread and butter,
yes.
And yours as well, right?
Yes.
So I think that's why they have us here together. When you normally create a reel, because you do a lot of great ones, you do, like, I call them talking head videos, right? You're just seated in a location, you are speaking to the camera, just giving information, right? Talking. When you usually do a talking head video, where do you write your script, or how do you write your script? What do you do for that?
I write it myself, and I actually spend a lot of time writing out my script. It's probably the most excruciating part of the process.
Yes, and maybe you have a doc. I have a Google Doc.
Yes,
I have,
me too.
Like, sometimes pen and paper. But something I've loved in Firefly Boards is it's visual, and you have text, and you have all these artboards, you have all these shapes, you have all these arrows. It's very fun. So I'm going to write my script right in here.
Wow.
Like, scene by scene by scene.
Okay. I'm excited to see this.
Yeah, so let's drop it down a little bit. I was thinking to do like a video, just like a talking head video. I don't really do inspirational content, but we'll do a little video about staying creative and inspired, okay? So we'll do something.
Hear it.
Let's see.
Jeffrey hasn't tried the boards yet. Jeffrey, I hope you do after this live.
Get on this. I used to think creativity couldn't strike everywhere.
Okay.
Let's shrink that. We're going to. See how it popped? I just copy and paste, and it just pops it right beside. So it's
I love that it's
so organized.
I love that it's so like in line. It makes my heart happy.
Right. I used to think creativity couldn't strike anywhere. I needed the right lighting or the right, gear to make it happen.
I find that a lot of creatives struggle with that they find that they need the whole new softwares or gear, where honestly anything can just be creative if you just start.
Right,
so.
and that's why talking head videos are so great.
Yes.
It's just your message, it's just you speaking. So this would and will be filmed as a talking head video. I of course have it filmed already, because I'm not going to film and put that on there. But I'm just doing it line by line, because if I ever do want to mix in some B-roll, which Firefly Boards is amazing for, I can do that here, right? Let's just, I don't know. But I was wrong. Pause, right? Creativity is actually, I'll say creativity is all around us. Sorry, my mouse. I'm usually using a mouse, so I'm just going to refresh real quick. There we go. Let's get it.
You can go to the Logitech booth and get one.
Yeah, I should have done that. Let's see, but I was wrong. Creativity is all around. You just have to go looking for it. There is the cheesiest thing you will hear all day. But I love the spacing. Like, I already have like these lines to just make sure everything's all organized, everything's set up perfectly. So that's what I would do. I would basically brainstorm, all right, what do I want to say? And for people who are creating videos, I find it's helpful to do it line by line by line.
I agree.
Right? Because then you can make sure your video is not going to be anything on screen for too long. You can really spread things out and go from there.
Do you also plan what you're going to say, like what's going to be the visual for each line of the video?
I do, and that's where this is great. You can do things like adding shapes, you can fill those in, right? You can...
Like if you have a signature series and you have a logo for that series, you can be like, insert logo here at this time.
You could basically hop in here and like make your covers for your reels that you need, right? Like you can, or you visualize it at least. Like there's so much you can do. It's like pretty endless in the possibilities. There's arrows for people who like that visual flow. They want to see that.
Oh my gosh, I love an arrow.
So just whatever you need, figure it out, right? And then what I can do from here is I can go ahead and plop in a video. So let's see, I have a video already in here. Creativity strikes, and just like that,
Look
my
at this
video
hair.
is
So voluminous.
That was literally today. That was like in my hotel room today.
Okay.
But this is right here. So now I have text going on. I have little small illustrations, but then I literally also just have like my video mixed into everything. So
I love that it's such a brain dump.
It is, and and that's why it's endless.
Yes.
Right? We saw in the keynote today.
Yes.
Paul Traney did an awesome demo of this, and he Michael, the other Illustrator evangelist, he was chasing his cursor around because it literally is live real-time collaboration.
Yeah.
So
and that's another great feature that you can collaborate with other people. Yeah.
So even if you don't use this for design, use it to just play online tag and just try to chase the cursor around. But that video's there. I'll just keep it because I want to quickly show another really cool feature that you can do in this. So we're just gonna pop back out.
Yeah.
Because there's something I want to see people trying when they're on here.
And there's actually somebody in the chat who said who have used boards before as well, and that the new collaboration feature is super helpful when creating a project. Raphael said that as well. Oh, and Jeffrey also asked, what was the biggest reveal so far at Max?
What do you think? What would you say?
I think that the expand video is kind of insane. I'm pretty sure that was revealed last year, but even with video creators, because I'm a very novice video editor, so to know that I can just expand my video in Premiere Pro is kind of crazy. That's what I found pretty mind-blowing. And Project Turntable and Illustrator, because Illustrator's my bread and butter.
That's your jam,
so
right?
That's my jam.
Well, speaking of video, if you go into the Generate tab, there's all these recommended features. I say quick actions because I'm used to Adobe Express, but there are actual separate quick actions. But these are under the Generate tab. Enhanced speech is amazing. And for anyone who hasn't used enhanced speech, or you maybe have seen it integrated into Adobe Express, you've maybe used it as Adobe Podcast, enhanced speech is just phenomenal.
I've used this before and it's so good.
It is amazing. We're going to show it right here. I have a quick little video. It's not going to be an exact script to the one that I made, but to get to this Adobe Podcast page, I just, in Firefly Boards, I went to Generate, went to the Enhanced Speech tab, and there's other ways you can get to it too. And it just brought me there. So now it is just quickly enhancing the speech. We can go ahead, we'll put our headphones on.
Ooh,
so we have to
okay.
just get those adjusted a little bit. We're doing headphones with our headset, so we're trying to make this work. There we go.
These are so noise canceling too.
We're gonna start yelling all of a sudden. So super cool, for anyone who hasn't seen this yet, it gives us two bars, right? We have speech, and that could be a slider for my actual speech quality. And then you can also do it with background noise.
Yes.
And you have controls over both, right?
Yes.
Because it's good to have that option. Let's go ahead and play the original and give that a listen to. We'll see if my volumes, I don't want to use too much volume, so we'll see how loud it comes out. Let's just check.
You know what's funny? I used to think creativity needed the perfect setup, the right lights, the right atmosphere. But if you think about it, creativity shows up wherever you do. Look around.
So there's my cringe little speech. But just to prove a point on this amazing feature.
That's me when I see myself on video.
Everyone, right? Now we're going to put on Enhance. And immediately you'll notice it makes it so much louder and more crisp. Yes.
Yeah.
So let's play it.
What's funny, I used to think creativity needed the perfect setup, the right lights, the right atmosphere. But if you think about it, creativity shows up wherever you do.
It sounds like you're using a professional microphone.
And here, we can take these off. It does, right? And that's the exact purpose of it, when really that's on my phone with the downtown busy streets of LA in the background.
The air conditioning in the background.
Air conditioning in hotels. So that turned out great. I love the enhancement.
That's my favorite feature, honestly.
Anyone can use it for regardless of what kind of content you create.
Yeah.
There's just so much out there. So I'm going to say,
especially if you're recording in a busy area, like even now, like in this big conference room, I'm sure if you were to record something, there would be tons of background noise, and that would be a super helpful tool.
Right. So it's nice to just have that here. Let's just go back to this guy. So that's my old one. I'm going to delete that one.
We got to drop the hair routine too.
I actually had to just, I thought, I don't really travel with like hair product because it's usually too many, whatever.
Yes, liquid limits.
Yeah, the liquid limits.
Yes.
So I didn't bring anything and I had to run to Target and just get the nearby thing.
Well, good one there. There's one nearby. Exactly.
So the amazing thing is we can take this video and we can, my vision for it is, that's the opening hook, right? That's my opening intro. But from there, I don't want that just to be me talking. We've spoken how talking heads can be a really good video if you just want to share your message. But I don't think this is a very strong message. So I want to actually show creativity.
Yes.
So I want to generate a bunch of images that I can then use where as I'm speaking, or maybe there's like a musical piece at the end, which I'll show us how we can generate that right here. As that music's playing, I want to show some just cool vibes. I hear that word a lot this week. Everyone's throwing that in. It's like when you're live or you're speaking and you need a word to represent cool, you just throw vibes in there.
Bring the vibes.
but let's create some really cool creative vibes in here. And what we're going to do is I'm going to use a bunch of pictures of me, and I'm going to take just those pictures and I'm going to make them creative, because I'm saying you can find creativity anywhere. So I'm going to take everyday pictures and I'm going to make them creative. And that's what we're going to do right here, and we're going to organize it all in one place, which is awesome.
Let's see it. I'm excited
drop
to see
those
this.
in.
Did you get portraits done?
Okay, so this is, my girlfriend made fun of me earlier today. She said, you need new headshots. Like your headshots are very old. Oh, did I do the giant one? Oh, I did one at a time. So let's zoom right out. There we go. But look how easy it is to zoom right out. So now
I love that it's all arranged.
Look how small it can be. Yeah. Look how much I can shrink that. And now,
it's so satisfying.
Ooh, this is where I wish I had my mouse, because I am a mouse user.
Yeah, me too.
But there we go. So now we're working here. And we're gonna move, actually let's move the whole group over. Okay. Yes, my girlfriend was saying, you need new headshots, because these are from like 2021 or 2022.
COVID times.
You probably noticed some downtown, what's that, like Union Station?
Yes,
that's where everyone takes that CN Tower picture in the background.
The RBC building? Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Those are my pictures. But to just keep it from just me and then more of me, I want to turn these into some creative images.
Okay.
And since we have time and we're doing some video, we're going to turn them into some creative videos as well, which is a lot
like
of
these
fun.
still images to videos.
Yep.
Whoa.
Yep.
Okay.
Or actually, what we're going to do is we're going to create even better still images, and then we're going to turn those even better still images into videos. So I'm going to use what is, I would say, the most important part of Firefly Boards, and that is this bar down here, this generate bar, right? And something very new is this new presets option. Which presets, maybe if you've, anyone who's in the audience or watching who has just seen some of those really cool image trends that are out there, you've probably seen some of these, because this plays off just popular content trends that are out there. They have haunted because Halloween is this week, right? Spooky scene. Virtual try-on is very cool. It will literally put clothes on, like try on clothes for you.
I online shop way too much. I'm gonna need to use this.
Every online store needs to use this.
Yeah,
right?
honestly.
Like, it just needs to be embedded naturally into every online website because it's just so amazing.
There's some
tons
like glasses stores online that you could like virtually try on their glasses and stuff.
I have
so I
seen
think that would be super helpful.
And they're pretty good in what you get too.
But speaking of Halloween, let me know in the chat what you're being for Halloween. I'm being Belle from Beauty and the Beast.
Oh, that's cool. That's awesome.
And my boyfriend's being the Beast, obviously.
Yeah,
and I'm going to be Beauty, obviously.
I'm being, what's his name? Fred from the Scooby Squad.
Okay,
and my
very
girlfriend's
cute.
being Daphne. And then another couple. It's like an engagement party / Halloween party.
Oh, I love that.
So we're going as a group, and the other couple's going to be Shaggy and Velma. So I need a blonde wig, because I'm Fred somehow.
I mean, we're in the best place to get a wig, so.
I wanted to be Shaggy. But
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to pick one of these scenes. So I'm going to go with Haunted. And you'll notice there's some different options when it comes down to using the presets. But in this case, I'm just going to click Subject, and I have the dropper. And the dropper is going to let me select something from anywhere on the board. So I could literally pick the photo or the video. I could pick any of these photos, which are nice and organized, and I can fill it as the inspiration for this photo. This is the haunted scene. Since these are presets, the whole purpose of these presets is you don't have to type the prompt. we know everyone prompts differently. I just learned that new term, prompt engineer, for like the first time ever.
Wow.
Someone who is really good at writing prompts, which I'm sure
Wow.
people watching and also at Adobe Live, or at Adobe MAX, are probably many phenomenal prompt writers. But this does it for you. It makes the prompt for you. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit generate. The very cool thing about Firefly Boards is that you'll notice it's generating while I can just keep working.
Okay.
I'm good to just keep going. Because again, we talked about the strength of this.
Yes.
The strength of this is that you don't have to have all these different windows and tabs. You don't have to go to Firefly, the Firefly web browser on one tab, hop over to Adobe Express, hop back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah.
It's all here. So I know it was generating while I was talking, but I could have also generated more and more and more.
And I like that like the computer isn't breathing heavy, you know what I mean?
Yes,
Like my
yeah.
computer would literally explode if it was opening a PDF last year.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm glad that this is not taking up too much
Knock on wood,
power.
my Mac's getting old, so I think it's pushing 5 years, and I'm starting to like feel it warmer from now on, and I'm just like, uh-oh.
I'm sure everybody can relate to that.
So sometimes it'll give you one, and it's like, that's not me, right? So I want to generate something else. I want
Okay.
to create a variation of it. But the good news is
It's very spooky,
it's,
I like
it's
it.
right there, right?
Yes.
I'm going to go into, let's take a look, into I generated some stuff earlier. Let me see what I got. I think I used the spooky scene one. Let's do spooky scene, because that was haunted.
Mm-hmm.
So let's use this, and let's see what kind of spooky scene it creates for me.
I just saw that so many other people are joining from like London, England, Istanbul. Like I said, the world's watching you.
Yeah, the world is watching. So and now the
I
whole
love
world
that.
knows our Halloween costumes.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the one I like, because look at
Okay.
this. And I love this because
Oh my
it
goodness.
literally has my sweater.
Harry Potter vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Growing up, I used to look exactly like Harry Potter because I had glasses,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm a huge Harry Potter fan. So let's just look at what this did. And of course, another shout out I should do, this is using the Gemini 2.5 Nano
Yes.
Banana, because now we have so many different models incorporated with Adobe Firefly.
So what makes Nano Banana different than the other models?
So it is really good at focused edits that will
Okay.
retain original details of the photo. So you can see my sweater. That's a pretty specific looking sweater.
Yeah.
I don't have that sweater anymore. I miss it. I want that sweater. So I can create endless photos of me wearing it to make up for me missing it. But it's got my beard, it's got my, like the hair length is like the same. It even has the watch I'm wearing, and it even got my tattoos, which always just like impresses me so much that it somehow gets my tattoos.
Like as an artist, I find it so hard to draw tattoos.
Oh,
so
I
that's
bet.
crazy that it picked up on that.
I can only imagine, because it's like
Yeah.
so much small, intricate details on
Yes.
an already small canvas,
Yes.
I'm sure.
And hands.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
They're the bane of my existence.
And the hands are great too. Which
Yeah, the
if
hands are good.
Anyone starting with AI, like in the last year or two, and you've seen it grow, hands used to be a thing that didn't work too well, right? So it's nice to have it there.
Somebody said you look like you're in Trinity College in the Book of
Oh,
Kelly's. Do you know what Trinity College is at U of T?
I've heard of that. No,
it's like
but
a very
that
like Hogwarts-esque
old school library
Yes.
kind of thing.
It's a very nice library.
Very
So that's what
cool.
it looks like. Yeah.
I'm doing my research. My allergies are gonna kill me. So some cool things we can do too. I'm gonna just have some fun with this because we're talking
Yes.
video. And I mentioned that I would take this kind of boring talking head video, which has the message of creativity can be found anywhere. You just gotta go look for it. So from there, it would cut, or it would be B-roll that would segue into these interactive, immersive scenes that are not just me downtown Toronto, me in this magical world that I love people already finding inspiration from. So thank you for sharing that. What we're gonna do generate video, okay? Which is again, down at that bar, we like to use it. And here's the best thing. I'm gonna set the first frame,
Okay.
and that means it's gonna take this and
That's
bring
gonna
it
be
to
the
life.
opening frame?
That's gonna be the
Okay.
opening. If you wanna make it seamless, you can set the last frame. So you can set the last, and I'll work on this, but you can set the last frame as your next first frame. So it can literally go from scene to scene to scene seamlessly, which is amazing. So let's think of something. I'm not the best at
You're
prompts,
making a
but
potion or something.
Yeah.
It's giving that. I don't know why.
He's like looking up the potion ingredients, right?
Yes.
Like, what about, book.
Or chat, let me know what you think.
Yeah, let me know. I'm gonna go with the book turns into a magical portal that pulls him in.
That's way better than what I was thinking.
I like the potion because I was thinking like some green goo.
Yes,
but I was like,
that's way better.
I don't know, does it fall off screen and wreck the book? I could have maybe tried that too. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna let that generate. So that's gonna keep going, which is a lot of fun. And we'll take a look at that. And while that's happening, we're gonna pick our next picture. So I have all these, again, these headshots. I'm gonna shrink. I like to keep the original nearby because now I know I use that. I'm gonna make sure I use quite a few of these.
That's great for organization too.
Which is not one of my strong suits, so I am very grateful to have this for sure.
Well, that's honestly what's so great about Firefly Boards, because it's just like an endless brain dump to like explore whatever you want to make.
That's exactly
what I really
right?
appreciate about it.
It's what do you want to create? Well, here's a way to do it, and here's a way to visualize it all as you go.
Somebody put howdy, or Mikey put howdy in all caps from Dallas, Texas, so that's so fun.
Oh,
and we have more people from Beirut and New Mexico, which is really
Nebraska.
fun.
Yeah,
wow, shout out Nebraska.
We have an awesome, I'm seeing London, England. I'm seeing there's the YouTube chat too.
Yes.
That's
so
awesome.
fun.
We had a bunch. And I'm seeing a good, is it Delia? Sorry if I mispronounced that, but a good prompt right here from them. Yes, the page turns, sparkles, and then the portal opens. So let's see what we got. Let's
That's a
place
great
it on
idea.
the canvas.
Oh, and we have Switzerland, Florida, Hawaii, Alaska, Italy. Wow, those all just came in. Portland, Netherlands. Look at you. Oh my
There we
goodness, I didn't even see that. Whoa.
And that goes with like finding creativity everywhere, right? Like, you know what would be really cool? I could, and I should have done this, but I could then go get like an actual book at home, like a notebook. We got a bunch of notebooks at Adobe MAX, right? I can get a notebook in my hotel. I could have like filmed me overhead opening it, set that as the frame, and then generated a transition into this, which would be very cool, because then it's like I'm taking the real world into this magical generated world that I'm creating. So that's just like, I want to encourage people to think that way, right? To start thinking of different ideas. I would then, I'm going to string my videos along this way, so then I could quickly put them in. And like I mentioned, that video editor, that Firefly Boards video editor, is literally a web-based video editor where you can pop in all your files. You can work with the audio. You can work with your video layers.
So it doesn't use your memory, which is so nice.
So important, right?
It doesn't use your storage. Probably takes up like power from your computer, but as long as it doesn't take up your storage, that's huge.
Yes, yeah. My computer, I did delete a bunch of stuff right before this because I was like, one of these days I'm
your
gonna go
full?
live. Yeah.
Mine's always full.
I'm gonna go live and I won't be able to like download my like assets because my hard drive's gonna be full or something, because I just ignore it so much.
Is this the style reference that you're finding?
These are the presets. So let's find another fun one, because we're gonna do a few just creative scenes that I would then splice together.
That one looks cool.
This one?
Yes.
The restyle. So restyle, we can describe the new style that we're gonna do for it.
Oh, okay.
And we're gonna then fill it. So let's see. Let's try it. Let's do this.
Now we have more from like Croatia, Canada. Let's go Blue Jays. And Colorado, Romania, Washington. Very cool.
Futuristic city vibe.
More from Colorado. Very fun.
Let's try that. So that's going to keep generating.
Fantastic city vibe.
We're going to try
futuristic
city vibe. We'll see what it can do with me there. Again, I'm glad we chose that one, because it shows there's different presets need different things from you.
Yes.
This one is now using the Firefly Image 4.
Okay. So why are you using that one?
So that's chosen by the preset.
Okay.
So that's what's great, but because it's Firefly, this would be something commercially available.
Okay.
So I would get, look at this one. I wish I was this
cool
handsome.
guy.
There we go. Look at this guy. But very cool. So
you look like an Italian race car driver.
But look at this one. Like, it's very cool to see that. Like, again, it got something I like to highlight from there is like the pose is identical, and that's what Restyle does.
And the watch too.
Yes, right. So it's got, if we go left to right,
the clothing is similar too.
It's like an identical photo.
Just different colors.
If you look at my pose. So that's what Restyle does. is it takes the composition, which is the pose, and it's less about me, it's more like the actual just shape, the silhouette, and what's also on me, and it makes it in a new style. So people can have fun with that one and do a lot of things there. I won't use that one though, but let's take a look. Let's find one that we could really get a nice video with. What do we want? Let's find...
Yeah, I'm excited to see what you create.
Let's do electric party.
Electric party. Okay.
That one just sounds fun.
From the keynote this morning was also really funny to see. I want to see what it does to the pictures that you have.
I want to see what it does too. So let me find a good. I haven't done this one before. Let's do. I'm gonna stick with this photo because we have it there.
Electric neon party, perhaps.
I think it's got the neon built in.
Okay, no, you're so right. Never mind.
So the good thing is, but I'm glad you pointed that out because. Normally, if we were prompting, we would type all that in, right?
Yes.
We would say, I want it to be, a vibrant neon electric party with dance and music. That is actually still happening.
Okay.
So these presets make the prompt for you. And that's what's very cool. Once this is done, I'll go back to my generation history, and you can see they're all named after the prompts. So you can actually see what the prompt was.
And that's good because sometimes prompt writing is a bit of an art and a bit of a skill. So that's great that it has it all preset for you. Whoa.
Speaking of art and skill, look at that. So that's our electric
Oh my God, your shoes.
Yeah,
they're like pointy. I love
that's
them.
like size 20 feet. That's hilarious.
That's
this
insane.
is like
look at this code.
That is very cool. It's like very futuristic, very fun. So I could turn that into a cool video too, because I would like to splice it all together on the theme of creativity. So that could be my other one, right? So if I were to go to generate video again, we're gonna get rid of that one. And then let's do...
Are you gonna do electric party for your video?
Like a dancing and stuff? Is that,
Should we do like rollerblades?
Oh, that could be cool. Let's try that. Let's do something with that. So
whatever you want.
First frame here. He stands up. It's too bad I don't have rollerblades on me. That would be cool, like on my character.
Whatever is easiest for you.
Stands up and does a cool dance.
Or flip. No, I'm just kidding. Could you imagine?
Well, I might want to try that. We have to try that after.
When you're like at a high school party and people are like, do a flip.
Which is probably the most important time you should not do a flip.
Exactly. Yep.
If people are ever chanting, do a flip, you should not do a flip.
There's one thing for the chat. Never do a flip if people are chanting at you.
And again, I love demoing this because it's so easy to zoom in and zoom out and just show what we're working with. Again, we're gonna have all our different kind of like fantasy, futuristic realms. I will move on to another preset next.
And I love the path that you're taking, and like you can clearly see all the steps towards your creativity, and you have so much control, which is so nice.
That's important for me, right? Like, and I'm sure, you use Illustrator a lot, right?
Yes.
And Illustrator, do you just have your project, or do you does your artboard, your canvas get pretty messy? Do you have stuff all over?
Yeah, it's messy. I don't allow company to come over. It's too messy for me to share. But yes, it's a mess. Like I have things scattered all over my artboard, so I get it. And this is like home to me.
Everyone has their own process, right?
Exactly.
So this gives someone who isn't organized, it makes it organized for you.
Which
right?
I really appreciate.
There's even if you go into if you select your photos, you can even organize and get everything sorted together, which is very cool. As long as you have 2 selected, you can go ahead and arrange them by rows, columns, mosaic, lots of different options.
That's so satisfying. And people are saying that this looks very steampunk and cyberpunk.
Oh yeah, let's see. Well, now it's going to become
I'm so intrigued by this video. Let's zoom in.
Let's see. Here we go.
Is everyone ready? Okay.
Let's close the bar. No idea what we're gonna get here. So here, let me move it so we can see. Here we go. The grand reveal.
Whoa! This is giving kind of frat party.
That is great. So I could put that into. Those are my video clips that I'm now going to join together and then have.
That is so funny.
There's my sci-fi steampunk world. We have our kind of fantasy magic world. Let's go ahead and generate one more. Get another clip.
Yeah, why not?
Looks like we're pretty good on time. We can do one more. So
we have about 20 minutes.
Sweet. We might even do 2 more, 3 more. I want to show off a really cool one. This isn't one I would necessarily use.
Okay.
But it's just really useful that I think people can get a lot of value from. It's change pose.
Yes.
So
it reminds me of Wes Anderson.
What do you
like the color grading of that preset?
Oh, this one.
Oh no, the one that you were just having. over,
Oh, the other one. Sorry.
Yes.
That probably is very inspired by
Yes.
that. We'll take a look at that one. This one literally just like changes how you are standing or what you're doing. So I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pick this one. Make him or put him in a cool squat pose.
Squat pose.
In a cool squat pose.
I'm jealous of his flexibility.
We'll see. Yeah, I probably wouldn't be doing a squat in these. I did this picture. I probably wouldn't be doing a squat in those pants, but
I was gonna say.
So that's why we do
that.
That's why we use Firefly to generate
Yes.
what can't be done in real life.
Speaking, maybe. You can
And
put jeggings on.
bring those back. And look how quickly it was.
Whoa.
So that is. I'm gonna move some stuff around. Let me. Speaking of organization, let me actually organize a few things and group some things so we can see this. But that was this photo, which I'll bring over here.
That's crazy similar.
And it's like that's me, right? It's got the same pants, and those are pretty. As we mentioned, those are complex pants.
Yeah, the pattern, the plaid pattern. Yeah.
I didn't realize that when I picked that.
And your tattoos
like
are all intact.
it's got it. I was still finishing my sleeve at this time, so it wasn't fully done. And the checkers are all there. And I could turn that into a video clip, right? Of B-roll, of me moving, me in motion. So it's just very cool to have that. Normally I wouldn't keep it all out here, but since we're just putting it all on highlight, all the awesome stuff you can do in Firefly Boards, not even all the awesome stuff, because this is only scratching the surface.
Yeah,
but
I was going to say, imagine the possibilities that all of you guys can unlock and see what you guys can do with your creative work and your creative exploration.
And that's a great thing to point out, because I think the Firefly community is like, Adobe has so many strong communities, but the Firefly community is like amazing. Just artists highlighting their work, what they're creating. As we were waiting for Max today, there were so many like various projects by so many creatives, many from the Firefly community just being on display while we were waiting to get started. There's so much going on.
And like, again, just like the endless possibilities that you can find out. And like you were saying earlier, it's just scratching the surface of what we could do. And like, let's say like you're in a time crunch to like have a new LinkedIn photo because you want to update. You can literally just come here and be like, I don't know, make me look very professional in this day and age.
Well, actually, I got something even better for LinkedIn then. If you wanna talk about that.
Okay, we can explore that.
Let's. I'll show you something very cool that I like. Let me find one where I'm really standing. I think probably this is probably go-to for standing. So I need new headshots, but I do have a lot of poses, so that's good. That's good for demos and stuff.
Somebody actually put in the chat, like for prompt writing. For prompt, they were saying you could put "show me" instead of telling it to do something. So maybe that could be something to try. So like, show me a professional pose or something like that. Maybe that could be helpful.
And that's good to just know, right? And it's good prompts aren't like a one-way language. You can speak in so many ways with them, right?
Agreed.
Let me add something. I think I got something saved for us to use.
You're cooking something up.
I got something here. What do we got? Let's go to this. Let's pop in a winter coat.
Okay.
We're escaping the Canada weather right now by being in LA.
Oh my goodness.
But I heard people had frost on their windows yesterday.
Oh no, it's getting so bad now.
It's pretty much there.
If you're from Canada, if you know, you know. It's going to be horrible till February. Okay.
So you mentioned getting variety from your photos, right?
Yes.
Or maybe you have a photo you want to use for LinkedIn. This is a common use case I see. You have a photo you want to use, but maybe, this would be a fine LinkedIn photo because I was fairly nicely dressed.
Yes.
But maybe I'm wearing like a baggy t-shirt and like shorts and I don't feel that's LinkedIn ready. So I want to be, changing the outfit. I'm using a winter coat as an example, but get any clothing photo, and one of the presets that I love to use is virtual try-on.
Okay.
We mentioned that. We're going to pick subject. Super easy to follow, right? It says subject, clothing. Add the clothing.
Wow.
Using that dropper bottle to grab it.
It's really that easy, huh?
It's super easy. And this uses Gemini Nano Banana. We're going to generate, and it's going to put that clothing on me, which is very cool. It might keep like a shirt underneath, might keep it open, might keep the pants.
I wonder if it's like gonna blend the background to be winter. You know what I mean?
There are other presets that can do that.
Okay.
This one I don't want it to, but there are ones that can do that, which is very cool. So let's see. Let's take a look.
Okay,
Like, how awesome is that?
Yeah, this is more winter day. But yeah, it literally kept your exact pose.
Like hands in my pocket. Looks like I need a photo of snow pants to match the outfit, but
to match your ski fit.
I'll drag that over there.
Well, that's pretty crazy how they can do that.
Thinking of the uses for this, as you mentioned, I probably, for LinkedIn, this would have been fine. But if someone wants a LinkedIn photo, they can put in any outfit. If they want to, figure out what jacket they want to wear for their.
Or like, let's say if you were working for Adobe and the company colors are red, and you want to change it to a red shirt, like this could definitely do that.
Right? Yeah, like I could turn this into a red polo.
Exactly.
Right? So that's another awesome one. Let's see. Some other cool things in here. We're pretty good on.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do a few more. So again, this is all happening in one window, one tab, nice and easy.
And again, his computer isn't breathing
it's
and huffing and puffing.
It's
not angry yet. It's not exploding. I remember like on my MacBook Air in first year university, every time I would open a PDF, it would almost explode. So I get that.
This one is in the meadows, so it's going to add.
In the meadows, okay.
It's going to add me to a nice outdoor whimsical scene.
I'm excited to see this. Flowers, fairies. I'm excited to see this.
So that would be, again, with this video being focused on creativity, having all that different B-roll, I would want my different settings, right? I want my fantasy setting here we talked about.
People are saying that turned out so amazing. That is very sexy, somebody put.
What, the winter coat?
Love that.
People are saying, what about characters? This is great for generating characters,
also
for
as well.
Trying things out for your the different vibes.
I use it a lot for like composition wise, because sometimes like I'm an illustrator and I do a lot of characters too, so it's nice for composition sometimes.
Look at
wow.
This one. It's even
Look at you in the field.
It's even rocking the jumpsuit. Look at that.
Yes.
That's like the whole Benson Boone vibe right there.
Yes.
Is that him? That's what he does? So there's me. Still has the tattoos, right? This arm I wasn't done yet, so it's throwing it off a little bit. But that I could turn that into a nice clip of me walking to the field, right? Let's do that right now.
Can we try that?
Yeah,
yes.
let's do. So again, we're sticking with that
you
bar.
You could do like frolicking in the field, flower fields. That would be super funny. Oh, it looks like you're like in the Netherlands or something.
Yeah,
flower field.
They have a lot of beautiful flowers.
Or like the Sound of Music.
Yeah.
Frolicking in the
whimsically.
field.
Is that even a word?
I'm not sure.
Whimsically.
English is my second
in the
language.
Field.
You shouldn't ask me.
Let's see. Let's try it. It didn't come up as a not
spelling
recognized,
error,
so we're gonna try it.
So we can see. That's gonna be a fun experiment.
That'd be a good one.
And your jumpsuit is so funny.
It is a great jumpsuit. So these are happening pretty quick, which is nice. They're generating quite quickly.
Yeah.
I can use them.
And it's a video too, which is even crazier.
And that's why the great use case for this is to have these shorter B-roll clips, or to do transitions that you want to just jump between scenes, right? Stuff like that. That way you can really just have that quick clip. It's not going to take up too much time. You're not going to have to leave your computer running for 30 minutes just to get it generated. It's good to have that.
Also asking how you used your likeness, because every time I used to generate a video, it generates a completely different person. So would you maybe want to demo how, if you have time, how you got it to look like you and how you put the reference image in?
So that's why I love using presets. So I would suggest because a preset, in my opinion, is going to have the best prompting.
Yes.
Right? So if that's happening, it might be the prompting that's causing it. So use a preset, get the image you like, the one that's referenced from you. And like I said, it's very easy to add yourself as the reference, right? Create a nice photo that is referenced off of you, like this one, and then use that with the generate video. That's what I find works.
Yes.
Because the preset is doing the expert prompting that is maybe not my strong suit.
Yeah, and somebody also put, it could also be the model that you're using. It's either Firefly or Nano Banana, so that could also just be something to play around with. But look at this video. Oh my God. You're a little stiff.
I'm like the scarecrow from Wizard of Oz.
A little bit, yeah.
But
yeah, you're a little stiff. You need to loosen up a little bit.
So that's how we took that one, right? We took that picture and brought it to motion, right? And you know what?
You seem super happy to be there. That's all that matters.
Whimsical indeed, which is what's going on. One more thing I want to see.
Yes.
See
we have about 9 minutes left, so I think you have a lot of time.
that we should have time for. Because I mentioned, you can do your whole video process here from now, right? And one important part of video, we mentioned how you can enhance the speech with the Adobe podcast integration, which is awesome. You can also generate a soundtrack, which is very cool.
Okay,
and
let's
super
see how
user-friendly.
we can do this.
I love how it's just like, you know what you're doing on the screen here. But it has vibes. That must be why everyone's saying vibe this week. But it's it's just 3 categories. They're nice and color coded, right? Set the vibe, set the style, set the purpose.
Okay.
There are ones that you can autofill or you can put your own. Let's clear it. There we go. So describe a vibe. We want to have like, let's see, whimsical.
Okay.
Whimsical piano song.
Okay.
Or maybe piano's my style. Whimsical song with
jazz piano, maybe?
Oh, cool. Let's do it. Jazz.
Because I think it's maybe asking for genre.
For a inspiring video.
Okay.
Something like that. Again, I could have autofilled. You can put multiple ones, right? You can really put them in there.
And it's nice that they're just right there.
Yeah. You can add your own too, right? Describe a purpose.
Yep.
It's nice. You can set the energy. You can set the tempo. I'm going to do medium, medium. Do generate.
Let's see what this does.
It's pretty quick too, which is nice.
Put on
yes,
the
we'll get our
headphones
headphones on
to it,
and we'll give it a listen. All right. So it gives me 4 options.
Okay.
Which is very cool. I like that one. Let's see track
Not
2.
bad. It's kind of giving playtime. This is nice.
It's like the end credits or the intro credits to like a show.
Yes.
Like a sitcom or something.
Oh,
There's
this
the
is
jazz.
fun. That's like the intro of a jazz song, I find.
It is, and then it picks
Yeah.
up, right? So let me make sure I don't lose my mic. There we go. So I love that, right? Because it gives me 4 options. I was happy with the tempo, happy with the energy. If you really want to have fun, put high energy and fast tempo and play around with this, and you'll get some interesting music.
Or maybe I can make a new running playlist with this, honestly.
You know what? That's very useful.
And somebody's also asking, could you show us how you went about choosing an image and then using a preset? Just before we end off here.
And that was a big highlight, so I do want to share that for sure. So let me go back to my board here.
Yes.
And they asked how I choose an image. Yes.
So choosing an image and then using a preset. Yes.
So you want to start. I started by dropping in all of my images. You can just do, add content. You can even drag and drop too. Once you have your own images in there, all you have to do, this generate bar at the bottom, presets is right there for you already. So you just select presets. The reason why I love presets is because they make it so easy for you, right, to load in what you need to use that preset. So when we did the spooky scene, all it needs is the subject, which is what this individual is asking, how to add that photo. So you click on that, and it automatically turns my mouse into a dropper bottle. And I know it's kind of tiny, but that dropper bottle is basically letting me extract anything on the Firefly board. And when I click on it, it's going to load it as the subject for that photo. Yeah. So that's how you get it. And you know what? I like the spooky scene. So let's do one more spooky scene anyways. Set things off nice for Halloween.
Yes.
I did this photo last time. Let's do this one and see what it gives us.
Let's see what it loads.
And again,
I'm excited to see what it generates.
The preset picks the model, which is nice. It knows, we have so many models available, right? Whether through Firefly or through partner models. And the beauty of these presets is it decides the best one for the job. Because as you were asking earlier, why do you think it chose that model? Why this? Why that? There are if you really want to have fun and do some research, there are strengths and weaknesses to each model.
Yeah.
And knowing them is great, but presets are awesome for if you just want someone else to tell you.
Exactly.
Right?
And if somebody who's not super knowledgeable about AI, it's also nice that it helps you do that. Whoa!
It's a very Stranger Things.
Yes.
I believe that's finally coming back out.
Very eerie.
Yeah. So this would be a fun one that I could turn into Well, we have time. That's how quick it is to generate.
Yeah, we have about 4 minutes left. We could do like you looking through the woods,
Yeah.
looking all scared.
I was actually gonna do he goes into the tree.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yes. Oh my God, that's so much better.
And I could tie that into like I could make the whole theme of this like portals, right?
Very
like,
Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah.
Yes.
I could even make this field at the end. He falls through a portal in the grass, right?
Mm.
But just to also show, because we had a question about how do you select a photo as inspiration. Here's how you do it with video. So down at that bottom there, I'm gonna click out of the preset, generate video. And there are different video models. I've just been using Firefly video. A big strength of the Firefly stuff is that it is commercially usable, which is awesome.
It's a big thing.
That's the huge strength there. And then get my dropper bottle. As soon as you click one of these, it'll automatically turn into that. And I'm going to select the first frame. If you really want to get into transitions, you can do first and last frame, and it'll create that bridge between the two clips.
So while you're doing that prompt, somebody asked, how do I know how many credits this is using? And actually, where you see Lucas typing in his prompt, at the bottom right of the screen, you could see uses X credits, so you can always see how many credits you're using before you create something.
That is very important to keep track of, right? It's good to know. I like the credit model. It's nice to
Me too.
just to keep track of it and to be able to, get the plan you want. And
I agree.
Yeah. So this is pulling.
You
gets pulled into a dark portal in the tree. So we'll see what that does. If it's like gravity pulls me in. But yeah.
I love the color grading on this one as well. It's
I know.
Like very cold temperature.
It's almost
video.
like CSI or something.
It's like very green, very blue. Yes, CSI, yeah. Is that? I don't think it kept your identity super intact, but that's okay.
This one?
Yeah.
Let me zoom.
Potentially.
No, I think so.
A little bit.
It's got
The
my
beard's
beard.
there.
It's got my
Yeah.
beard. It's got my my hair, my ears. I think it's got my ear.
Yeah.
That's pretty
But
good.
hey, close enough.
Yeah, exactly.
And this tree looks massive. It looks like a redwood forest in California. You know what I mean?
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Since we are in California.
And like I jinxed it, I was like, oh, we'll have more than enough. Oh, here we go. It's ready. There we go. There we go. So we'll watch this, then we'll
wrap it up.
We'll wrap it up. Let's see. Me
Let's
getting pulled into a dark portal
generated.
in a tree. There he
Come
goes.
on.
There he goes. There he goes. Oh, he backed away. He got scared.
Oh no, he got scared. Well, hey, maybe it was for the best.
Yeah.
Well,
But
also,
yeah, that was Firefly Boards. Go take a look. There are just so many features that I only scratched the surface of.
Yeah.
Best way to learn it is to get in there and try it out for yourself. But it can do your workflow from ideation to video done all in one tab, which is amazing.
Lucas, thank you so much for showing us all this. Make sure you follow Lucas on all his social medias. He shares so many incredible tips and tricks. He's a teacher, he's an Adobe Express ambassador, so he's a great resource to follow. And make sure you stick around for the rest of Adobe Live here, coming live from Adobe MAX. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Bye.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back at Adobe Live. I'm your host, Clary, and I'm here with an incredible guest, my mentor, Max speaker, and magician of all things.
When's he turning up?
Tony Hammer. We're both here from the UK, and as you can probably hear around us, we are actually in the Creative Park. How's it going? Are you enjoying Max?
Yeah, well, I mean, always, right? It's like Christmas for us.
Yes.
All the shiny things, all
Is
the people around you.
Is the Adobe City that is coming to life around us. So as I said, we are in the Creative Park within the conference center. So we are surrounded by a lot of creators, a lot of product managers, a lot of engineers, like the entire Adobe ecosystem comes to life outside the laptop. But we're going to bring you in actually inside the laptop, because we are here with Tony to share with you some incredible tips and techniques in Adobe Illustrator. A little bit of the new stuff and a little bit of the best of the old stuff as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, tell us more, Tony.
So I thought, first of all, I'd haze Michael. And do a bit of a... This is a nice... I thought I'd make this one slightly prettier because this is about snapping.
Okay.
So snapping has been much, much improved. Okay, and it really has. And there are a couple of new things. So I'm going to show you in a second. Tangents, for one, which is really, really useful. But first, before we do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you in the options bar or control strip. Okay, there's a nice little icon here, and if you don't see the control strip on your interface, what you could do is you could go ahead and go to something like Essentials Classic.
Yep.
Okay, and then you should get the control strip on the top. And so it's this nice little icon just here. Okay, so the snapping quick access panel.
Amazing.
Okay, we click that. You can see we've got options here, so we can turn these on and off really, really quickly, which is an advantage because nobody wants to be going up to the view menu and coming down to snapping options here and choosing that stuff and going back thinking, oh, now I want to change that. Here, now one click, you're into all of that good stuff. Okay, so you can see snap to point, smart guides here, alignment guides, geometric guides, snap to glyph, and all of that stuff.
And by the way, Tony, since that started to appear in beta, I actually started to use snapping options, because before I was just fighting against them. And now that I have the opportunity to quickly, toggle them on and off, I'm actually starting to
And you
make
made a
use of
movie.
it.
You made a movie about them.
I made a movie
I
about
watched your
them.
movie. It's got a kitty cat in it.
Yes, I finally have a movie
That's
inside
I watched
Adobe
it twice because
Illustrator.
it got a kitty cat in it.
Yeah, it's actually in that panel right there.
It is, yeah. So you can go into the Learn panel and find that, which is just there.
Or from where you were there.
Oh, from where
in
I was?
Yeah,
oh, of
from
course
where
you
you
can.
were.
You can watch tap the eye just there.
Yes.
You can come down here, tap
Right
the
away.
eye, and it opens up. And in a moment,
Claudia will
we're not
keep
going
you
to watch the whole
company.
movie.
No, we're not going to watch it at all.
Shall we?
One.
Shall we just get popcorn and sit and watch it? Everybody
I
would
think that
it
one
would be
Claudia
like-
is enough.
It'd be like the British show, Gogglebox.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Actually, by the way, let us know where are you watching from. We're super excited to see how many other British people in the house they paired to already. I can see the chat with a lot of little laughs going on. But if you have any questions, if you want to say hi, I can see Cody Bear and Wuduval in the chat alongside so many other people saying hello. So feel free to just up in the chat and say hi.
We've got one of the Ficklings in there, which is really, really good. So there you go. And there's a comment in there. We'll talk about that later on. Yeah,
Amazing.
so we've got our various different snapping options here, like so. We've also got access to the Smart Guide preferences from here. And so this is where we can turn on, of course, things like geometric guides, because the thing I'm going to show you in a minute, you need geometric guides turned on to show it. Okay. The other way, of course, you can always get to the preferences. Top tip is Command K, Control K, that gets you in there really quickly. And the Smart Guides is here in the Smart Guides category there, like
Perfect.
so. So that's handy to know. Okay, so let's see what this looks like. Now, just to avoid some visual confusion on here, hopefully, what I'm going to do is just switch this into outline mode just for a second, so we see that, okay, like that. And I'm going to draw a line that's going to connect these two things. So of course this ship here is orbiting, not as good as Michael's ones to be fair, but I've got a job. Going around with that. So we're going to show how this joins here. So this one's kind of unfortunate because the numeric information is coming along at the same time, but when it reaches a tangent, you will see intersect just there, but when it does get to a tangent, it will show you, it's going to be easier on the other one, it will show you that it's at a tangent and it has a little dotted line after it. In fact, if we go up and do this one here, okay, up to the top, I should have turned this particular thing off.
There we go.
There we go. So now you can see, if you look just above the grey box there, do squinty because the type is kind of small. But you can see the dashed line just after that, so I know it's on the tangent. Let's do that one more time. So I'm going to draw this. So all you need to do is take any end point, okay, up to a tangency, and then it should. I should
it
be
gives
in
you a
that
little
sort
label,
of ballpark.
label
just now.
appearing.
There we go. All
I
right,
can see our B in the chat. In the meantime, Tony, everybody's saying, Tony the design harmer.
What's that one?
Tony Ninja, the design harmer. They swapped the name around. Tony Harmer, the design ninja.
There we go. I'm not going to be doing that anymore.
Someone has been probably knowing at each other for a while, because it's like, oh no, there is a liquid container next to Claudia.
So when you were, just quick sidebar, Claudia was rushing to get to her very well attended show earlier today, and because there was a risk she might be 2 or 3 minutes late, I said, well, if you want, I'll go on and I will tell the story of how you spilled orange juice all over my laptop.
That would have been a great
It would have been a great story. And not only that, hi Howard, and not only that, it would have been an even better story for the sequel, when, if you remember when we were on US Adobe Live and you spilt water all over yourself when you were telling
the story. Yes. Probably we should not tell it again.
No, we should not tell it again. Anyway,
knows.
Now these things are really, really useful, because if you do want to connect things like this, or even if you want a line that comes away at a tangent or even perpendicular, then you can now do that with the new snapping options just there. So there we are. My journey for my spaceship is pretty complete there. So let's go across to the next thing we're doing here. Okay, so I'm switching across to that. By the way, do you know how to switch documents quickly?
Oh, no, show me.
Okay, so Command tilde.
Oh, wow.
And that cycles you through.
Swap the tabs.
The document, yeah.
Amazing.
Absolutely. And that will do, on a Mac,
the
that will do
again?
that.
Is the little wobble.
The tilde, yeah, the little wobbly thing.
The
Enya.
Okay.
The Enya.
Okay.
So, yeah. And that on a Mac, that will do that on anything that has tabs.
Amazing.
So if you're in Chrome, it will do that. If it were, all of those things.
Amazing.
Handy thing to know. Yeah. So if you, in Photoshop, I've normally got tons and tons of tabs open, and it's quick to cycle through those things to get there very quickly.
The smart object and like
all of that good stuff. Absolutely. Right. So in this document, I'm currently in the layer null, okay, which helps me to remember that it's got nothing on it.
Yep.
So I've got 4 gradients here. They are actually exactly the same gradients, 2 pairs of gradients.
Are they?
Yeah, they are. Absolutely. So what's happening here, this is a standard gradient, or what is now called a classic gradient. And that uses some weird stuff to get to actually make that gradient. And they're not as simple as you would think to make in an application like this, or indeed to render. And so I'm going to open the gradients panel. Now here's a fun fact for you as well. This actually, the journey of this particular feature started about 3 years ago, something like that. And in the series that I had on LinkedIn at the time, Design Tools Weekly, I recorded it while it was still in beta.
Okay.
But it was never released.
Okay.
And then Kevin Stolmeyer, another instructor who's here, messaged me and says, I think you've just sneaked a future feature by accident.
Oops.
But
well, he's out now.
Fortunately, nobody watched that show, so.
He's out now. No one from Adobe.
So it was all
probably.
good. Anyway, right.
And then everybody that actually watches it did that tip ahead of time.
Yeah, there you go, you see. They know a little bit about it, but I did it so long ago I've forgotten. So, here's the gradient. If we look inside the gradient panel just here, you can see it has this new method drop down. Okay, and at the moment it says classic. If I click on the one to the right of it there, like so, okay, you can see now it says perceptual.
Okay.
And so this is engineered to work more the way that our eyes see the gradients.
Oh, interesting.
Right? So it's I mean, you can see that is much smoother
yeah.
from end to end.
It almost like remove that third color that comes up in the middle.
You sometimes get that, right? That tiny weird halo that appears in the middle there, and it vanishes with this. Now, something else, this is the same on this side. You can see they are exactly the same gradient. It looks richer down here in color, but that's just because it's using this perceptual method. Now, if I make, I'm going to copy this one out just for a second and quickly create a new file and drop this in, and I'm then going to shrink this down so we've got a nice, very dense gradient there inside of that. Now, of course, I could use the gradient tool to do it, but one of the other things you can do when you're mixing things, these are kind of quite close together on the color wheel.
Yep.
So they're not going to rub against each other too much. You know, they're not going to do. But this is something very, very different.
So
right?
here you have more contrast.
Now there's some real contrast in there, and so it's difficult for that, and that's where you end up with this sort of muddy. I don't know what color is that. It's sort of rusty mud.
Yes.
But yeah, it's. But I know what it looks like, and but I'm not going to say it on air. So dithering. If you turn on dithering, and I don't know how well this will work if I zoom in on it for the live audience here. Let me just try and zoom right in. You might just be able to detect. So what it does, dithering takes some of the colors from the very end of the solidity of this color and then moves some of them to this side in a dithered pattern, and then it does exactly the same on the other side, and so optically our eyes see what we're expecting to see.
Amazing.
So that can sometimes help if you're getting this weird
Well,
band.
that is super useful, especially for raster. So whenever we print or export for print, so you can actually see even better if you work like in 300 dpi or in CMYK, because it also like helps when the color or the printer doesn't have that exact color that wants to replicate. So it just kind of breaks it down and
exactly that.
And avoids those bending that we have otherwise.
You know some great stuff. I wonder where you learned all that. Some of that stuff, but you can see the perceptual here actually resolves that nicely as well. Beautiful. So that's a really handy little thing to have just there. So those are our gradients. The same story on this side. Okay, so exactly the same things just there. So
Amazing.
I wanted to show those.
Super exciting.
And this is also nice and cool.
And I'm going to look back in the chat to see if there is any comment there. Jeffrey Bells is saying, I'm designing an annual report at the moment. Do we have AI that could help with this in InDesign? Well, maybe that's for another class.
Maybe for another class.
We'll keep focusing on Illustrator. But I'm sure that if you navigate Adobe Live, you're going to find a ton of other content related to InDesign as well. That is the place. Everything is recorded. Head on YouTube and catch up the Adobe Live streams.
Yeah,
maybe like Adobe Live and InDesign on the main YouTube. That's usually how it brings you exactly as what you want.
Absolutely.
Probably some of our past sessions as well.
Probably. So do you know what? I am actually going to stick inside of this document because it's the plan really for the rest of the live. Is to work inside this document in the main. But I do actually want to just dip out to something else that is new that some people might have missed. So I'm just going to go out to the home screen just here, right? And this is the new feature here, which is projects, which allows you to collect all of those files together and collaborate. So if I just click on this for the moment, and I'm going to do create project here, we'll just call this live 2025. Now I don't have any cloud documents to add to this one particularly at the moment, so this is going to be a really short journey into this. Okay, but here, this is where you invite people, send them a message, so they know it's not just you being random. You just invite you and say, hi, join my project here. You can add your cloud documents and other assets to that.
Sorry, I just had like a tangent, like a geometric snapping feature coming up in my head. Because with this random sharing thing these days, I love the fact that you can add a message. lately in the hotel. Like, you know, we're all, we are thousand of people here at Max. The majority of the attendees are in the same hotel and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm receiving a ton of things shared to my laptop while I'm working in my hotel room without any reason, which I do not accept. Now in this feature, you have the opportunity to add a context.
Yeah.
So at least you know if you have to accept them or not.
Yes, exactly.
Shared
I promise this is actually work.
Not a virus.
Not a virus. Yeah. And when you get into a project, so I'm just going to skip that just for a second here. So this is basically what it looks like, and then you go ahead and you add your cloud documents here to that, and then people all have access to those things. So if you are working on a campaign with a group of people, this is a great way for you to organize those assets without them being in some other sort of file structure. You know exactly where they go. You can see that they are indexed here. So if I go back to projects, you can see I've got Live 2025 and Adobe Live at Max 2025. They're like so just to use. You can manage things here. So copy the link if you need to send it in another way. Leave if you need to leave.
So cool.
And so on. So I just wanted to dive into that.
Yeah, of course.
Just for a moment or two.
I'm so glad that they added in Illustrator as well, because I thought it was just going to be a Photoshop thing.
Yeah, no, it's
nice.
good that it's there. I think eventually the idea will be that you integrate it. Well, in fact,
It's in Firefly,
I know you can add, and you can do that. It's already there. You can actually add Photoshop cloud documents as well. So everything that you need,
it's amazing.
at the moment is there. So that's kind of good.
Would it replace the library, you think, in the future?
I don't really know if it will will do that, but it's.
We'll see.
We will see, possibly.
Yeah, let us know in the chat if you find that useful and if you have tried it before.
Yep. So next in this particular thing,
we built to the next layer.
We built a next layer thing, right? So, so this is sort of with a low poly pattern over the LA skyline. There's your hotel.
What is yours?
Just there. It's too small. It's off to the side. It's on the side of the
freeway.
Off the Artboard. It's made out of cardboard. But here's the thing, I would like to blend this down, with on those gradients, but I'm not entirely sure which blend mode I want to use. So I could keep coming over to this, but and I've given this tip before, to people, right? So there is a way that you can actually do this and create a shortcut to do it. Okay, I'm going to show you how. So what I'm going to do this time...
People take notes, because this is a very useful one.
Yep, so this time I'm going to access the keyboard shortcuts. Yeah, I can see.
We have a lovely attendee joining as well.
So Shift Option Command K or Shift Alt Control K gets you to the keyboard shortcuts. Now you can see the shortcuts I'm using here are just mine. Okay, so what I would go into would be something like menu commands just here. Right, and I would simply search for something like blend, like so, and I should get in here blend mode. I should get also. Let me just go back to tools.
So we are into keyboard shortcuts, because I know we were like a little distracted by all these amazing people that are joining. I remember we are inside the Creative Park, and we have a lot of friends that surround us. Got to see David Oku that is there. What's up, David? We have Laura who just came here. So I love that we are surrounded by so many people within the Creative Park. So if you see our eyes going, or like we're doing something silly.
Did you know, by the way, that David Oku made a poster about me?
No, I had no idea.
Have you not seen it?
No, I've not seen it.
I can actually show it to you. There it is.
Oh my God. That is beautiful.
Yeah.
That is absolutely gorgeous.
I know. There in the bottom corner, there I am.
If he was here, I would have had him jump on stage.
So he made that off in Barcelona.
That is amazing.
So
and that's, by the way, Illustrator. If you do not follow David Oku, is an incredible Illustrator artist based in the UK.
Yeah.
It really does wonderful composition. So let's go back into our keyboard shortcut. We're talking about blending.
And how for some reason I'm not finding it there. But anyway, you should be able to find next blend mode and previous blend mode in there. And actually, it's probably because I'm in my key set rather than the main key set. And I don't want to switch just at the moment. Let me just show you how that would work. So I'm going to open the transparency panel just here. We can see that's currently at normal. So the keys I map to it are Shift, so just the Shift key, and then 9 for previous, and 0 for next.
Okay.
So of course the next one on from normal is normally, right, darken from the darken group, just there, right? So I'm going to go ahead and leave that there. Hold down Shift and tap 0. You see it goes into darken, then cycles through multiply,
That is
like
so useful.
and then I can look and see color dodge is actually what I'm after, okay? But I can do that, but if I wasn't sure, if I thought, oh, do I really want soft light? No, not overlay. No, I think I probably like color dodge, although I would also probably add in maybe just a
little
touch
bit of
less
opacity. Well, the beauty of that is that differently from Photoshop, whenever you hover on blend mode inside Adobe Illustrator, you don't get a preview.
No.
So that's like why it's so useful, because otherwise you're going to have to click, go back and click, go back and click. Well, right there, you just create for yourself. And I love the shortcuts. You can mimic and copy what Tony's did. I think it's really cool. So yours was function. And then
no, just Shift and Shift 9 and Shift 0.
9 for the preview for the previews, and then for next one 0. Or you can create your own.
Yeah,
you can just absolutely add whatever you want.
And it's always a good idea to go through the keys.
We got more UK in the house. Zoe and Design. Good evening from Wales. Hello, Zoe.
Cool.
Thank you so much for joining. We've got Californian in the house. Let's go ahead and see. This project feature, can you only get them on the cloud file, or you can local version on your computer? So anytime, cloud at the moment. If you update the latest version, that's where you can find all these, what we call modernization. What's the artist's name? The artist's name is David Oku. He's an incredible artist. And I'll tell you in a second what his actually Instagram tag is. Got my phone
I'm just going
here.
to type here his name.
Oh, that's really sweet.
And that way,
I wish he was still around. I think he just walked away and having fun somewhere.
But at least he wandered by.
So his social media handle is d.okuart.
Yeah.
Amazing.
All right.
What's up, David?
So do check out. He is one of the loveliest people.
I love that you're saying that, because I actually interviewed him for Creative Connection Live when we were in London.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful to see such a talented artist that at the same time is the sweetest, kindest human.
He is so humble.
Yeah.
So, and the things that he has, it's that I've been in buildings that have had his stuff projected all the way around them. I mean, he was the first artist, to what's that dome called in Las Vegas?
The Sphere.
The Sphere.
Yeah.
Right. He was the first artist to have their work on the Sphere. But and you also know he's fluent in about 7 languages.
Yep, it's amazing.
Just an amazing
big love and big shout to David. And again, his Instagram is d.okuart.
Yeah, he is fantastic. Right, so now we've sorted out the blend mode on that. I think that's looking fine just for the moment. So what's the next thing I'm going to add in? So this is very, very LA, I think. This is this is my car.
This is my car. Of course it is.
You've seen my car and you know this is not my car. But this
just changed color. The model is the same.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, I recolored it. So this is a PSD. This is actually quite a big file here. I'm just going to zoom in on this just a bit, like so. Okay. Now, if I go to linked file just here and use the disclosure triangle here, we can have a look. The pixel dimensions here. It's a big file.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It really is a big file. And by the way, this one came from Adobe Stock. Mm-hmm. Okay, I took this one from Adobe Stock just to use for this. And so what I'm going to do here is I want to trace it. Because this is one of the things that's sneaking by, is that they're continually making improvements to image trace. And it is like a lot of the other things, it's super quick. So big image like this, normally you'd get that large image warning. We may still get the large image warning, but let's see what the progress bar makes of it if we see one. Okay, so I'm going to go to this and I'm going to choose high fidelity photo from here.
Preserve all the details.
So there's our warning just here. So the next thing after this, of course, is a bit of boundary refinement and all of that great stuff, like so. So let's hit that. So there's the pixel clustering, boundary refinement, and it's done. That's crazy, right? Now, at the moment, I've got a white background on it. If I go to the tracing options...
I think the way that we're shocked really kind of dates us because we're like used to like
the clunky, go to
and then it will
Starbucks,
freeze,
get a coffee, come back,
and we're still like the line loading.
But let's we can have a look at the fidelity. So this is just used the default of high fidelity photo, right? Which is just to treat it as a photo. But what I could do, of course, here, if I just model that slightly differently, so if I go for something else, but let me just try and bring that down a bit to 16 colors just here. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so when I come off of that
Look
preset,
how quick that was. Like
so I'm going to add it. I'm going to add in more colors. In fact, I want all the colors all at once. So it's going to evaluate that and do it. It's done it already.
So fast.
Right?
Like in the past, you were there waiting for that bar to move. Now you barely see the bar.
Absolutely. So here I can turn on transparency.
Yep.
Okay, and so what it's going to do is just take away that background.
Amazing.
And I don't even have to leave this to expand it. So I mean, I could leave it there as a tracing, but I actually want it to be vectors just there. So let's go ahead.
This is crazy. Like, I really think that this kind of like improvement and modernization are really kind of, you know, not really spotlighted as much. So I'm so glad that you're bringing a shout out because it's so useful and it's so fast and it made such a improvement compared to what it was.
And this is the grunt. I mean, the thing is, all of those lovely wow features. You maybe use the wow features once, 2-3 times a day. But the rest of it is the kind of grunt work, right? And this is the things that people do in the grunt work. Here's another tip for you just here. I like neat and tidy.
Okay.
Right?
Don't come into my files then.
Don't come into my house.
My files are everything but clean and tidy.
But I don't want those wheels poking off the bottom.
Okay.
So I could of course create a mask and keep them. I don't want to. I want to remove them because one of the other things that people that don't know about Illustrator in the main is with the eraser tool. So I've got the eraser tool just here. Shift E is what I tapped to do that. Okay, I'm now seeing. Oh, and the reason the anchor points here all look big is because I changed them for the screen. So that's another thing.
Can you show us how to do that?
Yeah, that's another thing that's in. If I do Command K,
sometimes they're so hard to find.
They are. So if you go into selection and anchor display, just here you can see that I notched mine to max.
Okay.
Just for this, because I thought if people are watching this on a phone, right, and I'm just dealing with individual points on a path, then that's what they want to see is something like that.
Thank you.
So I just increase that there. So that's why you're seeing all of that. So the eraser tool has an area mode, okay, and you access area mode by holding down the option key, and when you click, you create a marquee like so. It's going to go up to the edge of that document. And
that
there you go.
So useful.
So tidy.
So those are the time-saving features that I was talking about. Inside Adobe, we call them quality of life.
Yep.
But I mean, I love that you're sharing all of this because you're absolutely right. These are the things that we do every day, day in, day out. Like, you know, either if you're starting in Illustrator or you're a professional, those are the things that you're going to be repeating and they're going to come across within your workflow. So such a time saver for everyday life Illustrator. So that was the erase tool.
Yep, absolutely. Area mode in the erase tool. Lots of tools have little hidden bits inside of them to work with.
Love that we are spotlighting.
Okay, on to the next layer. So this, you can't do something about LA without having a palm tree in it,
of course. Right? At least the palm tree needs to be there.
But I want to mess around with this palm tree a bit. In fact, might play with it quite a bit here. I'm just going to use that erase just on the bottom of that tree again. Oops, I selected the rectangle, not the tree. And the reason for that is, Tony, I forgot to unlock the layer and make it active.
Okay.
I'm a professional. You can hire me for money.
I can see that we've got Team in the chat as well. Hi Team, we miss you. Hopefully we see him soon.
There we go.
Our little team bot.
Team bot. Oh, where is he? Tim.
He's in Germany.
Why aren't you here?
We need you in LA.
Oh, I love you, Tim.
Okay, what we're doing with this palm tree.
Yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I actually want to bend this around a little bit.
Okay.
Because here's another one of those features that people forget they've got. Now, I'm not going to use, well, someone else is doing Turntable.
Okay.
Can I do Turntable? They said,
okay.
No, you cannot do Turntable. Someone else is doing Turntable.
Okay, we'll do
I
something
don't get
else.
to do Turntable.
Okay, it's
Is it
fine.
you? Are you doing Turntable?
No, I'm not doing Turntable.
It's you, isn't it?
No, I'm not. I'm only here for you.
So I want to bend this around a little bit. And people who watch us regularly, right, and of various different things, probably going, oh, I know exactly what he's going to do now, but that's just you.
And I really hope there are a lot of people that watch us regularly, because we've been really silly. We're really indulging in this Adobe Live, but as you know, myself and Tony, we've been here for many years, and we're kind of like paired up as well.
I'm just checking the MAX dictionary, and it says that we are larging it.
from the MAX dictionary, directly there.
Oh, vous Duval. Hi.
So let's go ahead.
Right,
the palm tree. What are we doing? We're not turntabling it.
No, we're not turntabling it. So for those of you that know what I'm going to do, well, good, you get a chance to have a quick cup of coffee, because there are thousands and thousands of people who don't know this, and it's about them right now, not you. So calm down. Okay, so I've got this selected. Okay, and what I want to do is I want to mess with it. So I am going to go to my toolbox just here and not use that one, but I'm going to go to the reshape tool. I'm not even going to go there, actually. No, I'm not doing there.
I thought you were going to puppet warp it.
I think we are going to puppet warp it when I can find that. There we go. When we get the puppet warp tool for that. So I get this grid across like so, and I get some points here. That's good. Points are great. I love them. Okay, so I've got that point just here. I could delete that actually if I wanted to, and I do, because I want to add. I'm going to add 2 more down at the bottom here, because otherwise it's going to get cray.
And what this point do, they are just going to give you either the opportunity of to give you stability, so to work like literally as a pin that keeps that particular area still, or they actually are the point that give you the opportunity of moving things around. So they both work as a handle to move the puppet, but at the same time as a nail to keep it still on the wall.
That's it. So that's a really good analogy. I love that.
Good.
I love that. So I'm just going to add one in the middle here, so I basically move the whole tree there. I think I need another point just a bit further down.
Yep.
I'm just going to add one more here, just to bend that over just a little bit, just to give it a little bit more character. I might even go up and add just a tiny bit of bend.
And we're still working with vectors, so everything, all the anchor points are moving together whenever Tony is like,
there you go, we've just added just that tiny little bit of extra character in there.
Yeah. Okay. Make it more alive.
Yeah, just to tilt it around a little bit.
And let us know in the chat. Yeah, I want to know in the chat, by the way, how many people have been playing with a puppet tool before, if you had the opportunity to try it.
Yeah.
We have Christoph saying, this is neat, but how about vectorizing a logo where you need precise vectorization?
What's that one? What was it?
It's Christoph over there. This is neat, but how about vectorizing a logo where you need precise vectorization? So we just talked about image trace.
We did, yeah. And that's there is actually
using silhouette.
There is actually we could probably, do you know what? We could probably fake that. Right?
Yeah,
okay.
Let's do it.
Let's fake it. Right.
It's gonna be cloudy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, of course. I love you. Yeah. Shall I throw in a couple more tips? Do you think? Right.
Go ahead. We are here for it. We have you here for that reason, Tony.
And you can see there's the point just there, which means it's left aligned text.
Yep.
Here's the thing. Shift Command C.
Give us it all.
It's centered. Shift Command R. It's right aligned. Shift Command L.
Yes.
I'm showboating now. But anyway.
But those are incredible. I love that, because I think that those are like incredible tips that we don't get to really have the opportunity to talk about. So I love that we are like in this MAX session where we can really give the best of the hot tips for everyday life.
Yeah. I'm not sure that's entirely you. That's too angular, and but
I'm softer. I'm less angular.
You are softer, my love. You really are. So let's go and we're going to be coming back to fonts in a minute. Oh, I think.
Okay. I'm cool with that.
You can live with that one.
Yeah.
So let's pretend, right, just for argument's sake, this is your logo. What I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to turn it into an image.
Yep.
So I'm going to go Object, Rasterize, like so. So it's going to be RGB, 300 ppi, transparent. I don't need to add anything around it. I'm just going to hit OK. So now that is an image. You can see here it says, hello, I'm an image, just there. So now we're going to trace it.
Okay, let's do
because
it.
the question was about how do I trace
Christoph was
a logo
asking
with
how
great
to
precision.
vectorize a logo where you need precise vectorization. So we're doing it. We're doing it for you, Christoph.
Right, so.
And we got Valentina V here joining us, by the way.
Yay.
She's right there. Hi, Val. Hello, Valentina.
Oh my God, I didn't recognize her with her hair natural.
Yes. She looks gorgeous.
I knew her face, but I didn't.
She looks gorgeous.
She does.
Always.
Yeah. Anyway, here's the preset I'm going to be using, black and white logo. Okay, so we'll do that. Big image. Okay, so there you are, it's done.
Okay.
I mean, that is pretty fast. Do you think I should do? I think just for the purposes of, right, I'm going to drag a copy of that down, and then I'm going to remove the tracing from there, which is in Object and Image. Where is it? Image Trace. Somewhere. I don't use the menu system enough, do I? So anyway, what I could do is I could do it from the tracing panel. Just here, and we could tell it to not trace it. Where's it gone? Oh my word. I should be able to. No, that's the preset. I should be able to remove it from there. Normally, I'm going to just look more closely in the Objects menu. We should have. If I'd slow it down a little bit just as we go down.
Image trace.
There we go.
Found
Release.
it. Released.
Oh my God.
We found it.
Right. So now that's the text. That's that. I think they look pretty tight.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, Christoph, that was a way in which you can quickly vectorize your logo.
Yep.
We faked it, but we did it.
And that's it. Expanded. Just as somebody very excitable. Just.
That's the beauty of Max. You get all sorts of people that are walking and talking. There was some music before playing. We got a little bit of everything. There are really thousands and thousands of people.
But never with the jumping up and down for image trace. That's that's a whole new one. Right. So next up. Oh right. Okay. This is the one that's coming next. So of course we need some type. Now what I'm going to do is just for a moment I'm going to hide that palm layer just for a moment. This is perhaps one of my favourite new features.
Yep.
Now you'll notice that when I went up here, I did this on purpose. When I went up to the menu just here, it doesn't really look that much different.
Yep.
There is a difference, but you'd have to look more closely to see it.
Show us
well,
what's new.
The difference is there. Discover more in that thing, which is different. But what I'm actually looking for is over here in the properties panel. Okay, now if I go to character, right, you should see on here, okay, filters.
Ooh.
Just there. Where's that gone? That's most strange. I should have some push buttons. Let me just do that. There we go. Right, so that's a picnic. Do you know what a picnic is?
No, no idea.
Problem in chair, not in computer.
I love that. I'm
I
definitely
feel
going
like
to
I'm
quote
just
you
doing
on
a load
that.
of dad jokes now. What is this telling me? But here you've got these filters just here, right? Okay, you've also got some options.
And you pair that with the worst person because I never get any of them.
Here you've got the add Adobe fonts instantly just
so
there.
we're literally mirroring all the categories that we have on fonts.adobe.com within the app.
But this
finally
is
comes to Illustrator.
Isn't it? In the
so
app
easy,
itself.
so intuitive.
Yeah, absolutely love it. I've thought for a long time that needed some work here, and now it's finally got it. Okay, just before I come down into this, actually, I'll come back to that in a second.
Yep.
But we've got this option here for libraries, which is really, really good.
Great,
So
and it's part of the new features.
And so I can say I want to look at things that are Art Deco. Okay, so I can go ahead and look at these. I do kind of like that's a bit Bauhausy, but you know,
cool.
Yeah. Plenty of different things to have a look at here. That's kind of nice as well.
Oh, we've got 30,000 fonts. Actually, over 30,000 fonts.
So essentially, we're going to be here a while. You might want to actually.
We're going to be real designers.
Get yourself
spending
a
half
coffee.
an hour just.
Yeah, let's change our mind like loads and loads of times for no reason, and then end up where we started.
And then pick alphabetical Futura.
Yeah, so these are kind of nice.
I love that you had to look at production and say, no, we're not going to do that.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. So yeah. So we've got
So
we're
we're getting
getting heckled
distracted by wonderful, wonderful
there
people
we
that
go.
come
So
from
I'm
here.
just going to go ahead
Yeah.
and add that. There's Julie.
Yes, yes, yes. Coming here, we're actually doing selfies while on the live. That's the beauty of the
Okay,
live
so
from
that's-
Adobe MAX.
that's the one I think I added.
surrounded by lots of, because it's not just creators, it's friends, right?
Yeah.
Like there's so many friends that come back here in Los Angeles for Adobe MAX and come together.
Absolutely.
Community and bring together is part of,
Yep.
is a massive part of Adobe MAX and Adobe Live.
Yep. So that's added. I clicked
So
on
we
there.
picked the font.
Yeah, we
finally.
picked font. Yeah.
Okay, we did.
Yeah, Bodega Sans Black. I like that. For some reason, I managed to totally fail to
Apply it.
apply it, but there you go. So I've got that now.
Yep.
Let's see what else. What variants has it got in there? Oh, just black.
Oh.
But the clue was in the name. It did say Bodega Sans Black.
So what we're going to do with it?
Hey, Tony. Well, I think we're going to mess around with it a little bit. I think we really, really should.
Can you believe that we only got 15 minutes left?
Have we?
Yes. We've
Okay.
been fluffing around quite a lot with
so
the wonderful stuff.
skip that one. Skip that.
We as always have so much to show you, but I love that we are really, that you're really showing us like the useful stuff. You know, that's
It
that's
is
what
handy.
matters.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I want to do here is I'm actually going to remove. Let me just show you. I'm big on this because I
Okay.
see
Let's focus now.
I see a lot of things. We are going to go back to the fonts thing, actually. In fact, let's just do that in a second
Okay.
before I model this any further. I'm just going to go ahead and create a new document here. In case you're wondering how I'm creating them that quickly, I'm using Option Command, that would be Alt Control and N, pardon me, which bypasses the dialog.
new document
Yeah,
dialog,
absolutely.
yeah.
Just goes and uses the last document type.
Oh,
you
amazing!
use
So
in there,
it replicates all the settings of your previous document.
Yeah, so the dimensions are
Amazing.
exactly there and all of that stuff. Because
Beautiful.
I do a lot of stuff that is at 1080, which is what I'm using
Yeah.
right now.
Perfect.
And I don't want to have to keep going and going, choose
Again,
that,
every
choose that,
yeah.
choose that.
So you completely skip the new document panel, which
Absolutely.
sometimes I mean, now with the new modernization, where it's actually faster, but in the past it took a little bit longer to show up. So the shortcut really helps you to keep working faster.
Yeah, definitely it does. So let's go back into this character panel for a moment. So you've seen the filters at the top here. So we've got these, just change that to a load of antique whatever else. But we've seen the filters at the top here, okay, that we can turn on to look for stuff inside of there. And also, if I just do discover more and do it again, right, where is that? Let me just clear that. There we go, go back to that. So additionally, you've seen this, additionally, we've got libraries.
I love
so we
that.
go to
That
libraries.
is so useful.
And so if you've got them already set in a library, then that makes it really, really easy to
Yep.
go there and pick up
That is amazing.
those things. So yeah, I really like, it's a good experience, I think, in this all round.
Yeah, I think that because Illustrator is used for branding, and a lot of time it just becomes hard to keep your fonts together.
Yeah.
So this is a fantastic way of doing that.
Yeah, I think so too. I agree. So this is the thing that I'm going to talk about that I am big on, because I watch a lot of other people's content.
Okay.
Right? Even if I know what they're talking about, I still watch the content so I can teach it.
Yep.
Yeah, I can watch how they teach it, make my own notes, and blend that with the way that I teach things. Sometimes I see something that I just think, yeah, it's kind of a good angle, and maybe I'll adapt that into what I do.
I really want to know what it is now.
No,
I really want to
the
know what we're
this is
talking
a-
about.
This is actually, I'm going to be honest, this is a bugbear for me.
Okay.
I watched some content a little while ago with somebody saying, yeah, you can't put gradients on text in Illustrator.
Okay.
And is not true.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay.
Let's do this.
And
I love that.
Hopefully once and for all,
Yes.
right?
Take notes, because this is a very, very lovely feature.
Once and for all, because I don't want to outline that type.
Yeah.
Because if I was doing a bunch of these for a load of different cities,
And then what usually people do is either outline and then mask. And
yeah,
that kind of thing. Yeah.
and that's just you don't need to actually do
we
that.
love to work non-distractively, keep our option open without
That's
having to duplicate and
exactly
duplicate
right.
and duplicate.
Exactly right. So I'm just going to go ahead here and double click on characters, because the way Illustrator works with text is like a specially made kind of group.
Yep.
Right, it's got a group hierarchy to it by default. And the
By the way,
color,
that was one of the things that like really amazed me when I was like starting, let's say
Yeah.
the first time that I was attending
Yeah.
your sessions decades ago now. But like I really struggled to understand why you had to go into a character.
Yeah.
Like in order to open up the appearance of the entire text.
yeah, exactly. And well, I mean, really now this is just to demonstrate where that fill is currently
but I love
coming
that you
from.
like explained it because
Yeah,
I think
thank you.
that is
Yeah.
is not very visually explained
Yeah.
within the appearance panel.
So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to hit the slash key on my keyboard. Whoops, I had live type. Brilliant. Okay, I'm going to just go back to just the text now we've done that bit. Right, so let's do that. Okay, and keep that visible. Oh, of course it's selecting it. It's not me, it's the software. Right, if I go ahead here and hit the slash key on my keyboard and then go back to the characters, you can see that fill has
Turn to
gone.
null, yeah.
So
So the
sticking
text
with
is there, it's just going to be transparent stroke and transparent fill.
exactly that, but it is still there. If I do Command Y, you can see the text and everything else
Amazing.
is still there. So now I'm going to do the slash key again. So that slash removed that fill, gave it a fill attribute of none. This time I'm going to hold down the Command key and hit slash, which adds a new fill, but this time it's being applied to the type object.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
So each of the little characters
the
in
appearance panel
there.
is so underrated, isn't it?
Sorry?
The appearance panel is so underrated.
And it's the best thing. It is absolutely
it's really
amazing.
Designers' best friends in Illustrator. You can make anything with it.
Yep, absolutely. So with that slash key, by the way, all I did there was apply a fill attribute, was apply an attribute of none to whichever was in front, which happened to be the fill. Just so you know, comma gives you a solid fill, period gives you a gradient, okay, and slash none, like so when you've got those things active. Okay, so that's how that all works. Right, let's go back to this thing here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mess with this a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and also add a stroke to this as well. So let's go for something like that and make that a bit chunky on the outside. Now what have I got there? I've got a 10-point stroke. Hello, mate. James Barnard just popping by to say hello.
So many friends coming around.
Lush, isn't it? I'm also going to just go ahead here and go to path, offset path. Okay, and so what I've got there, I've got a 10-point stroke. Strokes are drawn around the center line of the text. So I'm just going to offset this by 5 points.
Okay.
Like so. And now it's exactly on the outside. Just there. I'm going to go to the fill, okay, and just put the period on. I don't know quite why that isn't working. Might have a little bit of a buggeroo there, just for the moment. But I'll find out what that. Normally, that should apply the gradient.
It's probably selected.
To the text.
Try to click away. Sometimes the over.
Yeah, it's. Oh yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah, it just.
But no, I was just wondering why it opened the gradient panel.
Okay.
So I'll go over and see Molly. Okay. I'll see her in the morning. But anyway, so I've got a gradient there. There are tons and tons of new gradients that have been added into here. You can always filter for gradients, okay, using this option here. So if I want to show gradient swatches, do that. More exciting ways to do that, but not my focus.
Amazing.
We'll use.
So you can put gradients
on
inside.
text. Yeah, and then I can do more with it. So if I wanted to go ahead here and do something like warp it, if I use the flag warp, like so. Now the flag warp here, if I just hit OK, now it looks like it's wrong, but it isn't. It's just in the order in which that warp is being applied, because here it's only being applied to that fill. So if I take that down in the stack, you can see now that's done from just there. What I might also do is add another fill.
Each single fill and stroke is treated as a separate appearance or
Absolutely.
attribute of the appearance.
Yep.
And that's why you can layer multiple fills, you can layer multiple effects to different fills and so on. I love, like, honestly, I could spend an entire day just by talking about the appearance panel. I really think that is one of the most powerful features of Adobe
truly is.
We got 10 minutes to go. That is
we
crazy.
really?
It went so fast.
Let's just go ahead and increase
5 minutes.
where this is going.
We got 5 minutes to go. So get it in faster.
I've got to do some Neo. Okay, right, so. So sorry. So we've got that, like that. It says Los Angeles, but if I wanted to change it to London,
Yep.
Yeah, then everything there
It's nice and
has been
editable.
inherited. Yeah, absolutely. So makes it nice and
And
easy.
can you save these as a like something that can be applied to text over and over again?
Yeah,
Perhaps?
absolutely. So we've only got two that we can turn the palm back on.
Oh.
They're now in the background. And earlier on,
Oh, got a little corgi.
I used Firefly to generate a dog wearing slatted sunglasses. And it's a Welsh Corgi.
Of course.
Because we've got Lucy was on the main stage earlier
Yes,
today, and
yeah.
we've got Liz here as well. So
Yep, and we had someone here in chat as well from Wales as well.
so good.
Yep.
So
So
good.
we had to bring in the
There
say
we are.
corgi or corgi?
Corgi.
Okay, corgi.
Corgi. Okay, so the last thing I want to show you
Yep.
is Project Neo.
Yep.
Right.
It's going to be a fast Project Neo.
It's going to be a very, very fast Project Neo. And I just want to make a case. So I'm going to just create a new document here.
Yep.
Right. Okay, like so. I'm not going to share this one with the community. There we go. Remove from community just there. Okay. I'm going to make a very quick case for this. I'm just going to get these two things here, and I'm going to hide them. Well, actually, I'll hide the or I'll just delete the cube.
Let's delete it.
Yeah, let's delete it. Right,
Go
so
away.
I'm going to get a sphere, just here like so. Click. There's my sphere. I'm going to use this widget to make it bigger. Now I can get rid of that one. Now I've got that. So let's just go. Oh, let's just hit the delete key. There we go. Done. Okay. Now I'm going to get a torus. Right. So I'm going to add a torus here on top, like so. I'm going to use this to make it big, like that. Then I'm going to use this scale on the gizmo here to make that down. Bring that down like so. Okay.
Yep.
Now I'll change the color of that because people might not be able to see exactly what's going
Beautiful.
on just there. Okay. I've got that. I'm then just going to rock that over to a more fun angle and spin that around a little bit in its own space just there. And I could then, from Neo, okay, send that directly to Illustrator. I should have brought that down a little bit further, so I'll
That's
use
fine.
the free move.
I think the most important thing is that we got.
Yeah.
That's
Export
beautiful.
that. So just go from
You
there,
did
go
say that
share.
you like to be very precise.
I do. I'm going to just
Yep,
very
move
quickly
into
change the
vector.
style. Vector art.
Yep.
They're like so. I can change that stroke on there, and it's exported as a separate layer anyway. Okay, so even if you don't like it, you can just delete it when it gets there. Just do share, send to Illustrator from there. I'm not going to do that right now. And the question I want to finish on with this is, how quickly would you have drawn that in Illustrator?
Yeah.
Exactly what we're looking at right now. Forget about the shading just for the minute, but just drawing a planetoid
Totally.
with a ring around it, could you do it that quickly?
And then being able to create different
Yeah.
aspects of it,
And
so
just-
you can just rotate it and
Yeah.
keep. That is amazing.
That's it.
I love Project Neo for that. And
Yeah.
I mean, that was the entire solution. Like Project Neo was created because we have the 3D panel in Illustrator, but then it's just an appearance.
Yeah.
It remains a flat
Yeah.
path. While with
Yeah.
Project Neo, they were able to resolve the issue of going from path to 3D and have a vectorized 3D.
Yeah.
So it's incredible.
And that's
Thank
how
you
it
so
works.
much.
It's really good.
So
That's pretty much it.
I think we have like 1 minute to do like a quick walkthrough of everything that we've done.
Yes.
Just to
Indeed.
just mention. So we started from our snapping features.
We did
they
just
got
there.
the
Then we did
tangent.
projects
Yeah,
from there.
projects, yeah.
Yeah, from there, and then we walked through all of these things we did.
All the
our
gradients.
perceptual gradients. Then we had a quick look at creating a keyboard shortcut to quickly scale up and down blend modes. Then we showed how much faster image trace was from that. We also did a couple of special requests in rasterizing
Yeah, we did the
something
logo,
and then doing
vectorize the logo,
vectorize it. We
image
used
trace, puppet warp.
puppet warp
So
on there,
much.
all of that good stuff. And I didn't even get to go ahead here and select my artboard and then change
let's
the
keep it that as the very
artboard
last
color like so, which I can now do. And there it is. And
Beautiful.
because I don't want anybody to touch that now, I could additionally go on with the artboard tool here, right click and then lock that artboard just
That is
there.
amazing.
Lock selected. So now
Nobody
you
can
can't
touch
play
it
with it.
and
It's
edit it.
mine.
Amazing. So Tony, thank you so much for sharing
Thank
with
you,
us
Emily.
all these new modernization and
Yep.
all the super important
Yep.
tools that will improve our life within Adobe Firefly.
Yep.
And that's it for us, but stay tuned because there is another show coming directly here at Adobe Live from the conference center for Adobe MAX in Los Angeles. Thank you so much and stay tuned for next show. Bye-bye. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, lovely.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Adobe Live. My name is Emily Poulin, and with me is internationally recognized illustrator, calligraphy artist Gemma O'Brien. So happy that you're here with us today. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thanks for having me.
Good. I'm glad you're here. How has Max been treating you so far?
It's been good.
Yes.
Good energy.
Yes, definitely good energy vibes. So we're going to talk a little bit about your creative process, how you got to where you are today, and what your creative practice looks like currently. We're going to show a little of your work and then chat. If you have any questions for Gemma about her workflow, about calligraphy, about how you're using AI in your workflow, we would love to hear from you. So feel free to drop that in the chat and we will bring that into the conversation. Hold on, I think our computer went to sleep.
My latest mural?
Yes, so do you want to talk us? I think if you press play, we're going to see a slideshow of your work.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is your latest mural, you're saying?
Oh no, that was the screensaver.
Oh, okay,
I was doing comedy.
You're like, this is actually vintage. All right, I'm going to press play and see if this goes for us. We're doing a little bit of a different tech setup, guys, so we're trying to figure out the ins and outs of that. But this is a good way to ask for anyone who's new to your work. Would you tell us a little bit more about who you are and what you're passionate about?
Absolutely. So I'm an artist and designer specializing in large-scale hand-painted installations, calligraphy, illustration, and I do a combination of commercial work and then more art-based practice as well.
Fabulous. What are some of your more recent big clients that you've worked with or pieces that you're like, wow, that was amazing. I want to just talk about it briefly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the most memorable ones for me are always the large-scale installations. So the most recent one I did was in Sydney. It was actually a celebration of the sun, of all things.
Oh, cool.
You know, Australia is so defined by the beautiful weather, and the goal was to try and encapsulate that inside a hand-painted mural in a space.
Wow.
So yeah, it was up for a temporary time about a year ago, and yeah, I always love working with teams to bring paintings to life, so that one was great. And then commercially, I've been kind of diving back into a lot of the work that started my career. So a lot of hand-done calligraphy commissions, some smaller scale pieces to counterbalance all of the murals as well.
Capturing sunshine in a mural has to be one of the most challenging prompts you've ever had.
Yes, I love it. I mean, obviously artists have lent on the seasons and been inspired by the sun in many ways, but I think, capturing it in a room with a space was something that I hadn't tried before. So
that's cool. What else has been occupying you creatively this year? Have there been personal projects or mostly client-based projects?
Yeah, so this year's been a really interesting one for me because I've taken a sabbatical from my studio space and been living in London. So it's been really focused on actually observing and seeing what's happening in the creative world. So I've been attending a lot of conferences, visiting lots of artist studios, and just really seeing what's happening in the world. After 5 years of being really solidly studio-based, that's been the focus of this year. So
that's a big switch up of your cadence and how things are, how you're experiencing your workflow. That's really interesting. So I want to check in on chat, see how we're doing. Everyone's saying hi. We're happy you're here with us.
Hi.
Amazing. That was really good info. Love that. Okay, awesome. So you've been researching neuroaesthetics. So for people who don't know, would you give us kind of an intro of what that means to you, and then kind of what prompted you to get interested in this field?
Absolutely. So neuroaesthetics, or sometimes in the US actually, it's often called neuroarts. But basically, the neuro is the brain, the nervous system, the body, and the aesthetics is, leaning on the history of aesthetics or our preferences and beauty. So neuroaesthetics for me was something that came about when I was in my own studio space, reflecting on what the next chapter of my career might look like, and also trying to understand things like language from the inside out. So what would that look like? Like what happens in our brains in certain parts of areas when we use text? And obviously as an artist that works a lot with language, I was just curious to see from another point of view. So I've been studying neuroaesthetics for the last year in London and focusing my research on Flowstate in visual artists.
A great segue. Tell me more about how you experience Flowstate, and are there practices that you incorporate in your own workflow to get you into that Flowstate, easy creative process kind of place?
Yeah, absolutely. So Flowstate is obviously a hot topic, I think, in the last few years, especially with attention. We live in an attention economy. Flowstate is defined by having a really focused attention on one specific thing. So I think as artists and creatives, sometimes that comes naturally. There's so many stories of creative people staying up till 4 o'clock in the morning, finishing something, losing sense of time, forgetting to go to the bathroom, all of these things where you're so engrossed in what you're making. But from a research standpoint, I think that for creatives, it's about being really engaged in what you're doing compared to another state of absorption where that might feel like more distraction, or if you're scrolling. flow states where you have this intrinsic drive to create something that links to your goals and where you're heading. So I've been really curious about what that looks like for artists. And a lot of the research in flow state in the 70s started by looking at what artists were experiencing. And then it shifted into, you know, workplace performance and high intensity sports, but I'm like, let's bring it back and see like what is the distinct aspects of creative consciousness, and I think it's something going to be really important in the coming years for the experience of being a creative and making work. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
I feel like the focus state is where you're getting those deeper connections, which is kind of the basis of creativity, right? Is being able to focus and be in the moment. So what are things that you've incorporated into your creative workflow then to get you in that state and keep you in that state?
Absolutely. Well, in the, you know, my career has been it's been a long one, and the early days it happened quite naturally, and I think that's because I was doing fewer things, so I could focus on one artwork. But as my workload grew and my career became more complex, it was about like structuring your time, like things that seem very uncreative but that allow the creativity to happen, so to create the conditions. So I came up with all sorts of weird things, like a thing called the Pomelo method, which is similar to the Pomodoro method, where I do 90 minutes in color in this circle, you know, these like methods that worked for me to be able to like carve out some time. And also I think you know, being in an environment that works for you. Like all creatives work in different ways. For me, having a lot of creative stimulus and being able to move between different things and then focusing on one particular artwork was important. But I think the major thing is actually when you feel like you need to grow as a creative person, like when you become bored or anxious, those things like hinder your creativity and ability to enter flow state. So sometimes you need to know, okay, I actually need to go up a level in order to feel engaged, or I need to learn a new skill. And it's about like recognizing that in yourself, and that is what for me has been this year, and trying to understand that from other point of views of other creatives too.
That's crucial. It feels like you're having to be mindful and aware of your best workflow as you are continuing to work. How do you manage the two of those, of being mindful and aware, but also getting your work done? What does that look like for you?
That's a very good question, because you don't want to be so self-reflective that it interferes with actually getting the work done, but you need a certain amount of that awareness to be able to like monitor. So I think it's about balancing both. And in the same way that, you know, art is about what you create, it's also about all of these other things around that and finding ways to balance them together.
Are there non-negotiables for you of like, I have to have a calendar, I have to have this? Are there very non-negotiable practical things people could take away from listening to you?
Yeah, I mean, for me, there was this practice before bed each night where I draw for 15 minutes from life, like I draw a lemon or a piece of fruit, and it was just a great way to kind of sign off the day and, you know, re-engage like the hand and the body in sync. And that was something that was like is a non-negotiable for a really long period of time. And also like feeding your curiosity. Like I love to I call it body wandering, like go out in the world, take things in without my phone, and it's like, what can I remember? Like what are the most significant memories of this experience, and then finding ways to translate them back into art.
I love that. It's being mindful of your daily experience and putting that on paper, I think, is important. Has that sparked any interesting projects? Has that also fueled your workflows without realizing it? Like, oh, I drew that the other day, I didn't think about that, but it's gonna be perfect for this. Have you seen that like cross-pollination?
Yeah, absolutely. But it almost happens like in retroactively. Like I will do these practices and like have notes or collect the things that were the most salient in those experiences, and then I'll realize they appear in my work. And it might be like a color scheme that I'd collected in my visual diary that then appears in my work a year later. So the seeds that you plant at one point often like roll out, and I think lots of creatives already do all of these things, but sometimes you just need to like re-engage with that and energize yourself for whatever moment you are in your creative life.
I love that. You definitely have grown across your career, but you've always been very public facing as far as like what your process looks like, and then also almost inviting people to be in your process. How has that looked? Has that always been something that's comfortable for you, or what have you kind of iterated on as you've been throughout that?
Yeah, actually, as I was rehearsing for my MAX session yesterday, I was doing live calligraphy on stage, and someone said, you know, how can you like talk and do that at the same time in front of an audience? And for me, I didn't really think of it because of the years that I had spent, you know, teaching calligraphy workshops and doing these practices. So I think part of it is just experience and getting used to it. But you know, I had a studio space in Sydney which was open to the streets, so like people could come in and see me painting, they could come in and see my creative process, and it was very public and open. But then I need to like counterbalance that with like hibernating away and like getting the work done. But I think, you know, social media and the internet is a whole new area of being public facing, where you are both you want to share, and it's great to share, but you're also, you know, being mindful of like, you know, I guess your time and energy in that area compared to making the work. And like, you know, we're all designers here, so it's like there's brand, there's like how much are you yourself, how much do you want to share, how much is this as part of a strategy? There's so many elements
so many questions,
to it. So, yeah.
How have you balanced that as far as like showing up online and showing that process with people? Are you selective for either your focus and your creative practice or just what you feel comfortable with? How has that evolved for you as, you know, social media has really, you know, taken flight?
You know, I think I was in this first phase of social media where I didn't consciously think about what I was sharing. I was literally responding to what connected with people, but also what was work that I was proud of. So I shared so many facets of like my creative process, and it really built an audience around me in those early phases of my career. And I think what happened was like I was growing in a public way, like in my early 20s into my 30s, and then now I'm at a point where I'm like, okay, like I know what my work is and where I want to go next. And so I've taken a step back and just thought about more like, what is it that I want to share? What are stories that are worth telling? And so that's like where I'm looking for the next chapter.
What's next for you then?
Well,
I gotta know.
Yeah. You know, I think I know that I am this like creative hybrid of interests, and I have my, you know, this interest in neuroscience and philosophy and what it means to be creative, but I deeply love like the handcraft of painting and community. So the next phase is about bringing these things together. So whether it's like speaking about my research and continuing to do installations and artworks and just feeding all of those parts into like Super Gemma 3.0.
The 3.0.
Yes.
I love that. Well, speaking of kind of the physical practice and the like, I guess like the tactile aspects of calligraphy, you have a strong basis, right, in these very tactile arts, but you've also brought AI into your workflow. Could you tell me more about what that's looked like, how you've married those together, and where you found success bringing those into the same space?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think about 3 years ago when AI started to take off, and I read my journals, and the things that I say are like, you know, should I be scared? Like, it's kind of like not fear, but excitement. And they're both sides of the same coin, because we're in this moment where everything's moving so quickly. And I think at first I felt like it was this funny, playful thing. And then, you know, obviously very quickly it's a tool. It's like a pencil, it's like a word processor, but on speed. So the potential to do amazing things with it is wild. And what I've noticed is that it's organically started to weave itself into my process, where I might iterate 4 different design options and then expand on that and just see what comes out when I combine that together. Or I might lean onto my existing folio of work, and there was a client project recently where I'd done 95% of the artwork and they'd asked for a small change, so I used AI to like just make that change, but having a body underneath it of something that I'd worked on. So I'm curious and excited to see how it will fit into my workflow. Other unexpected ways are like on pitches for mural projects, I will use AI to like put me painting something into context to sell an idea in a way that I might have used to use Photoshop. So, yeah.
It sounds like you're intentional, but also some of it was kind of intrinsic of like, oh, I think instead of reaching for my pen, I actually am going to reach for this new tool. Was that like a slow build for you of how you started to incorporate this into your workflow, or when you saw something you were immediately like, I'm going to use that this way, or is it just kind of, it's evolving for you, it sounds like, over time?
It's definitely evolving. I think initially I was using it more like an artist and thinking about it from, you know, what does it mean to like describe something in words in order to get an output? And as someone that works with words and have been interested in elevating words to art, I was curious about what was going on. And then it just became more seamless in my process in different ways. Honestly, now I can't even identify them all because it's become so seamless. And I think with technology, it's always great to proceed with caution, but with excitement, curiosity, and responsibility as artists and designers of how we use that in different ways.
Yeah. As you reflect on those guidelines for yourself, what do you find is that responsible threshold for you of like, I'm not going to use it in this way, or this is how I intend to use it? What have you been reflecting on in that space?
I think the biggest thing that I think about is when we think about input. So obviously, like generative AI, it's like bringing together a huge pool of inputs. But as an artist or creative, like what are your personal inputs? What are the things that inspire you, that become part of your work, that are really unique to you? So, you know, on my walks and my explorations when I'm traveling, I'm photographing flowers or I'm photographing signs, things that like have meaning. I'm collecting this over time, and I'm also developing certain styles and techniques that are also drawing on other artists from history or on other, you know, reference points. Yeah. So I think the responsibility is to yourself as a designer, to like feed what creatively excites you to make your work unique, and to consciously like check in with that. And I think there are aspects of my practice I will never want to offload to another tool because for example, I enjoy the process of painting and drawing, but there's other sides where I'm like, how can this make me a better artist and designer?
I want to go back to something you kind of talked about earlier of your workload increasing and how that's kind of changed. How have you looked at scaling, or how have you changed how you approach a project based on how much work I have versus in the beginning it was just a few projects? What have you done in your own business to handle that well or grow into that space?
Yeah, it's a great question because I think, you know, I've always been an artist and designer that loves freedom and flexibility, both in my process, in the way that I work, and in what I make. And so as I've scaled, it's responded to specific projects. So if I'm working on like a large hand-painted mural that I would once have done in a night by myself, I realized that I'm like, to pull this off in this amount of time, I'm going to need a team of assistants. So I kind of like grow and expand based on the project that I'm working on. But I love collaborating with different people and learning from, you know, even in this last year, if I think about working with another researcher, I'm like, people bring other skills that I might lack, and that in order to grow, you need to like combine and collaborate with other people. And as someone that's not going to build out a big design studio with like 10 people constantly, I like to have the ability to like travel and be inspired and paint in different locations. So it's really about like picking out the points when I need help and growing in that way rather than becoming, you know, a world dominating force.
Well, I would say that you probably are a world dominating force. I feel like your work is so, you know, internationally recognized. How do you bring together the idea of collaborating as far as keeping your own personal style that you're so well known for, so respected for? How do you bring that into a realm of collaboration with a client, staying true to who you are but fulfilling what they're asking for? What does that process look like?
It's a really good question, and I think, you know, if you asked me this 5 years ago, I probably wouldn't have be able to answer very well, because I think when you're an artist that works both in the commercial space and in like more a contemporary art space, there's this conflict between art says, you know, you don't sell art, you don't do commercial work. But commercial work is like, I think in many ways, an amazing art form because it does require coming together of two different things. So if I'm working with a brand, I'm like, what do I bring, what do they bring, and how do we make something that combines these two things together? And commercial work is in the world. It's like pop art, you know, people are engaging with it, people are feeding, like you get feedback instantly of how something connects, and you can also bring beauty to people like in their everyday lives in a way that sometimes art can be a little bit distant or a little bit alienating for some people. So I think I'm at this point now where I'm like, how do these things coexist? What strengths do each of them have? And, you know, great collaboration is like when it is emerging of something that wouldn't have existed if those things separated and made something by themselves. So that is the greatest part about collaboration. And unlikely collaborations, I think, are great things for the future. So, you know, for me, I'm like, what happens when we merge art and science? What can we bring these things together? And, you know, that for me is really exciting.
I mean, those are two things that you wouldn't see coming together. I love that. What's maybe an unexpected collaboration that you've worked on recently or something that you're excited to explore going forward?
Ooh, that's a good question. You know, I think my research year has planted the seeds of what are going to be unlikely collaborations. I don't think it's happened yet.
Okay.
But I think, like, as far apart, you know, creatives are really good at finding what's similar in things that seem really far away. And so watch this space.
Excited to explore that. So a lot of our creative online community and the Adobe Live community, they're at different points in their career. So if you had to give advice to, maybe yourself 5 years ago, maybe you at the very beginning of your career, what advice would you want to share of people who are, in calligraphy, in lettering, in design? Are there practices that you think are worthwhile, that are top priority that you want to share?
Yeah, look, I think that wherever you are in your career, you enter the world in that moment. So when I entered, I started studying design, it was Adobe Illustrator and Photoshop and InDesign. These were the tools that were being taught. It was pre-social media, but even in that space of these new technologies at that time, I fell in love with letterpress. And for me, the passion for letterpress is what fed my interest in typography. It shaped my career in the early stages, even though it was like a very outdated technology. So I think that my advice to anyone would be, whatever is exciting for you, find a way to incorporate that into your work or your practice. And you don't know necessarily how things are going to shape what you make. So if you follow those kind of gut instincts, there's a likelihood that you'll be so excited by that thing that it will drive you to keep on working. Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, letterpress. It seems like, that is a very old, I don't know when letterpress started. Do you know?
Well, there's different phases. Obviously, there was like the Gutenberg in like 1450, but then there's like the linotype machine. There's
right.
The
linotype. Wild.
Yes. But I think that, it could be anything. It could be like linotype, or it could be that you're really into text. Like whatever it is, it can inspire like how you work. And I think lean into those like weird interests or like craft skills or things that feel like really special to you.
Definitely. Those things do not light up the same for everybody, right? I'm sure,
Yes.
You may be thrilled about the letterpress, but not everyone has that same feeling. So how do you make time to explore the things that are lighting you up creatively or are interested? It sounds like you spend a lot of time looking through history of how things happen and being inspired around you. Do you creatively I know you said at the end of the day you set aside some time, but do you set aside time in your daily, weekly workflows for this exploration and reflection time?
Yeah, I think, obviously after I prioritize the work that has to be done for client projects, one thing I love to do, it's called, I don't know if you ever have heard of habit stacking.
Yes.
So habit stacking is this new trend where, if you really want to floss your teeth, you always floss your teeth after you brush your teeth. You put two habits together. But I like to think of this thing called joy stacking, where you merge things that actually really fulfill you. So I do this thing called run to the art gallery, where I will run to the art gallery and look at the art. And so I love running and I love art, and it's it merges things that, I guess, unlikely to go together.
Yeah.
But then when I'm there, I'm so energized and present, and it's just a really great learning moment. And I love looking at art after going for a run. So that's my weird thing, that joy stacking. And maybe for someone else, it's something different. But I think, allowing yourself as a creative, being a freelance creative or being a young creative, it's hard. It's competitive, and there's so many ways that you can spend your time or comparing. So I think it's really good to take a moment and think what are the things that energize me and incorporate them, because they do fuel great work.
I love that. Do you also run home from the museum?
Usually I walk back.
Yeah. Take it easy on the way home.
Yes, hydrate. Yeah.
So what are you working on right now, this very moment? What are you the most excited about? Yeah, let's start there.
Well, I'm really excited to go back to my art practice now after research. So I'm going to start a new body of paintings for an exhibition next year.
Amazing.
And it's picking up where I left off from my art last exhibition. So it'll be working still with text as the starting point, but trying to move into something a little bit more ethereal, a little bit more soft, a lot of hand-painted gradients, but using my last year away from the studio as a pendulum swing back into my art practice.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Will you be sharing this online for people who aren't familiar with your website, or where can people find you online if they want to keep up with this journey?
Absolutely. So you can find me at gemmaobrien.com or Mrs. Eaves 101 on Instagram. That's MRSEAVES, the font,
Yes.
101, because it was 2009.
I love it. Okay, well, I think we're coming to the end of our time here. Are there any words that you want to share with the community? Anything that's inspiring you, or just words of advice that you want to close out with?
Just keep on cultivating that good energy and follow your gut.
I love it. Great advice. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I'm so glad to have you here. We'll be live again tomorrow with Adobe Live, so make sure to tune in tomorrow. But thank you so much for joining, and we'll see you guys again soon.